and Vitality, really, because Vitality came off a French derby the other day. Well, French Org derby. You can't really call it a team French derby. But they're getting on into another one again with Karmine Corp. It feels like the French Orgs are taking over in EMEA.
Hey, they've been looking good. They've had this reset going now into the 2024 season.
Yo.
But, again, the head-to-head here.
Yo.
Interesting that I pointed
What's
out
up?
the initiator difference between both sides earlier on when we saw that agent select.
Get this shit in 1080p right
I feel
now.
like even in his matches
Right
earlier
now.
this week, he's not
What
too
color
quick
is
to
it,
throw
chat?
out all this
What
utility,
color is
and
it?
They're always taking space off of it. That's the important part. Always.
I mean, unfortunately, at the moment,
capitalizing.
it's
Never
black
for
and
naught.
yellow because Vitality
This
won the
time around,
pistol
they
round.
actually back off
But
towards
as
it.
is classic on my co-stream, I missed the pistol. I was watching a chess video as soon as I woke up, and I missed the pistol
KC, on
round.
the other hand, you could say the same thing. A lot of new additions being made, and so far they're doing quite a lot of damage.
Yeah,
KC right
I'm,
now have got the right idea on this defense
I'm
with four
paying
players
a little bit
dedicated
of
to this
attention to the
side.
China game that's going on at the same
Slowly
time
move in,
because
Safe
Wolves
isolated once
are
again.
doing
Last
really
time he
well.
got picked off, but it mattered to Nord. Desion on the flank gets picked off by Magnum, but Vitality move into the safe side.
I
Safe might be
watched
in
the
trouble.
Karmine Corp
He
game
hits off the
against
screen. He's
Foot
crossed by
yesterday.
Olegacy.
I was
Safe.
very
What
proud
is
of
that
him.
save? Stop
Holy
it.
shit.
In round
Safe.
number 2 already, this
The
guy
ghost.
pops up, the MVP of EMEA
Yeah,
last year.
so
Wants to do
I
it all
watched
over
the
again.
Karmine Corp game against Foot.
Just a ghost
I just
in
didn't
hand
co-stream
there
it
as well
because
for
I woke up
Safe,
too
the
late.
one
I
on
woke
the
up at
eco
the end of the
weapon
first
to
map
try and have something
after it
into
was
the
like
next round.
18-16.
Things did go awry, but now
I went
it's
back
up
and
to
watched
on the side
the
of Karmine Corp.
first map.
Not much
And then,
you can get off of this situation.
you know, watched the rest
here.
of them live.
That is crazy.
And then tuned into
I mean,
Sliggy's
for the
co-stream at
outcome
the
of
end
this
just
round is
to
what you expected, but you
rile
wouldn't
up the
expect it to
chat.
come off from the ghost, right?
No.
But I couldn't miss this.
Can't
I
forget.
mean,
Safe.
I shouldn't have missed
used
the
to
previous
be
Karmine Corp
the
game
dual
either, but I couldn't miss
player,
this
right?
one.
You're used to seeing him be flashy.
Yem
not necessarily
Yams,
always
thank you for the
accepting
tier
that out of
1.
controller, but
I
he
am
always
working today,
delivers.
yes.
And even though he's
I
one of the
am
vets of the group,
casting...
still he's pretty young.
Dude,
but he
I'm
still has
casting
that father
Sentinels
attitude
again,
with his
chat.
team. I remember talking to him
I'm casting
weeks
Sentinels
ago,
again.
he was like,
I'm casting Sen
and they'll take care of
MIBR.
him, you know?
Which is the first game
I
of
like
the day.
him getting that new prospect to it, and you can tell from the transition from him, leaving that duelist role, allowing Runner, the rookie, play into his comfort position. I think so far it's been working for Vitality, but it's now a 2-0 and KC are on a bye.
Shows the depth
You're
of him
casting
as an
with
individual
Uber?
player
No,
as
I'm
well.
not.
That experience and how much that can add in layers.
Where have
to
you got
what
that from?
Vitality are able to pull off. Now onto the bonus, though. Extreme. I don't even think you can call it a bonus, to be honest. Like, look how
Leonard the
strong
Third.
these weapons
Uber
are able
said
to
the first
contest
game
up
today.
against the kit of KC.
It's huge. But for now, stand still, clearing out this A site.
What?
Cover one way for KC as they might look
What?
to aggress here. You can start to see Shin.
I mean,
moving
I don't
up
think so. I
together
think
with
I think me and
but
Brad are casting the first
nothing
game
to be figured
today.
out just yet.
It's a passive look over towards B, right? The setup here coming out from Magnum, very focused towards that mid control.
All right.
Moving on the timing.
Slow and steady wins the race. Magnum.
Vitality are out. Karmine Corp playing backside. Maybe looking to flood once they get an
Still looking at a
initiator
5v5
over.
for this retake. And I think crucially enough, KC going to look to get the first
Full
kill, so Magnum can
offside,
use that neural
even
theft and
though
uncover this round altogether.
Shin still has smokes. And
Numbers
the
gained.
Viper's still
Magnum, they have to
alive?
clear out towards mid as well.
I'm
The
not really a
Brad
big
coming
fan
in
of these
time.
post plants where you leave one
Opportunity to
player
close
on
that
site. This
door.
looks like a G2 post plant right now, where you leave like the one raise on site and then the rest of you play off. I just don't think this makes sense. Shin has smoke for Spike. You have Viper Wall as well to play in front of. How is Vitality playing this post? Horrible post. Horrible post. If Vitality are going to play off site like that when both of the smokers are alive, they're not going to win a post plant. I mean, like, what's the win con there? Runner gets 4 when they come in?
Anything being overtly expended due to the fact that they're just positioning themselves
That's
towards
terrible
A
from
main for
Vitality.
that information. And with that lack of mid pressure coming out from Vitality as well,
You can't play like that.
it was comfortable for them to just pull
Total
off and play
Zeke,
that
thank you for the
retake
11
towards
months.
that B site, but
What
now
player
heading
has
to the
surprised
next
you the
round,
most so
I've got my
far?
eyes on Kicks here. You're one away from the Seekers to come in on the side of Team Vitality.
Alice said Bren is returning
Nothing
home
really to
later
contest
today.
here as far as ultimates are
Yeah.
KC.
Mitch said he's casting game
Begs the
1.
question, though, how much
Where has Mitch said he's casting game 1? Are you sure you aren't doing the thing again where Mitch says he's on the broadcast and you assume he's casting?
Vitality traversing into mid.
As far as I'm aware, Mitch is going to be on the desk hosting. But
very deeper for KC.
I'm not 100%.
They want to contest this garage control, and if they're able to find a pick and seize that pressure, that's going to be super strong for their retake. And that's exactly what they do. Destrian down, and now they can move that into that garage position if they want to.
Gonna pull back though, switch up the positioning of that tripwire back towards B main. Trailblazer finds the market's fully empty here. Vitality pivot.
And KC.
Yeah, the desk did change around yesterday.
Both of the groups of defenders are far
it changed for
back.
match 1, 2, and 3 yesterday.
Kicks does get the kill, which allows Vitality to slowly move into this B site. No issue.
I think that's what they're doing for the
it's
3-match
4 versus
days.
4, and with the Seekers going out, they at least have a slight idea of where KC are coming from.
Oh yeah, Clod hopping got in there, Red Blade. I tried to get sopping in there as well, but
Runner forced that onto the open, but not punished. So now can drop right back in, but the paint shots do it difficult.
Oh, Martin up and over the top. What? He just landed perfectly into Sender's crosshair. Runner on site again, isolated with nobody to play off. I fucking hate this version of Sunset Post plants. Oh god, he's giving him the knife. Alright, so Vitality lost a player at the very beginning of the round. Destrian died in B main. But again, once they get into the site and get the plant down, you can't play that far away from each other.
Any openings that they have and ensure that they
I understand the general concept of leaving one player on site to delay that you could then swing off, but you can't play off Runner when he's in that position very easily.
You have really no opportunity to get anywhere.
Arctic Boy, thank you for the 100 bits. Thoughts on Cloud9?
I mean, it's just vibes on the server when you have that Thrash knife.
100%. I want to test out the crowd here a little bit.
I think.
Right? I know a lot of the days it's either team.
I think they're too loose as a team.
Let me hear it. Who's here for Vitality?
I think that's a lot of Vanity's style.
Who's here for Karmine Corp?
Okay.
Oh, the Karmine Corp fans are out.
Who are the fans?
I think they're too loose as a team. Okay, so Kix just sprays somebody down at the start of the round that was trying to get aggressive in mid. So Vitality dealing with this mid aggression just by trying to, you know, get cheeky picks through the smoke. Now they're going to move their way over towards A, where the double trip setup is. Vitality are using a lot of utility, so it's very obvious that they're going towards A right now. This is not a contact play or anything disguised.
Do start to traverse inwards.
But Vitality are full committed here. Karmine Corp have got a crossfire on site. Magnum's position should have been good. Oh, I mean, that could have been dangerous. If Magnum had killed Runner and then Narrate, you know, could have used that distraction to get in with the Dizzy, there was a world there where that worked.
Stellar on his comfort pick into the duel, stepping up to the big
Vitality
stage for the very
pretty
first
tight
time.
Together, getting that pick onto Magnum was
toe to toe here.
enormous.
They find the advantage, of course, at the end of this round on the side of Team Vitality. I feel like, man, honestly, Pavlos, how many overtime rounds are we
yeah, so I think Cloud9 are a, well, I originally thought they were a middle of the pack team, but actually with how good the Americas squads look, they might be a, you know, bottom of the middle of the pack team until they add more structure and depth to their game. I think a lot of what they do right now is kind of improv, which means that some of the timings are off, there's some holes in what they're going for. I think they like being loose so that they can adapt on the fly, but I think they're too loose right now.
Provide Vitality some comfort. I know for them, throwing games has been a part of their history, especially with this iteration of the roster off season. I don't know if anybody has watched the
Vanity's fragging though looks pretty good. In a mechanical sense, Vanity looks pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think they'll want to be repeating that. I want to grow a sizable lead to be able to comfortably close out.
How long am I streaming today? I'm going to be, so I need to go to work on Americas
things are fine now, but as we get into the later maps,
5 hours.
If they don't start
So
off on the right
I will be
foot,
streaming for
that's when
5
you can
hours.
see a lot of that communication starting to fall apart, but not a concern.
Or maybe a little less than
now.
that because I need to like shower and shave and stuff before I go to work. Oxy was poor yesterday. Oxy is an extraordinarily talented individual who will... How does that work so well just with one paranoia? God damn. People running trap plays in B main like crazy, never able to follow up on them. Karmine Corp just throws a single paranoia, and they get 2 picks out of it. That's crazy.
No way they think of their own.
All right, Safe's going to get 1 in this spot.
Martin was a play that was low.
And is it possible that he gets another here? They should have the freedom to push him out. Wow, he's going to pick this round to try to hold on to his position and create space for the rest of his team.
He's trying to draw attention, but
fucking hell, this is a Giga Brain play. But I like the reaction from Karmine Corp. They just go and fight the rest of the team instead. Yeah, so what I said was Cloud9. Yeah, Oxy is a super talented individual, but he will continue to not reach his potential if he plays for the clip every time, or plays for the, you know, to maximize his own aim rather than maximize his team helping him.
Every single day you see him putting out those numbers, finding value in those
because unfortunately with the way that Oxy plays, his best moments are exactly the same as his biggest mistakes. They're all when he just sends it trying to outskill people, forcing, putting pressure on them. So Vitality at the very start of this round have taken their showstopper into market.
Yeah, not finding anything there. An attempt to change the pace, but KC very good to deny that.
Break the trip, and Magnum just gets a spray kill through the smoke immediately, right onto Runner's head. Now again, both Smokes players are alive here. You can't play off-site post plants.
Bring back the glory days of Magnum.
How does that kill? Oh no, Vitality, man. They look so awkward here. Another offsite again. Very good retake protocol by Karmine Corp. They instantly flood forwards. They get a deep smoke as a one-way. They push in front of the person who's defusing. Really, really nice from Karmine Corp. They know exactly what they're doing on these B retakes.
Leaning on that at the very least, but now Nary cycled back up into this Thresh for the 2nd time already into the first half. Which, okay, Magnum just knows. He's just like, okay, they're going to try and break my trip. Got the little pre-fire angle. So nicely played to keep that.
How do you even hold the site in post plant? Well, I think
I want to take a beat though to talk about the way
in a world where your opponents don't have a showstopper, right? In a world where everything's even, I think holding double market is really good. I think then putting one player in that jump up area to play off from main is really good too. You could try to hold backside with one tucked on the far left position, one playing pillar to swing off them. Trying to have some post-plant utility that you can use is also really important. So that you can not just break the Dizzy, but actually throw some shit at them yourself.
If you've got a leader like Salah behind his team backing them up, you've got to feel comfortable, right?
There are plenty of ways for holding this in the post-plant. Now, the Raze ultimate does make things a ton more difficult.
He can convince you that you're better than anyone.
Because Runner can just come back in there. Sorry, not Runner. Martin can come back in there and basically break like one portion of your post-plant setup every time. If you try to double hold market and they realize, and then he double blast backs into you with a showstopper, you're probably losing market, right?
But for now, I think it's clear. Economical recession.
But for example, you know, you can hold one person here, one person here, and then play for like this kind of line, or you can play one up in this corner, one up towards the pillar, one back over here, one tucked here, one in B main. You know, this kind of setup.
What will the focus be?
This is a really powerful spot here because you can't get spammed from Boba if you play off that, and the people B main can swing off you. You can like take tiny headshot peeks into Boba and then let the people pillar play off that.
No way KC have read it like this, but it seems that Sender will be able to find one before anybody else shops. But it's a barrage of lead to fall upon Vitality. The Bees
and that's a very quick anti-eco from Karmine Corp.
And the lead extended as expected.
Yeah, using up that neural theft just to have that extra information, knowing the fact that they fully left that A site completely.
I miss old Karmine Corp. There's no bad or mean team.
sort of timing behind them. And now into the buy. This is the round.
I wouldn't say that there's a meme team, but I do think BBL Koi looked pretty horrible. And also,
to take a look into the next round, but again,
Crew still haven't won a game outside of LCQ since 2022.
We're gonna see again posturing for this conditioning.
Not that they're a meme team, because they're pretty fucking good. But
safe tucks from that Dizzy, so information not garnered. You're gonna see the rotation from Martin.
That's gonna be interesting to follow. Good trade in there from Vitality to get themselves into market.
Completely open for the taking.
So sad I have to do housework. I'd love to watch this game. It will be a good game. Thanks for the raid, Sunset.
Exactly where you are.
Neural theft.
Spike planted.
Aiding as well. Second tag also coming in. And slowly KC move together. The death pool approach, if you will. They've got plenty of money, so they'll look to fight this, look to give this a go. There's a Thrash Raven available, which begs the question, is Nara going to use it? Yes, he is.
They all play off-site again. Shin still has 2 smokes. I mean, in this situation, because you have a player advantage, it should be a little easier to win. Oh, Martin on a good angle again. They're forced to peek into him. They're forced to play in front of Shin's smoke. They get the half. Vitality playing these off-site post plants is just ruining them. Please, guys, you already know that Karmine Corp, when they have Shin alive, are so good in the retake, and you play full off-site again. Oh, they were just so worried about the Gecko ultimate, and they all ran away to B main. And then they're having to swing one at a time because they can't swing off each other. That smoke that Shin's throwing.
What's up, guys?
I love it.
I mean, they should be talking smack. Vitality are just doing the same thing on B every time when Karmine Corp have showcased that they can beat it. Shin has 2 smokes there, you know, one can go. Well, yeah, I think in that situation you didn't actually even smoke the spike, but you know, you could. The one way in B main, the smoke for the spike, push forwards. You force 2 really predictable swings out of Vitality.
It's a lot harder to try and turn it around later. But then you also can't have your spirits get too high. So we want to see that pullback. They do.
Who do you have winning the EMEA and America's play-ins? America's, I think Sentinels are the big favorite.
Even if you're not necessarily talking
I think they just have to be. It's not that. It's not that G2 or
reset. We continue on into the next round.
MIBR couldn't win, but Sentinels I think are definitely favorites.
Exactly what they do.
And then
make sure
in
that
EMEA,
this momentum from KC is stopped. It's 4 consecutive rounds, by the way. It's 4 rounds chained together.
Dude, I don't know. I really don't know. I think Vitality should be considered favorites, but I mean, we're watching them currently get dismantled by Karmine Corp.
3 rounds left into this half as well. We're gonna, if Vitality lose a round here, we're bound to see an eco eventually before we swap sides. Just spray down towards the mid, early presence to be shown here by KC. And just through that dark cover, Vitality continuously conditioning that smoke coming out from Sunder, cycling it back up here as well. So a little bit longer that will have to.
Is Narrate ready to catch Sender's Omen teleport into spawn?
Unless they lean over towards A.
Narrate was looking into spawn there.
Smokes to be regained. Very patient. Very
What's going on here then? So it looks like they're moving over to A. They have Kick's ultimate to work with on this A hit as well.
Pushed into a space and then pulled back. But they've been waiting for Karmine Corp here.
That they have.
Can we consider this the Valorant derby? I mean, for sure the French derby.
Seconds in, Vitality only start moving into this A site. Destrian is left on the lurk. Could be influential, but yet to make any movement. Martin, hearing all this commotion, is calling over an extra player for reinforcements, perhaps.
The boombot there is really nice, just to know that Vitality aren't contacting up in that moment. Oh, they're leaving. They think that it's a fake on A. As soon as this ult comes through, though, and the flash, you got to think it's a real commitment, right?
Left-hand side pushed out. KC comfortable for this retake.
20 seconds of Vitality are just walking into the site. This is huge from Vitality, actually. Great call. They just realized that Karmine Corp were off-site entirely. All right, so what does the retake protocol look like? Good clearance from KC. What does the retake protocol look like here? So much more aggressive post-plant positions from Vitality. But this is where you're going to get hit by the Dizzy potentially. So they have a Paranoia, but the Paranoia angle was a little strange. Wow, the nade just landed on Runner's head, man. He's got a Sky nade that clears out the backside. That's so nice from Martin. And the defuse with the Wingman. They're all posted up. It's over. These KC retakes are actually fucking gorgeous. They are gorgeous. I was confused by where Shin's Paranoia was going. Because to me, I was thinking, right, well, you want to put the Paranoia so that it catches the player at default and the player in that tucked corner, and then Dizzy over the top. But they didn't. They cleared out this back site area so that Martin could get in to challenge Elbow. And then Martin sends this big raise nade over the top that clears out all of that back area and actually got the kill on Runner.
It feels like whenever it's on the retake,
I want to see that
KC
in a
all the way.
replay.
Vitality haven't been able to find themselves any sort of comfort. Maybe they should change
And Karmine Corp immediately put the pressure on at the very start of the round. That Dizzy is sick, man. That Dizzy is sick. I mean, Sender just, he couldn't do anything.
Controller safe.
He's not expecting to have to break that or die.
To that right-hand side.
That's why you see them backing off that B site.
That's
They don't
so
have
good.
the ability to control those angles.
I mean, one of the downsides is that Dizzy is now unretrievable, but I think, you know, I think I'll take Vitality losing their Omen player at the start of the round for my Dizzy. I think that's fair.
Denying some of that vision. You also have, in case everything goes wrong, that showstopper here for Martin. Pedestrian still just keeping that information, but they're more than happy to leave A empty. They've got the kit there of Magnum to give them that signal on the push.
Viper's Pit.
Tamashii using the Viper's Pit there. Not off sound, I don't think. But it's possible that Destrian was pressuring B and I just didn't realize.
Back towards mid, back towards A.
30 seconds left.
Going for almost a full contact play into A again. Right, so now how are you going to adjust here? So you know how they're going to play it. Martin has a showstopper. They're going to try to get in aggressively.
That's what we were wondering, right? Will Vitality play this a little bit more aggressive? And they put that Viper's Pit right towards the spawn of their opponents. But you've got one left back, right? Runner finding an alternative position. He has been smoked off, and with that, Paint Shield does reveal his position. So they will be looking at that.
Wow, that's just off audio.
He's a mastermind, and somehow figure out Magnum will be right before
Martin kills himself because he took so much damage from the decay. 2v2, I like that preemptive blast pack from Runner. That's good.
And again for another go. But I don't think so. It's done so.
Wow, the blast pack kill, that's a rarity. Oh my god, Narrade's got it. Wow, unfortunately there was no time, but holy shit. So Vitality finally went a post plant. The pit ended up making a very large difference.
Out the side of Runner and funneling KC.
If they hadn't used the pit there, I think the showstopper is more used to, like, you know, blast back in and take a ton of space. Although I guess Martin doesn't have blast packs at this point in the round. Yeah, I should have thought about that.
You might as well just spray
because he used them at the start to get the kill on Sender.
And it was just lucky that he was able to find the dome of one.
One of the other problems with that round that I didn't even really notice until just then is that Narrate used the Wingman to get into sight. And so he didn't have the Wingman to defuse. I don't think he would have been able to get the Wingman defused though, because, you know, the way that Runner was playing the blast packs, and if anybody just sprays the spike at all.
Yesterday, right? We talked about his performance coming over.
So they go 1 for 1 at the start of the round with a little skirmish over mid.
But for now, even Steven. And the speed site is exactly what they're going for. The showstopper coming out from Runner, but he won't be fighting anyone. It's used to clear things out. Sender, that's aggro as hell. But
it's a big pick, but in the 3v3, I still favor KC here. You can't, please don't play offside B. Please don't play offside B. They don't have their Gecko alive. You can play deep post plants. Oh my god, that doesn't mean walk into Boba. Holy fuck.
That CT side, while KC push into market.
Oh, Magnum's now coming around the back. They're putting so much pressure on Destrian's position here. I do like this reaction aggression from Runner and Kicks. Pushing into Boba makes sense when Destrian comes that he's under pressure, but now the plant isn't for you. And now the smoke again. Incredible smokes again from Shin. And they're just sticking again. Dude, that's so nice from Karmine Corp, man. That's so nice.
I feel like there's been so many
Every single time they've gone for the same retake protocol, and then this time Magnum decides to flank, and they just end up taking B main and front side control, smoking them off. Really fantastic smoke awareness from Shin to maximize his impact in these retakes. It's really good.
Don't get up the spike, guys. Just a lesson for your solo queue games.
He got concussed by the Trailblazer too. He was just like, no, my team's got me. I'm fine. I don't even have to worry about it. And such a good smoke that
you see other teams picking up the Phoenix like
Shin
loud
as well, just to cut off that back angle. Very aware of the fact that Vitality
I think most
playing in towards Boba.
of the duelist players in the world would rather be playing anything else.
It is 4 rounds of difference. Could be definitely quashed to 2 rounds of difference.
Whoa, this is... That's a really interesting pistol round strategy from Karmine Corp. So what they're doing there is they're faking that it's a market push, and instead they just... So they throw all of their utility for market, and then they run through top spawn. With that Viper Wall that they've set up. And this Viper Wall, Karmine Corp use it all the time. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they're doing a like top mid push. But that was supposed to be a disguised pistol round where it feels like market and then you get surprised at top mid. Unfortunately, Safe just killed them all. He just stayed top mid and killed everybody.
The defenders are in attacking position and the attackers in a defending position. It's a complete topsy-turvy here. The spike is collected 40 seconds in, and Sender's not allowing that to happen.
And these ghost shots
Shin, only one standing,
are ruining things for Karmine Corp.
I don't think for too long. 35 points of health, and that's not much for any.
Do you think the team that plays match 1 and 3 has an advantage over the other two? Yes, I do. That's what I said about Pacific, and then actually that did end up being the truth as well.
And it does help them close up the gap.
They needed this pistol to get back into this match.
I mean, I think that there's so many things that are bad about doing a 3-team round robin like this. One of them is that the third match often isn't going to matter at all.
That was a 3-piece into the anti-eco.
I can't believe that Destrian still has 0 kills, by the way. He's 0 and 12.
Hot for him. Good looks.
Yeah, one is that the final match of the day might just be useless. One is that you can get draws, and the other is that that you can get a situation where the team that's playing the third match has already been eliminated, so they have no reason to play. And
so far, Vitality
that's an unfair advantage to the other team in the third match that's
in control of their pace and
playing
control
against
of their tempo. Can switch it all back. Sender's got their number though, and there's a Bulldog there, but it means nothing. It could be a weapon collected for the attackers, and this could turn this whole round in KC's favor.
Yeah, that gun being picked up is massive in making the difference, because you look
if there is a draw, if all of the teams go 1-1-1,
so it's 2 rifles to 1, but there's an extra player for KC.
Then
so the numbers have it for the boys in blue.
I believe the tiebreakers are map differential, round differential, rounds gained on opponent's map pick, and then a tiebreaker match. But if it's I mean, I think there is like some 1 in a million chance that you just have to play the entirety of the play-ins again because literally everybody's tied. But I mean, that really is like 1 in... It's probably less than 1 in a million. I don't know what the exact chances are of that.
Break up the momentum of Vitality moving back in.
No map differential, I believe.
He's going even further, but you won't
yeah, like I said, I'm not 100%. The Pacific people were talking about it, but I thought map differential was the first one.
Back up now, Satchel trying to clear in this space.
And there's another flank in the making. Magnum going all the way around the world while Vitality moving into this B site. So this means that KC need to do a lot of damage themselves, remain safe. It's smart enough to read it, but focuses towards the rest of the site, knowing they're running out of time. Snakebow only just thrown. So it's going to delay this massively here. Kicks getting 1 kill already, getting his second. He needs to stick it now. It cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, this round is for KC instead. Vitality get it all done, getting themselves a 6 to follow up to the pistol, and they're back in the game.
What a way to manage that loss of map control.
You can watch the VOD on Twitch, you know. You just click Sideshow, then videos, and you can watch a VOD even while someone's live.
But measured there with Vitality's coordination.
Breeze, LJ Breeze. Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you.
Thinking to the next round now, though. It's still decent.
I'm not sure why player. I don't know why Pacific did everything so much faster than the other regions. I don't know.
Or straight up to contest into the full loadout here on the side of Karmine Corp.
Yeah, not looking like a bad bonus at all.
Who would you say is the worst team in each region RN?
3-1-1 split here on the side of Karmine.
I'm not sure that we even really know that
poison orb that Safe is
yet, Miles. I think you'd have to wait for more of the regular season to figure that out.
Respect over towards B main.
I think Bleed looked like the worst team in Pacific.
Through that poison orb. Now diligently clearing out every single angle, knowing Safe could be around the other corner, but he's safe on site.
Yep, safe on site.
I'm not exactly sure who it is for Americas.
Does get to safe though, and the cross does eventually come in here from Martin.
Could be Furia.
They would like to call it Martin.
Which is pretty wild.
Maybe you should name change. Maybe not. Probably not. Still on the spike, KC gained ground control. It was KC that was best at the retakes on the defensive side. Vitality need to
I don't think there really will be one worst team in Americas. The parity seems too high. Look at how KC are playing the post line here. They're trying to pressure utility out of them as they get out of Boba and then still fight them. Look at how different this is to the way that Look how different that post plant is compared to the way that Vitality played the post. They threaten as if they're holding a crossfire at Boba, and that drags all of the utility out of Vitality on the retake. And then they drop back, so they are threatening a backside control. They drop back to front side, but then they still fight them. They don't go all the way off-site entirely. Contest the space, draw out the utility, and fight with each other.
Front sight control.
Way better. Way better.
Up and ready here for an execution on the side of Karmine Corp.
Bleed shits on DFM. I don't know. Bleed looked horrible. I didn't watch the DFM games though, so again, yeah, like because I haven't watched every single game. I don't feel qualified really to tell you. Like I can tell you the worst team that I watched in Pacific was Bleed, but I didn't watch the DFM games. So yeah, you're right. They might be worse. I thought Bleed looked horrible though.
This is quite far forward, isn't it?
It's dodgy.
And lose these two players, they've lost the game. It's a matter of if it's going to be a dry pick or with a flash.
Wow.
Martin and Magnum, the top both Czech players.
No utility. Just grouped up together, and they don't even have to trade each other.
The care in opening up that run, opening up that space. Now the plant to go down, extremely open here for Martin. Play any which angle that you'd like.
Yeah, the fundamental stuff is being done very nicely by Karmine Corp right now. The retakes, the post plants, the spacing together.
Further and further. And remember, today is a game of resilience, of stamina. They've got 2 best of 3s to play out. If they hope, well, they're definitely going to be playing them out. Whether they win them or not is a different question, but they need to make sure they're not playing way too many rounds. If you're going to be winning matches, make sure you close them out quickly.
And then, yeah, in EMEA, I thought,
I
mean, the worst game that I watched in EMEA was BBL Koi. I thought both of those teams looked miles away in terms of their ability to, like, you know, do damage in the tournament.
These hero rifles as well. I mean, you're looking at the fact that Karmine Corp, they have a showstopper.
And yet Koi beat Liquid.
To work with and
again, I didn't watch that game though, so I don't, you know, I don't know what happened.
Like that. Even just try and shoot out Thrash, 0 point.
But then I didn't think Liquid looked great either. But you know, Kiko apparently murdered everybody in the first time that those teams played. I didn't get to watch that first game. There's just way too much Valorant going on.
My expectation. I'm going to be looking towards one of these guns, whether it's Sender, whether it's Destrian, moving up with Runner, likely alongside Kicks as well to find that space and farm one of those orbs up.
I know we've been criticizing Magnum the past couple of days from his performance yesterday. He redeemed himself. Destrian is now on the same seat.
Gen GV Paper X, yeah, I saw that result. Didn't watch the game, but I saw the result.
Those 2 rifles. Do you keep it on Destrian or do you tell Safe you get it? Because if you tell Safe you get it, Destrian is like, oh yeah, I know Safe is better
lower
here.
The stream volume a tiny bit.
Performing much better, but also drains his own confidence, right?
It depends. It depends. I think also you do have that opportunity to give it up on your own. Just that option to like throw that out there and volunteer.
Hello, Comet. How's it going? Hello, hello.
Of a hit towards your confidence.
And that's exactly what happens. Vandal dropped over the safe.
I mean, it makes sense. You got to put it on the person who's fragging the most on the squad. If you're
Destrian's keeping up that 0 kill kind of game.
Tough for Destrian too, because he was providing value to the team. I know the numbers aren't saying it right now, but he was looking for that information. Those lurks there on the attacking side for Vitality.
I don't think you have to worry as a Sentinels fan that you've given away too much. I mean, the Sentinels are not trying to play a surprising, creative style of Valorant. They're trying to get their compositions, protocols, retake setups, that kind of stuff, like really set, really down. They're aiming to be drilled. That's only going to get better with more match experience. Yeah. Look at Gen G, for example. Gen G must have played the most games in Pacific.
Yeah, I think they were
still won.
Banking on the fact that it could be a mid push, a mid crunch, maybe a B site hit. And because it is an A site hit,
I don't think teams are going to be hard anti-ing.
I think they also just like guaranteed that nobody would get caught out by that thrush, so they had as many numbers as possible.
Showstopper coming out here and find a shot. It's Martin actually that finds Runner. Insane. And now KC are fully ahead. Norwich got enough angle. I don't think it has been checked either. Maybe saving
That's so fucking funny, man. That's so fucking funny. Thomasy is tapping the spike. Martin blast packs up onto the top site and cancels Thomasy's plan. Thomasy taps again and realizes that he's about to get ulted by Runner. So he's just tapping and afraid. Runner's like, I'ma get this guy. Ults in and gets counter ulted by Martin. Oh, dude. That looked so funny. KC are so ready for that shit, man. KC are so ready.
Shorty counter?
Oh, fuck.
What, was that the first one of this match?
No, I don't think so. We saw so much.
Yeah, we saw
this was a first.
I don't know. You know what?
Just the way that Martin was fucking trolling Thomasy with his blast packs and then still dunks on Runner.
Where are we? What are we doing here?
Counter, like, using the Raze ult to counter the other Raze ult is really good. Especially if you can blast pack second. It's counter jumping in MGE, genuinely. Every time you jump, I am simply going to jump. I have the height advantage. It's over, Anakin. Oh, Kicks dies at the beginning of the round. This is so Jova.
Much more aggressively than we had seen before.
This is extremely Jova. What's like a Jova, but like a French version? Like,
No, Kicks being down, that's tough looks here. No flashes if they do have to.
Le Jova. Bon Jova.
That's exactly what he needed.
That doesn't really work. Yeah, I was trying to think Makrova, like Macron, but Makarova. That it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
And not having that explosivity to enter on towards site. Look how aggressively Safe is positioned.
They think they need to find a pick off of the other side of the map, or at least keep Vitality busy and spread those defenses thin.
Down.
Bon Jova is quite amusing, though. It doesn't really make sense, though, man, because Bonjour doesn't mean goodbye.
But I didn't think Safe would be.
I think we could cook better than that, chat.
It was enough. Dizzy spotting out Sender.
You're saying that as if Jova makes any sense? Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
He was also hearing Safe, so it's a matter of timing for him to cross, but he's realized Safe has gone all the way through spawn. Smoke on the one end. Magnum will be there on time to find a shot. Spray down, not the second though. Still, KC have got 3 versus 3 and Viper's.
Is Destrian still yet to get a kill? Because he just got caught again by Magnum's lurk.
In the poison cloud, Shin is good for the first, leaving 2 to do it for Vitality.
That's tragic.
Desperately finding an upper angle, but it's not going to be it. It's not going to do it. And Safe has to do magic.
Not winnable for Safe. He's got great awareness though on narrate, but there's a pit. No time.
Even if he does find a clutch and that, there's no
Oh
time
no.
to get the
Napola done. They are Napola done.
Right now for Carmine Core. You can see smiles on stage.
I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Now for Vitality, it's all about trying to regain 6 rounds is a tall mountain to climb here up towards Everest to try and take it over to something.
Yeah, so Magnum's record was
Vitality
0
do
and
have the
15,
Seekers
right?
Available into this round, but man, Karmine Corp, they do love playing.
Now Destrian's on the 0-15.
Oh no.
0-16! Oh, I lost track.
Top frag on the team Vitality that is
Destrian, you've got to get a kill this round. I don't give a fuck. You're losing the game anyway. Just go and get a kill. Destrian, for God's sake, go and get a kill.
Already doom and gloom on Sunset.
To be fair, though, I know that it was lights out for Fnatic versus Vitality on Ascent. However, we didn't really get to see Vitality actually get started on that map. We didn't really get to see what they actually had to show as far as their hand goes. Because Fnatic, I feel like we're kind of just mowing them down by pure firepower.
Setting up the double swing onto Sender. Sender's been pushed off the angle. You saw the Raze was there and maybe the Cypher? I mean, that should indicate that it's an A hit. Paranoia looks really quite nice. Magnum goes down. Martine kills. Destrian! Destrian! He got a trade kill onto Martine! Let's fucking go, Destrian. Now, you're still going to win this round though, aren't you, Vitality? Oh no. Oh. Okay. 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 All good. All good. Finito is a slang word we actually use in French that kind of means the same thing. I've heard of finito before, but I mean, that's just slang for done, isn't it? It doesn't have like a meme association, does it? Messenger, thank you for the 29 months. Will the Valorant Q&A happen pre or post Champions this year? Shut up. Shut up, dude. I'm useless, I know.
Doing a little bit better on that mental.
We have Emmanuel Mac returned.
There is a 12-12 chance, guys. There is a 12-12 chance.
There is a 12-12 chance.
Macron ruined Finito? Oh, is this a slang word that politicians co-opted and is now extraordinarily cringe?
On this team to be able to mentally bring things back here for the rest of the squad.
Yeah.
Damage has to fall off again. The opportunity to refresh into that health with.
Macron said Finito on live television, and it's been dead to me since.
Win yesterday through a reverse sweep, right? Not only a reverse sweep, but the second map where they had to draw.
It's like when Boris Johnson said poggers. Yeah. Yeah, he was like, you guys should all go out and eat at restaurants in the middle of COVID. That surely won't cause any more deaths. Poggers. Nice little push through the smoke from Safe, finding that opening.
Has given him hope in this series. And KC might
Here comes the counter lurk from Tomaji.
Tomaji on the flank though. His brute thinks to a fathomable extent. Where KC,
oh, Kicks should be able to win that one. Sender kills one. It's up to Sender and Destrian, the old players for Vitality.
Where does he go? There's a camera towards top mid.
So winnable for Narrate here, I think.
They don't know where he is.
No, but again, this cam could spot him out if he does opt for this positioning. He is going to try to wrap his way around.
And it does.
Seen.
Useful camera.
Tagged up. Okay.
Yeah.
I think Narrate's got a really good idea about where they both are right now.
Takes off the tag.
Trip. Oh, that's nice. When he breaks the trip there, I think it really makes them feel like he's playing A-Link, right? A-Link, elbow, all more likely to be positions he's playing than when Narrate actually is. I think Narrate is really going to be unexpected here. The smoke is difficult.
The spike is planted in the middle, but still that is not going to be the clutch here.
Destrian dies for Sender's sins again.
Instead, Vitality maintain composure.
Yeah, I'm casting later.
Piece by piece.
You literally quoted George W. Bush on yesterday's cast? Yeah, because that's just the fucking funniest, stupidest thing.
Great timing coming out
of all the stupid things that George Bush ever said, this one was the stupidest in a non-hurtful kind of way.
Pretty sure production paused it for a fraction of a second there too, just be like, hello.
What did you say? The one where he goes,
okay.
There's a saying down in Tennessee. Well, maybe it comes from Texas, but they probably have it in Tennessee as well. You fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you can't fool me again. I can't remember the exact quote of it, but it's just so stupid. He lost his train of thought so hard, forgot what the entire phrase was, and just ended it with, "He can't get fooled again."
Back off, look to regroup. 4-1 split here. It's Maji on the flank.
Yeah, he really said almost exactly that quote.
Got to remember, KC are 1 round away. And with that, no matter how much pressure you've got, no matter where you are in the round, it could be KC.
Did you see Titan beat JDG in the run back? Well, Titan beat JDG the first time around as well, right? JDG, I think, just looked way weaker than they did when they had Yeoman on the team. Oh, the wide swing from Narrate.
Bringing Karmine Corp right back on track.
The positioning, though, that we're seeing here towards elbow here for Thunder.
It's left all to himself. He's going to have to do it live until the rotations do come through. And
the minimap zoom in just completely misclicked to highlight a random area of the map.
Yes,
or not even of the map, just of the screen. Oh, I'm in a silly mood today. Very nice. Ult off the wingman. Can they get the trade on Sender? No. Okay, this could still get pretty difficult. No. Thomas's getting pedestrian kills too, but there's no way he wins that. Nice. Well played by KC. Really well played. They looked way better there. The post plants, the retakes, in particular, made a massive difference. But also the way that they were just ensuring that they group up with each other, play tight, play off the utility. Martine was always getting set up by the rest of the squad. My favorite is they never stop thinking of ways to harm our great nation, and neither do we. I mean, truer words never spoken. Truer words never spoken. It was Barla's choice to reduce his workload this year. He didn't get demoted or anything. He just wanted to take a step back. How good are Heretics? I think Heretics looked phenomenal in the games that they played. Their protocols looked really set, and their players were fragging out of control. The way that Boo was shooting in the first game, the way that Mini Boo and Benji were shooting in the second game was fucking crazy. It was crazy. Sean said Doug asked him if he wanted to cast with him this year. Yeah. You said they would be shit? I really didn't think that they would develop their team play this quickly. And I also thought that they would get outskilled by a bunch of teams too. I thought on paper the Karmine Corp rookies look more promising than the Heretics rookies. And yet, holy shit, Heretics fucking owned them. Do you think MIBR can win against G2? Can? Yes. Will? No. That's my answer. That is my answer. Can G2 win against Sentinels? Can? Yes. Will? No. I think Sentinels has looked better than G2, and G2 have looked better than MIBR, and G2 have specifically looked better in the rematch than MIBR did throughout the group. But MIBR are no slouches. MIBR have got something to prove. G2 in some of their matches have looked a little passive and not really on the same page as Leaf, in the sense that a lot of the G2 players seem to try to make the optimal, don't lose the round kind of play, and they're constantly reacting to adapt to their opponents. And I think that they have given up plenty of opportunities to actually win games so far. But they looked a bit better at that when they were playing yesterday against Crew. They looked much more ready for what was happening. And they have a lot of footage on MIBR and Sentinels as well, actually. But I think that, dude, Adeline has made such a big difference to MIBR. I mean, also, getting a team together that all believes in the same philosophy and not just having your star player decide he wants to play the game in a completely different way and then fucking explode the team. Yeah, that's helpful. That's actually really helpful to have everybody buying into the system. But in terms of like individuals that have really impressed me, Adeline, I had fairly minimal expectations for Adeline, and I think he's been excellent. I think he's been very good. Let me run an ad break during the middle of this so that you guys don't get one during the maps. Oh yeah, let's check out the Wolverhampton game. So Wolves are playing against Bilibili again. Oh, Bilibili won map 1. 13-9. Oh shit, wait, Bilibili on the fucking comeback. No, Wolves, no. Not like this. You beat them so easily the first time, not like this.
哎 ，B 点给了一个寻地剑，确定你连小编都回防到了 B 点，那我觉得狼队应该会更坚决的打 A。
是，40秒的时间。
Oh,
A 点是一个放空的状态。
Wolves are on an eco as well to start
但
this
是我
one.
们也要注意到 ，Codeface 也是有终极技能的，就即便
Camilla Rossi, thank you for the prime. Translate for me, please. I do not
王浩哲中路驾驶
have the ability to do that.
有队友过来帮忙。
I can tell you roughly what's happening.
很快把 Spring
I can't tell you what the casters
现在
are
对于
saying.
狼队来说，
I can't tell you that in any
有一
language.
把狂徒可以供他们操作也没有了，全面封锁。
Well, I can tell you that in English, but I couldn't translate it to anything other than
那现在
English.
点内感觉人的位置很尴尬，歪又
And this round's completely over. But I suppose at least they drew out the harbor roll and lockdown.
没有选择省技能啊。
Yeah, so let's have a look at the composition. So we've got a pretty standard comp for BLG, but going with the Harbor Viper idea. And then, is that double Sentinel for Wolves? Yeah, so they got the Cypher and the Killjoy. Now, they were running this before, and I think they won with it as well. I can't remember 100%, but I think they've won with this. One of the advantages of running double Sentinel on this map that's really useful is that you can change your defensive positions a lot. Thank you, Chris Light. Thank you, Chris Light. You don't need to, like, for example, you don't need to play mid because you have utility mid. You don't need to play A because you have utility A, that kind of thing. But on the attack side, I think this is just strictly worse than running the Chamber Killjoy version. It's really, like, you don't have as many people up towards the front.
因为 B 点正面是一个3打2，是人数不够的。或者给到狂烈之诺，把
I think this Wolves composition on the attack, you just, it puts way too much pressure on the Sova, and you don't have enough utility to clear out all of the angles and set up your duelist. I'm not convinced you even need a duelist. Like, if you wanted to play a composition like this, I'd rather throw in, like, a KO and then change the Cypher to a Chamber or something. I think no duelist on Icebox can work really well.
快跑！那现在看一下谁能够提前落位，而且对标记来说有个很糟糕的事情是，Yosemite 把终极技
So
能给
they've
摁了。
pulled people over to B, lurked into A, got the kill, got the site control, and now Wolves are trying to cross in mid. Luba doing a decent job of it. Now, they didn't use the orb to cross there. I don't know what exactly Plix is using the orb for. You would normally expect them to do that. And then Plix uses double snakebite to keep them back in heaven instead of using it for post plant, which I'm fine with. Doubling up to punish the Rafters peak. And they get the trade on YZ. Nice, good round from Wolves.
我想象他们可能在后续打复杂的这个样子。他们有2个比较厉害的单走英雄，就是蝰蛇和林。而对方这种 A 点里面，就是小编他一个人在单独守的时候，2个人去抓他，就算你换掉一个，另外一个人也能够补上枪。
Now, I don't think either of these teams, from the match that we watched last time, I don't think either of the teams were very good. I think they looked like they would have been towards the bottom of the other regions. But within China, both of these teams, I think, are going to be middle of the pack. I think China's going to be a bit weaker than expected.
来看一下这个暂停完回来之后，上半场的最后1分要怎么去
Yeah, I saw that Wolves almost beat EDG as well. I don't think that EDG team is.
所以他们暂停完回来的调整，我觉得更多的是可能要考虑。
I don't personally have a huge amount of hope that they're going to be able to. Well, maybe they'll just turn up at the Masters events actually. But I think the level that they've shown recently has not been world-beating kind of level. But yeah, it's cool that there is. By the look of it, quite a lot of competition within China.
确实也是狼队的 slogan。是的，他们每次在进攻的时候，其实目前看起来确实像群狼一样，爆团的概率会比较大一些。但是在上一分的3-2分彩里面，同样是获得了效果。 就要看在标记暂停完后的这一分，狼队这边在进攻方会做出什么样的改变没有？因为他们
Ryan and TMV are doing a watch party of this game. It's so funny. 2 British guys cheering for a football team. Ryan said if they win, he'll get a football jersey with a Luba's name on it. He's gonna get a Wolverhampton jersey with a Luba on the back. Yeah, why not? So YZ's got the operator. They've got 4 players over towards A to start the round. Probably just reading into the fact that they have like Soverall, which is super good over towards A. Kill, the lockdown, which is also really good towards A. Okay. Not great there. I think the Wolves players didn't really anticipate that there would be so many people on the site, but they're always going to have somebody backing up the Jet. Yeah. For example, most of the teams that are using lockdown have very specific ideas about how they want to then put pressure into the safe corner and hold Raptors control. And YZ was just tucked behind the box and on them. Pretty tragic there from Wolves, but the read from Billy Gully was good, I suppose. Having 4 people on A, recognizing that it was likely to be a push. I think that's trolling from Yuko though, and the swing from Spring was very, very late. To be honest, you don't normally expect YZ to be underneath, hiding behind the box. Most teams are worried about people being up on rafters in that corner. Okay, what is this? I have a fun mini game. Pause the clip when Trace opens the door and try to guess what Berlin does afterwards. All right, let's this is such a good mini game, actually. For games that I haven't watched, like this one, what happens next? Okay, so Berlin is holding the door. He's spamming for a bit. Okay, so presumably here, his smoke has just come off cooldown. He's going to one-way on top of here. Or, if he fucks it up, maybe he just smokes and then throws a paranoia, something like that. That's what I would guess. Let me give this some more juice with the quality. So I would imagine he one-ways the door. He one-ways the door. Oh my god. Incredible idea. Incredible idea. Dude, Berlin is just so determined to make some silly play happen. He didn't even throw the paranoia out, he just TPs. Unfortunately, nobody's pushing off the back of that Prowler, because the thing, it could have been cooking, or he could have just dropped into 3 of them and died immediately. Oh, fuck. What happens in the rest of this? Oh, they just end up leaving.
还在压缩时间 T 也要假一波 B 区打 B 区也可以，但是 B 区的话 ，B 头第一时间是没人控的。
顶出来了 ，iLife 回过。
Berlin hit them all with this fat paranoia. Nobody reacts. The B main players, Life and Aeyang, don't react at all to the paranoia coming through. They don't push B main to see if they can catch the other guys. They don't try to reposition to catch them. They wait until the paranoia goes away, and then Life peaks into 4. I don't think that's optimal. The Karmine Core comp? Alright, what's cracking here? I missed it. I fucking missed it.
You need to shoot it to break it, so you eat the Sky Flash. The only combo like that is Sky and Gecko. So
it's gonna be an interesting match for sure. I can't wait to see what they cooked up.
Oh, so he's desk hosting.
I'm gonna send it over to Ash and Pavlos.
Thank you very much, Zoe. It is indeed turning
It's
out to
Harbor
be quite
Viper.
the interesting
Oh
one.
my god.
Reina, how are you feeling about this one, Ash?
Karmine Core
Okay, I know
and Gentle
Lukas
Mates
is the resident Reina
cooking.
hater. I'm not the resident Reina lover,
French
but I will
cuisine.
say that something over in Pacific has definitely
So are they
changed
just
my
running
mind.
the exact
But
Paper
let's
X
not draw
comp?
ourselves away from what this series is all about. It's all about playing in, getting into playoffs, and you need to be coming out on top today. You've got 2 best-of-3s to play out.
Raze, Reina, Harbor, Viper,
And
Sky?
now, an aggression
Was that the full
pointing
comp?
in for KC.
To be honest, I can't exactly remember. I remember it had Reina and Harbor.
Vitality on defense as we get second map Ascent on the road.
And they're talking about, okay, maybe in some scrimbucks could have a read, but how do you read into a composition like this?
Alright, so they go 1 for 1, but they clear out the entirety of mid. I think that's not bad for the defenders there. Ooh, Narrate took so much damage. Oh my god, those shock darts from Kick were insanely good.
And the same could be said about Vitality as they do cross through the top.
Kick's shocks just did like fucking 200 damage. Magnum's heal is getting mega value though.
Still KC grouping up together. Haven't been able to get the spike down just yet.
They're all Jenny. All of them.
Are stacked up, and there's Runner to double up, and all of a sudden Vitality have a lead. No
Oh,
way, that
another
just
good
happened.
shot from
KC
Runner.
have got fuller health bars, apart from Shin, who is down to 24.
A lot of damage.
Oh, Shin gets wallbanged again down to 3 health.
Too hurt. Down to 3
This
health
is winnable though because the Vitality players are so weak.
He's gone completely aggro. Kicks is so smart to read it. Gets some shot across, and Tamaji though with the upper
Runner couldn't get the trade there. Runner does kill Shin though. They might think Tamaji is still on heaven. It is still winnable.
But they also know the same.
Oh, that's really nicely played there. Really lovely. Instead of flushing him out, just forcing him to swing. That's really nice. Well, those shock darts from Kicks were sublime. And I do think it's useful there for Vitality to go 4v4 retake. Because they just don't have to worry about the backstab at all. They know where all 4 of the other players are.
We are going to see the force out coming in here for Karmine Core. They're opting to bring some of those SMGs into this round.
I think Viper might become actual meta on Ascent soon. I mean, about half the teams are running some kind of Viper comp. People running Viper Omen, people running this Viper Harbor now. Maybe half is too much, but there's a lot of Viper being played. Look at that, taking space with the Cascade, forcing up in this round. This is lovely Harbor utility. Shin clearly knows what he's doing here. Every piece of Harbor util has got them space on the map. Love this. Oh, well played though with the KO flash. Martin still gets 2 though. Safe's KO flash there was lovely for the backside players to use, but somehow Martin still killed them both.
3 versus 4, and the guns from KC are going to make this too difficult. Magnum hiding off of the crossfire. Runner not allowed to push through
This
the
is
smoke,
pretty much over.
You get so much value out from that poison orb as well coming out from Tamaji, and now he's going to go and cut that down.
Wolves win?
But still in this 2v3, knowing
Why are you spamming Wolves win? They're losing.
Into the next round alongside
They're losing.
Spectre. It's the
Delusional Wolves fans. They're losing.
To the post plant here for KC that Vitality
Oh,
don't
it's
feel
an
comfortable breaking through
emote.
and all of
Okay,
those
I
smokes
can't
just
even
to
see
cycle
it.
Continuously back up.
I just love how much KC are keeping Vitality on their toes
I
right
need
now.
to
So like you get pistol,
refresh
you're
it, I
expected to
guess?
get a second, but no, not allowed, not permitted. It's ours.
I mean, why not? And it's that quick scale up that we were talking about at the beginning
Did
of
we get
this
some Wolves
round
win
here.
spam?
Going 1-1 now, KC taking away what would
Is it
be
on the screen
expected
now?
to be that anti-eco here for Vitality.
Nope. Okay, well, fuck it.
Yeah, Martin was disgusting. The adaptation onto Sender. Obscene.
The kills from
I would've
Martin
thought
and then
this
Magnum
Stinger
towards the
can
end there are
still do
wild
that.
with the
There's so much
Stinger.
damage from that distance.
I would.
Yeah,
Personally.
you do. Oh yeah, you're a Stinger enjoyer. I forgot about that.
I'm like Mitch with the Odin, but with the Stinger. Like that's
Yeah.
my shtick. So
Do you run
I
Stingers
had
even
a,
on buy rounds then?
Huh?
Do you run Stingers
I
on buy
will.
rounds?
I will technically throw and keep it until I lose it.
That's a very good emote. It's a very good emote. Oh, the punish on safe there. Kind of immaculate, actually.
Oh, come on.
Stomped on.
I think on rifle rounds, you'll probably see...
And a hot start here for KC is what really drives...
I think on rifle rounds, you'll probably see Safe and Destrian fight over A main a little heavier than that. But they didn't have the one-way, they don't have rifles, they couldn't really, you know, hold KC back.
Into this, Vitality will find those weapons.
What tools do KC have to take A main control?
Otherwise, they're just
I mean, they could try to cascade at a weird angle, but I think mostly they're just going to be running in there with Leas, right? Like flash Lea combo, maybe?
The consensus, at least on the desk and, you know, in Valorant as a whole, is that Ascent is one of those maps that has had one of the driest metas, really, and no many changes when it comes to agents.
I mean, you can also use the Viper Orb to cross.
That was nuts, Runner.
You can use Thomas's Viper Orb to cross into Cubby and then double peek the guys that are trying to hold the one-way.
In this new patch,
I think Vitality will find it a bit difficult to hold on to A main control, and then this KC comp is designed to just kind of bully you on site. It's also really good for doing mid to B though. Shin's utility on that mid to B hit was lovely. Cascade over towards Catwalk. High Tide. High Tide for like, you know, the mid to B smoke. And then putting a Cove out. I mean, he uses the Cove again here. They're using the Coves the same way Forsaken does, to use it as like a flood into the site mechanic.
Ends tutelage there, but the comfort that he's able to have when he's just able to honestly go and frag out at the 3-2.
So yeah, they're using early Cascade at the beginning of the round. No Lea used this time. Vitality do the same thing they did on the pistol. They're not thinking about Thomasy. Oh, he's giving it away. Okay, so this adaptation, I suppose it's not really an adaptation because Vitality have been doing it right from the beginning, but on these A splits, Vitality are just taking Safe and Destrian and clearing out Catwalk, and then the Killjoy comes up mid to Cat as well, and then you have 3 players over towards Tree ready for the retake, and the other 2 are going over towards Heaven. Karmine Corp need to adjust to that. So either you want to be doing full A pops and maybe late reflanking down Catwalk, or you need to be ready on that timing for Safe and Destrian. Either are fine.
Whether it's the quick pivots. Meanwhile, for Vitality,
was it you who said Karmine Corp would be the paper Rex of EMEA?
It can be a lot easier to read.
I'm not sure I said those specific words.
And you could say the opposite for KC, right?
Oh, they're using Cascade there, kind of backwards from Shin. Shin uses it from A main to cut off these 2 players on Cat. So now Vitality are having to drone mid, worried about the A split.
Just illustrating where the harbor smoke will come through.
And now KC can pop into A again.
And it's greeted by a lot of Vitality players. All but Sender
Dog cancelled.
close proximity, so there could be some spraying coming through. Martin with the showstopper is looking to take space up himself. If he doubled up, that would be
100% sure about that, but the rest of Karmine Corp do seem to be following it up quite nicely. That's a lovely flash. Cascade as well to give them tree control. Thomasy's got to watch out. And he does kill Sender. Alright. Really nice adaptation in this round from KC. You know, they had a question posed to them. How do you deal with Safe and Destrian just clearing Cat in the early round? And their decision was, well, we'll make it look like it's an A split again. And in fact, we'll make it even more difficult for Safe and Destrian to figure out that it's mid. And then we'll use the Raze ultimate to push that position afterwards. So Safe and Destrian are still wondering what the hell's going on towards short. At the same time as Martin ults on top of them. I was a little concerned because Martin looked like he pushed it on his own with the ultimate, but the rest of them backfilled the position pretty fast. Nice adaptation from Karmine Corp. By the way, why the fuck is Sender playing with a scarf on? He really does look... I saw LJ Breeze in the chat earlier talking about this, but it does just look like he's doing the Ludwig shock collar.
Big question to have, but Runner's smart to peek out of the top.
Okay.
No one shall pass through mid.
Okay.
Runner shall hide.
Now, Safe doesn't need to do that, but I think Shin should be fucked here. That paranoia is lovely.
How much can you do? Sender pushing through mid doesn't give Shin a chance. At least Magnum has crept past. So it has given an inkling of hope.
Walking behind,
He doesn't have the spike though.
What the fuck is a Ludwig shot collar? Okay, so if you missed it, for the Ludwig Tarek Invitational, when Ludwig's team was playing against Tarek's team in the show match, Ludwig wore a scarf with a shock collar, like for a dog, underneath it. They give you like a slight vibration, electric vibration. It's designed to, like, I don't know, train dogs. I'm not even sure whether it's particularly ethical. I really don't know enough about it. But anyway, he put one on himself, and he gave the buzzer to Timmy. And Timmy was basically telling him when to go forwards and when to go backwards, just to improve his game sense.
Clear out every single inch, just be ready for those pre-fires. That was too close for comfort.
And it looks like Sender's doing the same thing.
Too close for comfort.
It looks like Sender's got a fucking shock collar on, and his coaches are just telling him when to, I don't know, 1 buzz for A, 2 buzzes for B.
Wasn't expended there either.
Oh, the Nanoswarm cancelled the dog. They're still gonna go through. Again, using the Cove very nicely from Shin. That flash is good too. Boombot damage, Kicks is getting pushed from both sides. Love this. Even when they get stalled out by the paranoia, even when they get stalled out by the Nanoswarm, Karmine Corp is still able to get into the site.
I mean, it does the damage. The runner's down to 3 health on that.
I think I would have liked to see the rest of Karmine Corp set up the swing off Narrate's position there. But it's fine. He goes 1 for 1, and the rest of Karmine Corp have got a good, you know, series of crossfire setups on the site. Doesn't look losable.
Choose to do is a 2v4. Surely you back off.
KC looks so good in this game. Their calls on Sunset and the way that they approached the retake were awesome. And here again, they've got so much aggression and confidence, but also they know where every piece of utility is going. This is not just them, like, you know, copying a strat or copying a comp and not understanding how it works. Especially, okay, Thomasy should not have died there, but the Harbor utility in particular, and then how they're following up on the Sky util too, so good.
We do see the replays coming in, how well
this is Paper X Ascent comp. But what I mean is they're not just copying and looking like a cheap imitation. They actually look like they've understood how to apply pressure to their opponents with this.
All 3 of these ultimates to be expended, a recipe for retake.
Very much so. And as Vitality do.
Look how difficult it is for Vitality to get anything done. Like, they have a cascade in their face right at the beginning of the round. That cascade can turn into a B hit.
Western flank taken. First blood.
Destrian, don't know what he was particularly trying to cook over towards A, but I think he thought it was a full B hit.
Okay, hold on, just bloodbaths.
This is way too split up, but
I don't like Narrate forcing this fight.
And they're still winning out on trades. Not quite there for Narrate.
They do eventually manage to get one onto Runner though. Spike's going into A. They can leave via market.
Empty. You've got the Spike actually heading over towards A. Free site for the taking here.
And Vitality have got no idea still that A
but
site is the meat and potatoes
again, Karmine Corp's strat in this round is it is really nice. The cascade for B main control can turn into a B exec cascade so easily. You just stop it at a different point. So, like, you throw it from tiles. If you stop it here, you just take B main. If you stop it here, then it's really good for just taking front side control. Or you can stop it over towards CT as well for, like, a big full site exec. This time they just tried to cut off the player stairs so that they could lurk in a little bit. And it caused a distraction. It actually, not even a distraction. I think it just caused Vitality to think that it was a full B exec, and Destrian just started running out A main and died instantly.
But with the unawareness of the situation. But Narrate wants to go in for more.
Yeah, the coves to get out through the choke point so you can't get spammed. Really nice. Again, Forsaken uses them in the exact same way. I'm not saying that Karmine Corp are inventing new shit here, but they're copying it in a way that actually makes sense.
Okay, timeout now to be called here from Team Vitality. We saw initially, I know we missed it here, but okay, no, here we go into the replay. That was
I'm casting with Gary Lineker today.
Coming out from Destrian to
he said he would give me a packet of
over
walkers.
towards A main. I guess enough noise was made over.
Where was this from? Karmine versus Heretics?
His own one way there, but
yeah, but also the Heretics players were frying.
Some sort of flank to come through.
I mean, but yeah, you're right. KC's macro looked dreadful. Their game plan looked awful.
In the end.
Yeah, I think we have to bring back the narrative though that Vitality have been good.
They're a young team. They're still figuring stuff out.
In this tournament thus far against Gentlemates, another French organization, but this time a full French team. They've been able to do it on overtimes, on reverse sweeps. But now this timeout has to get them right back in the right mindset. 3-5 is the score.
You're in NA, you're getting lays, mate.
Too far away
Walker's in my heart. Actually, I'm not even that big on Walkers. I think Walkers baked cheese and onion are pretty good.
Nevertheless, while KC is looking to close out this series as soon as possible to play the least amount of games today. So
who you got winning Madrid?
I mean, it's got to be frustrating, right? And you're looking at the fact that those ultimates I'm talked about. Sure, the Blade Storm was popped, but
being real, being very fucking real with you all now.
KC.
I think it's Fnatic Loud again. I think we're going to begin the year with an ultra banger Fnatic Loud final.
I feel like just the creativity here within this team composition on the side of it leaves a lot of room.
I'm sorry to be boring, but I believe that's what's happening. Look at it, the flash, cascade combo, putting pressure, threatening that Karmine could just be walking in over towards B. This applies so much pressure to the B side of the map, it opens up opportunities for the rest of the team to lurk through mid, and then Narrate realizes that there's nobody here really contesting, so he just walks in on B.
It's a perfect agent for the situation. Call it inefficiency.
Don't like this, but Magnum gets away with it. I like Magnum's positioning, but I don't like him over pushing there.
The mid control here. Martin not able to find anything though.
These zoom-ins that are accidentally just in the complete wrong position are fucking
drop down.
Funny.
It's going to be difficult for Vitality, but they do have 3 rifles, 3 players alive, and it's the
same. So they added the telestrator to the live cast last year,
yeah, it's difficult. You don't really have any
and
to allow an
I said to them I didn't want to use it if it didn't work perfectly, because I think it can make everything look worse if you fuck it up. So I've been trying not to use it very much. It's a great tool, but oh my god, Shin.
Keeping their hopes alive and the lead even greater.
A Red Bull clutch coming in there.
Cam likes lambs. Thank you for the prime.
Comfortable knowing they go into the next half minimum even. And again, Vitality.
That was an anti-eco though, chat. Don't fucking trip over yourself to gobble him. That was almost tossed from Karmine. They should have easily had that. Magnum overpushed. Martin beefed a little bit, and Shin had to bail him out.
No, I know. I mean, the shots were so clean coming out from Shin, but a bit of lack of communication, that lack of spacing in those trades.
And it's those moments that you hope to have your protocols.
So they're doing the same kind of mid-control take again. Cascade goes over, another deep cascade down mid. This means that they can save the high tide for actually hitting B.
So the full loader is what we've got our eyes on.
Could have been an opportunity for them to turn it all back in their favor, though.
Yeah, early on, but so far, quiet for
the
KC.
recon, just to take a look over towards mid. And Karmine have taken a lot of map control here. This definitely looks like it's going towards A.
Yeah, first out of the gates, he's very
Look at how much distraction this has pulled. 3 or 4 people over, and he's still getting kills. I mean, they just... Okay, they do eventually stop Narrate. Martin, very unaware that Safe could be on that kind of angle. Almost got punished for it. I'm not huge on the post-plant positions here from the KC. They've got 2 players in mid, 1 player backside. I think this could get to a bit of a scramble. If they kill Shin quickly, this is going to put a lot of pressure on Magnum and Martin with the door closed. I think Karmine are doing a bit of overcooking here. The thing is, it's just so weird that they're both market. It's not particularly readable, and Shin's got to kill it. anyway.
But Safe is keeping the hopes
There's
alive.
no time.
It's a one-on-one, but there's not much time left. He waits
Yeah, no
for the
time.
peak. He grabs the kill, but it's still going to be the attackers with the round win.
Something that I will say though here for Vitality is they are making these rounds close. They're
KC
making them
winning
tight.
planes is the
Carmine
best
Corp,
timeline,
no
right? As it will
opportunity to
guarantee
really
Na'Vi
build
Fnatic on
too
opposite
much
sides of the
economical
bracket.
advantage over their opponent at the very least.
Because KC...
But they are looking, they're making this composition
Dude,
look
I can't remember.
good. A lot
Whose
of it
fucking
coming
group
down
were Karmine
to
Corp in?
that individual prowess. Again,
Karmine Corp were in a group with
Vitality, 2
Heretics.
rounds left.
No, it
Four
would...
ultimates
No,
and
no,
you
no. If
watching
KC...
not get used this entire half thus far.
Yeah. So if if Karmine Corp win, Team Heretics has to play against Na'Vi or Fnatic, which means that Na'Vi Fnatic are on opposite sides. Yeah.
Sometimes you have to get proactive.
Yeah. So in an ideal world, I think Karmine Corp win this, but
even though when they try to get proactive, it's always Nara.
yeah, I thought Vitality had a better chance, but I mean, look at what they're doing here.
Nara is right in front of him, but at least this time Runner gets one before he tries.
Okay, Reckoning on towards site. Nobody home on the side of Vitality. Now the opportunity. They're 4v4. They can play these ults. You have
It's a good shock dart, actually, from Kicks. He knows that everybody's going to be inside that cove. So the shock did good damage. Magnum's going to be able to get a heal, but Narrate dies because of the shock. He dies in one shot. Same with Thomasy. That's a major round from Kicks.
They've been waiting for a round like this to find themselves on the defense.
The chip damage he did with that single shock dart in the cove ended up being enormous.
2 players above and 2 players in front of him.
What a peak as well. What a fucking round. Kicks just 1v5'd them.
And well, Vitality finally square up
God
another.
damn.
Kicks doing it again
God
as well.
damn.
This player that, sure, it's not a clutch when you look down to the numbers, but he is clutch when it comes down to finding the value with these picks. To take
Holy
2
shit.
down there with the ultimate and just shift these rounds. He's the one that we're looking towards in these moments, despite Runner, again, putting
How
up
likely is
the
an
numbers
NRG loud
be
game
able
to go to
bring
Madrid?
Vitality back into these games.
I don't know. What is it, 33% or something? I don't fucking know. Don't make me do maths.
There's some respect on the other side of the spectrum, but that has drawn KC to a really difficult spot. Not much going on.
Party vote. Thank you for the 4
Again,
months.
with how close these rounds have been. So eyes towards
Magnum's dog cancelled.
this time around. You've got the judge,
At the very
you've got
start of
that
the round
showstopper
over here.
opportunity.
Tells you that
That
Safe
gap
is playing
essential.
towards mid instead of towards A. They're in. They just want to play full B retake. Don't overstep yourself here, Martin. Oh, great read that they were playing like that, though. They're forcing the fight into market instead of just going for the plant and the post plant. Why? Why not just play an aggro post plant with a player tucked market or something? What the fuck? You're pushing market?
And it's all down to Shin with a judge, not an optimal weapon.
Okay. I mean, they could have played a post plant there where somebody was tucked next to the market door and then they played somebody like lane and somebody stairs to swing off them. Good lord. Okay, I think that's still an amazing attack off by Karmine Corp. I think they got a little silly in a couple of the rounds, but generally speaking, very good attack side from KC. Vitality did not control the tempo of that game at any point. They were always having to react to what Karmine Corp were doing. Karmine Corp's level of aggression was super unpredictable. Like, I did not see this push coming in this round.
They're not any normal smokes that you can just pop flash through comfortably with Safe on
Wolves
that KO.
lost.
It's the fact that you've got that toxic screen, you've got those poison orbs, the decay that
It's hard to defend with the KC comp, though.
If it's Shin you're walking in,
Is, but with how good they looked on the attack side, I think they probably are going to have some ideas of like certainly how they want to run the retakes. Their retakes on Sunset looked really good. I'd be surprised if they haven't put some serious work into that.
It's Vitality now on the attack. KC taking on the defense.
And I mean, the Viper wall over towards A is pretty annoying to get through.
Vitality to take the first step now towards this A site.
The Harbor stuff is very good for retake on A.
Move them in as a unit.
I mean,
And KC are already getting pretty active. Kicks getting 2?
It's incredible.
With the classic? As a lurking Sova. And now it's on Sender. Sender taking contact against Martin and Thomasy. Good blind. Really nice blind from Destro.
Off of that, Runners thinking of helping out here, but the Painters have kept him out for a little
Tomsi
longer.
just trying to jump around and set up Martin for the trade.
Knowing Magnum is, as he's touched the spike already, does move a little bit further forwards, but he's got.
Oh, if Magnum can surprise Destrian here.
Has got a lot to prove, but he's running right after Destrian because he knows at least where he is.
Ah, Destrian did too much damage, I think. It's unlosable for Runner with the Frenzy. He hits a headshot anyway. 21 health. The Frenzy is almost guaranteed to win that.
Get themselves the second pistol of the map.
Incredible coordination coming out from Vitality over towards Tree as well. You've got the Nano Swarm that delays coming out from Sender.
I think
Paranoia to just push back Karmine Corps, who were looking to swarm the individual stuck over towards mid.
Yeah, I think Karmine Corps will be able to play this defense, but at the same time, like, they're gonna have to be quite active picking mid-round timings to push areas out, and I think a lot of that's just gonna come down to whether Narrate finds good timings, because like as a Reyna, if you just decide occasionally to walk through a smoke and you've got a good read that nobody's gonna be holding it, you can farm. And you can be such a terror on the defense side. But a lot of it is just your individual understanding of when you can get away with it and whether the attacking team is being really diligent in expecting that. So Safe kills one at the start. Do they anticipate 2 people in hell? They eventually get everybody dealt with, but 1v2, Sender's going to be able to pick up a rifle. Doesn't really seem likely for Magnum to win this. Door closed in his face as well.
It's good timing for the wrap back towards A main here for Magnum. Weapon he can pick up here towards the choke as well. One guiding light to work with, yeah?
Okay. Maybe it's doable then, because nobody's looking in his direction. Scratch that, Sender is as accurate as you can.
It's actually not even that expensive for Vitality, because they had 2 players that only bought pistols and they've saved 2 rifles. So the only thing they've lost is 1 Bulldog.
Karmine Corps made them work for it there.
So actually they're still going to have a good bonus here.
But again, this is what you want to see coming out from Vitality.
They should still have 4 rifles in this next bonus round.
Okay, what do we have to work with?
Are you holding your mic?
The buy.
It's a desk mic, but I like holding it sometimes too.
Looking to force into their bonus round as much
yeah,
as
this
they
isn't.
can opt for the
I mean, they didn't have to force here. They've decided to buy with Safe, but they didn't need to. They would have still had 4 rifles online anyway. I think this is fine though, because Runner is almost guaranteed to have his ult online, right? So next round, even if they lose, Runner uses ult, and Runner drops Safe. So they should be fine here.
KC again in mid. It's exactly what they did in the pistol as well. It's like stacking them up here in case of a crunch.
And that's why the FPX buy just works so well. Safe grabs one. They go 1 for 1 and they lose the Reyna. As weird as this sounds, Narrate is kind of...
He's also already used all of
Narrate's like most of your threat in the mid-round, I think, on defense.
He doesn't have anything.
With the Reyna dead, I
think
think you're feeling a lot more comfortable for Vitality walking around the map. Shin and Martin have cleared out B main. Oh, Vitality have heard this. Great mid-round call from Safe here to re-clear through B main.
KC take the gamble that
I mean, it could have been from Sender as well. Obviously, it just looked like Safe. Did it? Oh, Sender ends up dying. Shin is just holding a crack angle and gets the kill. I love the decision to re-clear through B main there, because they heard Martin and Shin and knew that they were giving up that space. Martin going for the flood back in, taking damage, and taking a ping from the recon. Shin's done the best he possibly can, and it's still unknown who's going to win this. Tomashi is so deep, though. Wow, the Harbor Wall is so fucking good to get back into the site. Shin, though, amazing round from Shin. Amazing round. Really good re-clear towards B main, but then they made a lot of noise to tell the attackers that they were doing that. But then the flood, like, the Harbor Wall is so nice there, and Shin managing to pick up Sender from CT is also huge, like right before that.
For Karmine Corp, a big conversation topic is Eng, right? He always has been. Eng, the new coach of Karmine Corp, the previously world champion under
Shin is
the
looking
organization of
good
Gambit
with it,
Esports,
man. Good with it.
You know, You want to bring success.
This is a really
to
unique comp from Karmine Corp. It's funny you say that because it's not. It's just kind of copied from Paper Rex. But I understand what you mean. Do you think it's better than the new Viper Omen comp we're seeing on this map? I think that Viper Omen comp with the Solo Initiator is poo. But I need to go back and look at the VODs of it, because I think I'm missing something. But to me it looks quite shite.
Being able to bring that raw firepower and then slot them into
what's up, Deluxe? Did you have a good stream?
For them too, and just figure out where they individually shine.
Do you think Kix is one of the top initiators in EMEA?
Yeah,
I think he looks like it so far, yeah.
I don't think anybody can take that title.
He's flexible, he's not just playing flash initiators, he looks comfortable on Sky and Sova. He has got good fragging, he's got great utility and intelligence, he's comboed up well with Runner. Yeah, looks good.
Showstopper to work with here from our team, but I'm sure they've also got their eyes on the ultimate economy of Vitality. One away.
The Chinese Valorant mind is deep.
Defense plan
Is that what you've
lined
been up to?
out here for KC. 2 players spotted onto the A site from the KO's Dagger.
I think Karmine Corp should be very happy to play retake A here. So I like this decision to clear mid.
KC do put a lot of pressure into mid themselves.
At the same time, though, Vitality are coming back to mid at this exact same timing.
No trade available for KC to pick up. Vitality get a kill scot free.
And they're gambling this rotation already towards this A site. They can hear.
They know that Sender was on the. All right, so you just got to give them sight
How
here.
much utility can be thrown before it's popped off? And the answer is a lot. Snakebite and Paint Shell, so it's delaying this push quite a lot, allowing the rotations to come through. But it also gives Sender time to group up with the team. Hunter's Fury.
That's a bonkers peak by Thomasy.
But he can be brought back to life.
Spike.
It buys a lot of time here. And the
Wow, how did the ultimate? What? What? How did the ultimate not kill anybody?
The player that
What?
had the best of performances at previous map redeems himself on Ascent with a triple by the end.
He's woken up, warmed up into the second half of the last match.
What happened
looking
there?
to carry that performance here over towards
Show me the
Ascent.
replay. I'm so
Well said
confused.
there, Pablos, as we head into the next round. This is off the back of a Karmine Corp timeout as that.
Oh,
So now
Runner
we're looking towards
died
the
from
fact that there are
Narrate
going to
right
be
as the rocket
some
was
economy
thrown.
difficulties
Okay,
here
okay.
for the blue wall. And that's
I was
also
so
what
confused.
used and
Okay, so one of the
man,
biggest problems there for the retake is that Shin died to the Sova. So in order to retake on A, you need the Harbor utility, I think. The High Tide to be able to shut off main. And then also they didn't have Magnum.
So far, right? Very back and forth.
But
the biggest streak
yeah, I
of rounds that
think
we've ever seen
they also
was
went for it
KC
too
on the attack
fast.
towards the end
I mean, I'm not sure about that though, because I think the round might have already been chalked. They lose Magnum at the beginning, then they lose Shin to this overall. The round is probably just over at that point. But I think your best chance of making that succeed is to try to follow the Raze ult into the site really tightly.
The team composition on the side of
And it
Karmine
felt
Corp.
a
You're looking at the
bit
fact
dodgy,
that
the timing,
you've got
like Thomasy
Magnum,
is
sure, he's been
jiggling
using a lot of
heaven,
his
getting
util,
pushed
though,
away
into the
as
early
the
round
Raze ult
because
comes
he is
in.
usually playing that
Like
kind
I
of
would have
solo
rather,
anchor on some
I would
of
have
those
wanted to
sites
see
when you
Thomasy
see the money
swing
stack
as the
with
Raze
other
ult
four
is coming in, I
players.
think.
And then once
To
that's
try to
done
capitalize
and
on his
dusted,
distraction.
what do you have to work with? Not much.
Yeah,
It's not like you're
don't
running a
know.
Sentinel on that side that gets to lock down one of those sites.
Don't
those
know.
choke points there often. You see the KJ setting up.
Monkey
towards
Milo,
mid,
thank you for the
example,
gifted
like
sub to
Shelter.
Karmine Corp.
So instead, they opt to
They deserve
play
it,
their
they deserve
lives.
it.
opt to
Welcome
play
in,
that
Karmine Corp.
positioning. You will see them just standing there as three, staring down towards mid, and then they just have to guarantee that they are winning out on those engagements. But if they lose them, where do you go from there?
Very true. I think this gives us time to
Do you
reflect
think
on the journeys
Leviathan
of these two
downgraded
teams,
going
right? Karmine
minus
Corp last
shy
year,
plus
not the
text?
best of performances from the old
I think
roster, but now
conversations
it's a
like
new
that
start, a new
are
beginning.
ignoring
And they did start things off
what a
strong in
big
their first match
transition it
against
is going
Giants, right?
from
2-1, Giants X, excuse me.
a Spanish-speaking roster
0-2
to an English-speaking
against
roster.
Heretics right after. But what was the
I
most
don't
impressive,
know
I
if
think, for
Shy
all of
would
them
have
is
been
being
able
to shut down
to
Foot
handle
at the final mark
an
at the
English-speaking
elimination
roster.
game, because let's be fair, Foot has built out expectations. One of the biggest teams that Turkey has ever been able to provide, and with an upgrade
don't have that
package of the
info.
likes of Yedeje and CNED, Karmine Corp being able to deal with them that quickly. Well, I wouldn't say quite quickly, but in a fashion that, you know, no
Minus
one could
Noswell
deny
plus
their
Com
success and
is
their
an
deserving
unusual
position to play up against
move.
Vitality today.
But I think Com's played really well.
There's no doubt about it. While on Vitality, on the other hand, they've had a different road, right? They had to play against the world champs, Fnatic.
I think it was an unusual move, mostly because I didn't think it would have the largest in-game impact, but actually Comic's been playing really well.
Given that they've been able to compete so closely with the giants,
it just caused
Fanatics? That's a new name for that team.
A potential implosion within the team. It looks like Leviathan have managed to avoid that, but when you lose, some frustrations are surely going to come back. And the fact that they didn't make it out of groups against Loud and Sentinels, it's a tough group, but that's the kind of thing that can cause the frustration to grow. And if Aspas was already frustrated with the team for getting rid of Nozwa, then you don't want to allow those bad feelings to fester.
Just kind of picked apart in that kind of regard. So while I get your point, I will have
Reddit
to
saying
agree or disagree
Ass
on that one. I
Sentinels.
think that when you look at the matches, in reality, Karmine Corp has made a lot of their
well, first of all, I don't think you should even bother looking at map 1.
Between these two teams as well,
because they were so far out of the game that individual stuff at that point doesn't even really matter. So really, when you're analysing the match from Leviathan's perspective, what are you doing? Only looking at bind?
Looking to take the big stage for the very first time here in VCT EMEA. Just flip it. They look tense on stage in that map where they're losing really hard. Okay.
I think in general over the course of kickoff, Tex hasn't been playing super well. I did hope for a little more from him. But then Tex also didn't play particularly well when he was a Sentinel main in the past. Oh, actually, no, he did have some period of time where he was popping on Sentinel.
And he's doing really well. Like, there's a reason why Safe has handed off the leash to,
but he definitely looked like a rejuvenated, not just rejuvenated, he played the best he's ever played whilst he was with the
throwing this to the desk to see what they've got to say about this game so far.
Thank you so
Morty
much.
Ray, thank you for the tier 1.
Our desk. There's a potential bug in
Who's
the game.
The player on Karmine Corp?
League officials are still investigating, but that gives us some time here, Lothar and Steel, to discuss what we've seen so far.
A potential
Heading into
bug
this Agent
in-game.
Select, you guys are very excited.
Maybe
KC
that's like
a
Killjoy Molly position or something.
And round 5 was a really great example of how they execute on this. Lothar, you have a telestration.
Yeah, I wanted to show round 5 because it exactly shows how the team wants to utilize their composition and the utility that they have.
I don't know. I didn't catch anything.
Round 5 when it's in full A execute.
Should we go and investigate?
Before we actually show the execute, just pay attention to how on mid you're gonna have this Viper wall just actually condition the enemies. Almost every round is being preset up before the barrier drops, so it's something that covers the bottom mid and the potential short push from the tree area. So that's something very important as well. But we're gonna play the round and pay attention how the harbor wall just kinda mimics the typical smokes that you're gonna have on the A side, but it leaves a lot of space on the heaven, which actually is a big problem for the execute. But fortunately, the team exactly knows how to play with this kind of with those kind of smokes, because they play very aggressive. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. I'm not sure why it's slowing down, but right now, right here, when we're going to the side, this is something that I want to talk about. Right here, this harbor cove is being used to safely enter the side, and that's something that we see also on the B side, because typically with this harbor wall that you're gonna be using on heaven over here, you can get spammed through. So this showcases to me that KC exactly knows which task every player has, and to make sure that this execute is worthwhile to do, and also everyone understands what is their role. And after they do this initial push on site, they're gonna be, let me speed this up a little bit, they're gonna just push over their own smokes to establish dominance, because they know with this potential vision denial that they do, players will most likely play retake. So they establish the dominance before planting.
Yeah, I think one of the things to point out about Ascent in specific is that every team is just like, you need to run one of these mobility agents. Usually it's Jet, sometimes it's Raze.
I mean, I was pointing out that the Cove is being used really nicely. I think one of the additional layers there to that round that I was mentioning was that they knew that Safe and Destrian were specifically playing in tree there for Martin to ult onto, because in the prior rounds they'd been picking that timing to try and clear out Catwalk, and they'd been catching people in the prior too. So they conditioned them with that cascade at the beginning beginning of the round to kind of draw people towards Cat, and then they ulted onto them after taking site, which was lovely.
It allows you to bypass the main issue of getting out of the choke point on this map. And so I think it's a really good job that they use this.
All right, let's... Should we go and have a look? Did you see the Puckett shout out on Twitter last night? No, I didn't.
It's a conditioning tool in the sense that they
I don't use Twitter.
And then they could choose to use it that round.
What's he up to?
In the future.
I love Puckett. I haven't seen him in ages.
But it allows you, and we'll see it like further on in the game on their attack side, is that they use it for a lot of these like misdirection plays as well.
Okay, I'm gonna go back in the YouTube VOD, and I'm gonna try and find what the hell this tech pause is about, because I'm intrigued. Karmine Corp Vitality, YouTube. Let's have a look at the final round that was played. Normally this shit is to do with like bugged spots for Killjoy mollies or something.
5 people with 5, 10 different...
Let's see, let's see.
Defense plan lined out here for
play for both safe and kicks.
Defense plan lined out here for KC.
Let's see if we can do some detective work while they're in a tech pause.
2 players spotted onto the A site from the KO's dagger. And Vitality
Oh, you think it's to do with Safe's ultimate, the KO ult? Because they had abilities back.
From mid, but there's smoke on one end, so it does prohibit.
Alright, let's. Oh, fuck it, my laptop just cannot handle running 2 streams.
Towards this A site, they can hear the stomps and aiming.
Right, so Safe pops his ult.
How much utility can be thrown before it's popped off? And the answer is a lot. Snakebite and Paint Shell, so it's delaying this push quite a lot, allowing the rotations to come through.
They are suppressed.
Also time to group up with the team. Hunter's Fury, what can it deny? Tamaji on safe, but he can be brought back to life.
That's a spike.
It buys a lot of time. What can it deny? Tamaji on safe, but he can be brought back to life.
That's a spike.
It buys a lot of time here. And
oh yeah,
Marty not quite able to find the pick.
Yeah, they're Raze ulting in.
He would have liked instead.
But yeah, the ult was over at that point, wasn't it?
On safe, but he can be brought back to life.
That's a spike.
It buys a lot of time here, and the showstopper from Marty not quite able to find the pick he would have liked. Instead, he's the one that gets shut down, and Destrian, the player.
How, dude? Now I can't remember how KO ult usually works. While you're downed, is the ult active the entire time, the suppression? Does it last the entire time that you're downed? Because intuitively I think it does, but does it ever run out before you get brought back? Like, is that even possible?
They're missing a sentinel. They're
you
missing,
die when it runs out? No, I don't think those 2 things are necessarily the same, right? Because you die
they have to be like really
15 seconds after you get knocked.
We could punish them really easily. We could find all these lurk timings because they don't have a sentinel. We know that they're going to have
it doesn't last the whole time you're knocked.
Telegraphed fights or retakes, and they can expose that. So all they're doing is, let's stay in the game as much as we can. Let's get as many rounds as possible. 5 rounds, okay, we can work.
Okay.
Probably expecting to get 8 rounds, maybe even 9, just like...
Yeah, the pulses and the death timer are different, right?
We might still have a really long game ahead of us. Like, I don't think anything
is that a bug? Dude, I don't know the actual fucking durations of all of this stuff.
That's gone now. Now what else do you have left in store?
And they have actually very
if you die before the timer ends, you're down, but the suppression ends.
Right? But the other one is the lack of recurring.
If you downed 1 second before the end, then you're down for 10 seconds, but the suppression is over.
There's no way of getting initial information with the dot, and then on 40 seconds in, you're gonna have another piece of information. That is gone. You have to take the map.
I can't, dude. I don't know enough about the actual literal timings of stuff to even know whether or not that's a bug.
Big gaps. As you said, this is gonna be a very tough match for KC.
It looked like a somewhat normal interaction to me.
Kind of devastating here for Vitality,
but maybe that Raze ult was able to come through earlier than it should have been. I'm not sure.
Playing 2 back-to-back matches, which they're both expected to win. So what are the comms like in that booth right now?
Yeah, I mean, this tech pause to be able to give you a chance to just breathe and just be like, you know, trying to get rid of all the bad.
We'll let the nerds handle it.
Or whatever's going on. You're just being able to just be like, you know what, like they tried to
and
surprise.
Honestly, maybe it's about something completely different too.
I think when you go into this and you.
What I'm hearing is someone pulled a cable on accident.
Yeah, well,
oops.
Spill some Red Bull. You know? But when it comes to comms, I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but during the first map,
it's supposed to be 12 seconds of suppression. All right, let's have a look then. I mean, yeah, I could have just Googled the numbers, couldn't I?
That it was like spilling over the entire team. He was keeping up the 0-15 Destrian at that point, and he was saying like when he got a double kill, now it's a chance. Now it's gonna be a 12-12. That is very important to keep the mid
themselves. 2 on shore. Before it's popped off.
You can hear the stomps naming.
Okay. So at 107 he begins it.
Can be thrown before it's popped off, and the
1,
answer
2,
is a lot. Snakebite and paint shell, so it's delaying this push
3,
quite a lot, allowing the rotations to come through, but it also gives
4,
Sender time to group up with the team. Hunter's Fury, what can it deny? Tamaji on safe, but he can be brought back to life.
Yeah, so he gets knocked.
Up with the team. Hunter's
like exactly at the end of the 12 seconds.
Fury, what can it deny?
And so then he's just on the ground.
Tamaji on safe, but he can be brought back to life.
That's the final pulse. The ult is then able to come through.
And the showstopper from Marty not quite able to find the pick he would have liked. Instead, he's the one that gets
Safe then has 600 health.
Had the best of performances at previous map, redeems himself.
Ah, that might be the bug that they weren't able to res Safe.
That has had the best of performance.
Look, because end of round. Look, Sender is trying to res Safe here, and they can't res him. That must be what it is. And also, I mean, look at the economy. That is actually going to make a big difference. Because if Safe was able to survive and keep his gun and they kept like another Guardian in the round or something, that's pretty important.
It's a judge.
On the push here. He's got a judge with him, but the TP is enough to lure him in a different direction to be finished off freely.
All right, we're back.
Just the bait there. Destrian's still able to get out. Magnum will clean up, so gets that judge right back. Seeker is up here for Magnum as well.
Safe should be dead after the final pulse.
Back.
Oh, so you're saying it's a bug that he even survived, and it's deliberate that he's dead.
Not really putting too much pressure into mid, instead Polar.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that depends on how Compops interprets that.
Magnum keeping close, so doesn't look
I suppose my default would have been just to assume that you should be able to res him if he goes into the animation, but yeah, I suppose if it's unintended that you even get knocked there and you're supposed to die, then yeah. I don't know.
When it comes to the weapons.
30 seconds left. Destrian is low at the very least, still reckoning here as Safe goes for the plant. Planted.
Still.
That kind of distinction is really down to the game developers of what was intended, I think.
I'm going to beat you back. Try and build up those orbs. Try and build up some sort of a way you can come back on the second half on this defense. But Vitality right now, don't lose those weapons. You've got 2 rifles, really strong ones. Try and do it for free. But so far, so good for Destrian. He's low on health, but he's able to do it all by himself. Shin, that's a superhero landing if I've ever seen one. But it's still a 1 versus 2 and a long way to go. The time is ticking, and because of that, he has to drop back. Nothing to do, has to hide, save that rifle for himself. Every single one of
Shin gets out of it with the rifle, and they've got some ults for the next round. Alright, so now we're getting into serious territory towards the end of this game.
Vitality, that still got dicey. I mean, that was Nico around there for Carmine Core. They still make it tight. Vitality looking good. Destrian with a great entry towards that side team and find the trade there. The shot. Gross.
Nasty, right? And I was surprised that Destrian was able to survive for so long.
I know, it was heroics there towards Hell, but that's also, I guess, the way you're able to combine some things when you're looking towards the Viper's utility, the opportunity to try and find more value with those eco weapons, but now heading into the next round here. Blade Storm abounds here for Runner.
Instantly used. Cascade keeping center.
Boombot activating on the turret. Definitely an intended interaction.
Is also being taken over, and with the blades of Runner, you can't be too comfortable face checking that, but Narate's had a good game.
Whoa, up over the top, and Safe manages to get the punish on Thomasy. Nice idea from Vitality to try to work a pick there. Where is that going? Is that over towards Heaven?
There's 3 players on the stack here for Tree, so KC can start raining bullets upon them. No pick for them. That's super crucial, but they retain control, and they go even further. Martin aggresses.
Martin thought that they had not gone through yet. I mean, this is so bizarre. What? Narrate kills a second. Narrate got the kill onto Kicks. This is so frantic from KC because they don't realize whether or not Catwalk is clear. They're just trying to take fights in timings, and Narrate is winning them all.
3 for his name, 2 more left, and he could get an ace.
I don't think this is like clean retake protocols from Karmine Corp by any means, but they are getting value out of the Reyna in terms of the Reyna wants to fight at just unexpected timings. Oh, lovely from Shin. Lovely from Shin. Much more difficult for Destrian to swing through that harbor wall. He's slow in the trade. Shin can readjust his aim.
In that round, it started off looking so good for
Yeah, but take a look at this in the replay. Like, Narrate is just kind of fighting through here. Could be fighting into multiple people. What is that kill onto Kicks?
Seeing that elbow and then
Narrate, the pride of France. Yeah.
Did you hear that Harper line? Your journey ends here.
Yeah. There's some really cool story, voice lines out there. I don't know,
yeah, I mean, that's the definition of the Reyna just kind of picking a timing and managing to navigate it. It's pretty unexpected to refight Tree that quickly, because generally you're worried about being punished. This was fast from Runner. He's taken a lot of damage, actually, like 70 damage almost through mid, just trying to get through the snake bite. Hilmi, thank you for the 35 months. I appreciate you, Hilmi.
Got the weakest weapon of the lot, Spectre. So he's on delaying duties and drops back, realizes better to be found.
Little pop flash for the rest of the team. Karmine Corp grouping up, getting ready for the A retake. So much A retake happening here. Safe has a knife. Knife in the post plant here would go crazy. It would delay them for so long. Oh, that knife is so nice. I don't think you commit to this. Oh my god, they're going for it anyway. They just got one and backed. Lovely decision by KC. And they're catching the reflank in the other direction. Sender still gets 2 though. So it's in a 3v3 situation. And now that Karmine Corp have abilities again, they can use the high tide. Narrate is miles away, man. Miles away. No way, you're going around the fucking world? Okay, so that also means that... But they're now not going to be able to actually take advantage of the harbor wall. Narrate is going to be so unexpected, though. So unexpected. But time? Safe versus Narrate. Safe's got the clock that he could potentially try to play here.
Again, you've got to get the spike diffuser as well, so you're going to have to hurry up on this.
Oh, Narrate. The decision to go from playing on Heaven to go through mid, through Gelato for the wraparound 3v3 retake and just knife out run the whole way to get the timing is, in hindsight, it worked so well.
I love the way that, again, I believe it was Lothar talked about it.
I was worried that wasn't going to work, but man, he just ended up taking duels against players and winning them. The first kill is obviously unexpected, but then he takes a straight up 1v1 against a guy in hell, and then another, you know, fairly even 1v1 against Safe, but Safe is kind of stuck in the corner, so it's harder for Safe. But goddamn. Yeah, the Reyna finding value again.
Composition allows that Vitality aren't ready for it, not prepared for it. And the timeout comes through from KC. Begs the question here, they want to be able to close out this game.
Yeah, Vitality's plant was late there. I mean, I think they should have been trying to plant as the spike went down. Sorry. I think they should have been trying to plant as the knife went down from Safe. But the knife triggered out the Cove flash play from Shin and Magnum. because they were trying to use their abilities before they got taken away, and somebody died, and then Vitality were worried that they were about to get flooded. So they didn't really have the freedom to be able to go for that plan at that period. Are we getting another tech pause here somehow? Surely not. No, we're in game. We're in game.
For Karma and Core, again, every round's been tight. Sure, Vitality, we've seen more of their success here into the second half. Karma and Core now trailing behind just by 1 round here into the second half, and the advantage due to how well they perform.
Why are you guys flaming Safe for the way that you played that? If he just stays in the corner, Narrate's just gonna swing him and kill him. You have to jiggle when you're stuck in a corner like that.
Magnum picking the close end, still with a Spectre, no need to upgrade. It's done its work.
Narrate here to back him up for the first time ever, though. Normally, Magnum
Narrate in the corner. He gets one. Going for the second there instead of dismissing away is entirely too bold for my tastes. But okay, Karma Core got a 4v4 retake. I think that's a really good ult timing there from Safe, just blocking. He's going for the res. Just improving his health. Oh, that's bizarre. Nice from Vitality. Really good ult from Safe to stop all of the retake utility from coming through. It was a little bit dangerous because he knocked himself to get rezzed just as the retake was coming on.
Karma and Core, we've seen I believe both timeouts were used in this map already here, and each time Vitality were the ones to actually find success off the back of it, because again, it does give that opportunity to chat about things to your opponents too. Now if you're looking towards...
This was a little bit dangerous because of how quickly Karma Core were coming through, but why did they use the lockdown?
But a lot expended there for Vitality into the...
I'm not sure why Sender used the lockdown. I think that's... maybe a bit of an overheat. Or not overheat, but like a panic ult. But Vitality are going to get up to 11 here, assuming they win this round. And looking like they're in a good position to take this to a third.
On the Vandal is the player you kind of need to look out for, but because he was set up on the A side, his influence may come in on the last.
All switcheroo. Thank you for the 18 months.
I mean, they're not given a chance really. Dink by Dink, runner. Just playing whack-a-mole.
Surely Narrate can't do anything here.
Trying to heal up here.
Oh,
a little bit done.
He got a bunch of damage onto Save.
So shields replenished there on the side of Narrate. Again, Shin though no weapon.
Narrate probably wants to keep the rifle, but man, it would be cool if he went for it.
It's their own map pick, right? So it's something that they would like to head their way, but you know, considering losing this, they'd be already 0-1 in the day. And he sort of hoped that there'd be some sort of a tiebreak going on for them to stand a chance.
So Narrate gets the worst of all worlds, where he loses the rifle but also doesn't do any eco damage and doesn't have a chance to win the round.
We enter another buy round.
You would have also liked to see Narrate actually carry that Vandal over into this next round. I guess the fact that he can purchase the light shields, even into the Guardian if he wants. It will end up being the Vandal at the end of the day, but because he's on that Reyna pick, it's acceptable. You get the opportunity to kind of refresh with your utility.
There's a protest going on outside, and the music is starting to come through my microphone.
Again, neck and neck here on Ascent. Vitality's map.
These motherfuckers were protesting outside the hotel like a few days ago as well. I have no idea what they're protesting, but it's the most discordant protest I've ever heard.
Not only the alarm bot, but the turret was placed in B, that was broken, and the alarm bot falls as well. So Vitality don't have much information.
They're protesting me? I don't think they're protesting me.
Pushing so quickly, it might not even matter. Moving into short in case you have got
the last time we were here, people were protesting the like hotel that we were at too, for the like labor rights, which is unfathomably based. But I have no idea what this protest is about, and it's the. It's incredibly annoying.
He's the one to recover it, at the very least.
It's because it's so discordant. There's no chanting, there's no... I can't tell what words they're saying. All I'm hearing is horns and then people going... It's like fucking hell.
No way this Odin is doing so much work, not quite shutting down Tamaji, but he's
anyway, let me focus on the game.
It's a 1v2 now here. And Tamaji has to make the race over towards that B site. No better pairing.
I think Vitality have just won it there with the Odin play, haven't they?
This shouldn't be the situation for them. Kicks
like the entire game.
Does have a Viper's Pit to play with here. However, look at the way they're playing contact with each other, looking for those trades. Jungle covered.
And this B site is so difficult to find isolated fights. Vitality know the protocol here, know the square two. And Tamaji doesn't check.
Let me take a look at that in the replay. I was so distracted. There was like an insane Odin 3K in that round that my eyes saw, but my brain didn't process.
And Karmine Corp, that was a round that we needed to see the win out from them. And again, like you said,
so KC get themselves up to a really nice advantage. Yeah, that is fucking crazy from Kicks.
Dashes away with
That's ridiculous from Kicks.
Over towards that B site. And all the attention still drawn. He can't even believe it. He's just like, all right.
He can, but I want to hear if the crowd here in Berlin can believe it. Anybody think that Vitality can draw out the comeback? Well, there are some believers. I believe this is a Karmine Corp house, though. And if Karmine Corp are able to close it out, they've got 2 rounds to go.
Narrate hasn't really been going for the like fights in mid or the walk through the smoke and cat or anything like that. Like he hasn't been going for the hardcore gambles like this.
His best life right now, watching on the sidelines.
And I think it might be time to try something like that. Because the default defensive setups are not exactly working as intended. Vitality have got good ways of being able to deal with them, or they're coming out with like hero clutch moments.
Much further. There's a judge waiting on the other side, right?
Yeah, you can't be too comfortable. It's close quarters with these weapons.
Flash into market. The door isn't broken though, and the Seekers are really useful at this point in the round. 50 seconds in the round. Narrate dies going for a swing, trying to punish Runner who was breaking the door. We didn't get to see that. That might have been a ridiculous flick from Runner. Drone to push Tamaji out of the pit. Shin gets one, and Tamaji is still inside this pit. Oh, dude, Kicks is just spamming it with the Odin. Here comes Magnum around the other side. They know that Kicks is in there somewhere, and Magnum finds it. This is good for KC. Flashing CT, they know that there's nobody there.
Magnum used up his guiding lights. Unlike the previous iteration of Sky, it can't be brought back for them. So there's no waiting game. They're gonna have to
lovely. Absolutely lovely from Karmine Corp.
The first shot, Runner, the rookie.
Playing the anti-clutch so well. So well. Lovely stuff. Love the way that Martin is throwing himself forwards with the spacing for the rest of the team to trade. And the fact that Tamaji stayed alive in the Viper for so long.
One
really
round here to
huge.
take us to overtime. Martin cycling into the showstopper off that pick as well.
It wasn't that much of an incredible flick. More of looking a little whiffy from Narrate, but it doesn't matter. You get into the next round through some good team play and, you know, Shin and Tamaji doing their job on B.
There's too much potential to even lose out a duel like that.
All right, then. So Martin and Shin now have ults, which are very good for retake, but also fairly good to try to, like, flood defend. They don't need to wait for the plan to go down.
Aggression into mid, at least for the first seconds.
Now, this is not the round, in my opinion, for Narrate to go for an aggro, like, smoke push play. The previous one, I think it made sense because their backs are up against the wall. He was one of the only players with a full rifle, that kind of thing. But now that you've got ultimates that you can work with in this round, I think you don't need to take the risk in the same way.
Trailblazer towards that ace site. That's a lot of information from Magnum, which allows an extra rotate coming through from Martin to help out in mid.
Smoking, the rate's on a heavy off angle here. Safe has always got a flash for this, though. He's got this knife that lands over towards Jenny, the bounce flash off the wall. Narrate's ready for it. And Safe still wins the duel. That should pull people A, but it's not going to because Magnum's already chosen a mid-round timing to push out Gelato. So they know it's not A, they know it's a fake, they know it's mid to B. If Magnum just has some patience here... Oh, fucking Jesus Christ.
But he does recover. He does get the kill against Runner.
Oh my god, he's out. He's out. Unfortunately, now they know that there's the gap. Lovely mid-round call from Vitality to send this mid to A. This is gonna get bizarre. Both of these players from Karmine Corp still have big ults to retake. They're both right here. Dude, you harbor ult, raise ult, flood here, and I don't see how... Dude, KC almost got pushed. The timing there from Destrian and Safe could have been immaculate. Oh my god, Safe still gets another 2. They're making it possibly winnable, but now here comes Magnum again. Lovely stuff, Karmine Corp. Lovely stuff. Magnum's timing to push out Gelato is a real risk, but very, it gave them just enormous information in the round. Enormous information gained by Magnum, and a player advantage, or at least equalizing the player disadvantage. And then the ults looked like an absolute checkmate scenario until Destrian and Safe had already decided to go for that proactive push that I missed. I mean, that really could have been Destrian and Safe fucking up that plan by being so proactive. They almost made the map-winning play there. I don't think they would have got the plant off. If Safe had taken the plant to A and tried to plant and then ult immediately, I think Karmine Corp would have just sent it. Harbor ult, raise ult, I don't think Safe's surviving that.
And they're looking to be amongst the favorites to get themselves into playoffs of kickoff. Vitality lose it.
Okay.
Vitality win it. It's Lotus.
Side swapped again.
To decide the fate of these two teams.
Going for that cascade, but not a deep cascade. So not applying the same level of B pressure as they were doing previously. The Flash also not pushing Runner off Cat. So Destrian and Runner doubling up right now. Clearing out mid with a recon dart. They know that there's nobody pathing down Cat. Oh, the late reflank from Magnum is lovely. This is a different way of dealing with this that I said was one of the options they had available to them, right? So now Magnum is on this late re-clear of tree. They use a cascade for him, and they fight it with the Leer, making sure that they don't have time to clear out Magnum. Lovely, so now they control tree as well. Great idea from KC. This is going to make the retake more difficult, and they fucking pop flash Magnum around to put additional pressure on them as they go for the retake. Gorgeous proactivity from KC. Really lovely.
To do it to himself, but it's a 1
really lovely. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff from Karmine Corp. If you're going to run this composition, you have to be using all of the tools at your disposal, and I think that is a beautifully cooked up round.
I mean, the timing is perfect again.
Even if Magnum had just gone for the backstab on his own, I think that would have been a cool idea. But then to also combine it with the Cascade and the Leer in order to take tree control, and then the Flash to fight grass afterwards too. Cinema.
Operator coming out here for Narrate on the defense. Glass Cannon on the Ranger.
Yeah, and the fans of KC need no encouragement to boost up.
Narrate is picked up an op for the defense. They get out, and now they're forced to retake with no ultimates and an operator.
Stunning repositioning there coming out from Martin. Now the retake game.
Outside of KC hitting some really good shots, how are they going to make this work? The shock darts are so good from kicks into the cove. They do crazy damage. Yeah, they're just getting minced. They're just getting minced. If you're going to play A retakes a lot of the time, I don't think you can afford to pick up the AWP.
Back on KC's door, and we're swapping sides here once again. Overtime.
Another septuple overtime. Yeah, the KC foot game was amazing for that. It really was. They're just winning on one side over and over and over again, and then the classic thing where one team's able to win on attack and then the other team wins on the attack as well. Yeah, they just tried to go for the flood retake there, but I don't think that fits with having the op, and I also think that Vitality is so ready for it. As soon as that cove comes down, people are chucking every piece of utility into it. Like, Kicks just did, I don't know, 300 damage or something with the shock dart.
with a crosshair placement into Margie. The runners there has a
all right, there we go. Cove coming out again. Oh, that is brutal that Runner got caught by that flash. You could see the idea that he was going for. KC's aggression, though, is just tearing apart these setups. Kicks shouldn't really have been able to get 2 there, but that does make it winnable. Paranoia is quite good too. I think surely Narrate would be better with his rifle out now that he's not paranoid.
Trying to find Spray through the wall. It's a desperate effort, and Narrate takes full advantage of that movement from Destrian. Moving in, Safe is all
They know exactly where Safe is.
Again, in that 1-on-3.
Lovely round by KC. You could see that Vitality had a setup for what they wanted to do against it, but mostly it was going to come down to Runner. And he got flashed.
Karmine Corp changing the pace there into that round.
And as soon as Runner got flashed, the round was over.
I feel like Karmine Corp on the defense we've seen.
What happens if all 3 teams in play and have a 1-to-1 record? What determines who goes through? They're going to tell people in chat to spam the team that they want to go through to playoffs. And whichever team is more popular, whichever team gets spammed more, they go through to playoffs.
Like, there were 2 people still posted up towards mid, posted up towards A, despite all the noise that was being made towards B, just worried about, okay.
That's the tiebreaker. Tiebreaker is clout and popularity.
Where is he?
Good for Karmine Corp, true. What if I spam 100 Thieves? You get banned for supporting a team that isn't going to win anything this year.
I don't blame the timeout either, but it's a moment where both teams can speak.
Nepotism is back, baby.
You're 1 round away. It means nothing.
Koi clears. You reckon?
Last comeback they had was from an.
I feel like Karmine Corp. If it was a pure clout off, wouldn't Karmine Corp beat Koi? Maybe I'm underrating Ibai's impact.
Looks on the side of Karmine Corp as well, but they do have a little bit more smiles on their faces with some of those celebrations.
For sure, but usage
Who has the highest retake percentage on split? Sen? I mean, it could well be. I haven't looked at the numbers.
In a flow state.
But Sentinels play retake fairly often on split and are very good at it.
Up to snuff. It's not 14-12, guys. It's 14-13. Just FYI. Game's close. Not over just yet.
Can both coaches speak to their team during timeouts? Yes. And the coaches can also speak to their team once it enters overtime. The coaches can speak to their team during timeouts. The coaches can also speak right before the first pistol begins. And they can also speak like right before the second pistol begins and also right before overtime. Just during the setup period.
To actually stack over on A though, 4 players. Just a wall here on the B side.
Ibai literally has 300,000 watching. Kamido has 50k. Wow. The French truly have no clout. Yeah, I think I underrate how big Ibai is. He's fucking enormous.
Slowly inching their way into mid.
They're just starving Karmine Corp of information right now.
Yeah, this kind of contact play is a great thing to throw in a round like this.
Even a fake smoke.
Going for the full, like, contact mid to B fake. Meanwhile, it's actually going to be an A split. But there are still there's still 4 players ready to hold the A split. Whoa, why is Shin on such an off angle? That's like an angle that Narrate should be holding. Love that flash though, love that flash. Love that flash. So similar to the KO flash that just dominates in that position.
No other remorse. There's nothing else.
Good shock though. Good shock lineup. Thomasy with the trade. I thought Safe might have been able to get 2 there. Destrian is fucking lost. Destrian is actually lost at the end. What a game from Karmine Corp. What a fucking game from Karmine Corp. That was fantastic. That was a fantastic match from KC. Their retake protocols on Sunset looked fantastic. Their post plants when they went onto attack side, also much better than Vitality's. They had a clear game plan coming in with their Ascent composition. They didn't just copy it and not know how to play it. Shin looked phenomenal on the Harbor. They had great ideas for what they wanted to do. They were super aggressive and proactive in post plant situations on Ascent. It looked fucking great. This is my Karmine Corp.
So Karmine Corp, the job is not done. You can't over-celebrate just yet. There's still a job to do.
I think Vitality played like they played some situations really badly. Like for example, I think those post plants on Sunset were dreadful from them at the beginning of the game, where they were just playing off-site the entire time. I think terrible. But generally speaking, aside from that part of their game, Vitality were just trying to hold on, right? They were just trying to play like a fairly default game. They had some good ideas of how they could try to break what Karmine Corp were going for on Ascent. But it's very difficult to play against a composition like that that's so well executed. Looks good. Really, really strong from KC. Really strong. Yeah, Vitality though look very competent. Like, I think it's still possible that this could be. I mean, it's still possible that this could be a 1-1-1 draw, actually, and Vitality still have a chance to make it through. It depends what Koi does, I suppose, but I'm not feeling good about it. I think Karmine Corp should be now in a great position to be the team that makes it through.
Secondary school. Were you a Zero Berry or did you have a fountain pen?
What was my pen of choice at secondary school? I didn't have a fountain pen. What? A fountain pen? I would have got pushed in a locker if I turned up with a fountain pen.
It's Jimmy Lin.
Miles, thanks for the 100 bits.
Walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able.
Kamito's reaction. All right, let's have a look. Let's see what Kamito is up to.
Non, regarde, il a pu enchaîner, frère, il était à 1 millimètre. En plus... Non.
Just let me. Please.
Regarde, il a pu enchaîner, frère, il était à 1 millimètre. En plus, là, il peut faire les deux. Oui, Magnum! Oui, Magnum! Oui, Magnum!
Attention,
ça arrive, ça arrive, ça arrive, ça arrive. Thomas, il est dans la smoke. Safe, il cross. Il sait que Magnum est là. Magnum, dommage. Thomas,
The internet connection. Holy fuck.
C'est parfait, c'est calculé. C'est calculé! C'est calculé! C'est calculé! Oui, 15.
Dude, my internet is just so fucking bad. I can't even run 2 streams. It's so bad. It's so fucked. I mean, I feel good for him though. I feel good for him. KC are in a great spot to make it through to playoffs here. The P in Karmine Corp is not silent. Yeah. It just sounds so strange in an English accent to say corp. But yeah, corporation. I mean, normally in English you would just say Karmine Co or something, but yeah. Fair enough. Karmine Corp. What a world where teams like KC and MIBR could be at Masters. Yeah, but the thing is, I feel like this KC team actually looked pretty decent on paper anyway. The KC team looked like a dark horse. MIBR didn't. MIBR are way more surprising to me. Like, to be honest, Heretics are way more surprising to me than KC being good. KC being good and being able to beat Vitality, that's incredible. I thought Karmine Corp would be able to, make play-ins but probably lose to Vitality. But yeah, this is amazing from KC. But the Heretics and MIBR storylines, I think, are less predictable. If Vitality lose just one map against Koi, they're out, right? Yeah, so Vitality need... First of all, they need to beat Koi and then Koi to beat KC. And then they need, I think, yeah, the map differential. Well, someone was saying earlier that the map differential doesn't happen. Yo, what is going on over here? What is going on? Where have you all come from? Where have you all come from, Karmine Corp fans? All right, chat. What color is it? Is that a Kameto raid? I was just watching the clip of him reacting to it at the end. Is he not co-streaming the rest of the games? Is he not co-streaming Kameko versus Koi? What color is it, chat? It's fucking blue. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I was just saying yesterday, or like last time Kameko played, show this performance to a League of Legends fan. Tell them not to give up hope. Even in your darkest hours, Kameko can be redeemed. They can be redeemed. He's taking a break. Gotcha, gotcha. That's another raid from somebody else as well. Who the dickens is that? Dude, I can't keep up with what's going on here. I can't see it. Dude, my setup is so awful. My setup is so dreadful. All right. For the KC fans, though, that weren't there before, let me explain. No, really, let me explain myself. Nah, your team looks sick today. Your team looked sick. Their retakes on Sunset were fantastic. Why Vitality were cowering in B main, I have no idea. But your team dunked on them. Shin's play today, if I had to put an MVP, underrated MVP, it would be Shin. Because his Omen smokes for the retake on Sunset were so well placed. And his Harbor utility was perfection on Ascent. Like, he played Harbor just as well as Forsaken was playing Harbor. Like, he was fragging, but also just placing his utility in the correct spot every single time. Obviously, the rest of KC were also really good. But, like, you know, Nere, Martin all had big moments. The coordination on the retakes for them on Sunset was excellent, but like I was really impressed with just the general game plan and how tight they were with executing it. Actual Eng differential. Eng differential.
I'm grumpy, you know? I'm grumpy.
And Narrate is one of my favorite French people of all
When I see
time.
that in the match, I get mad even more. But with Karma and Corp, I have to say it, right now, they're super enjoyable to watch.
No,
Nice,
no. Narrate is about to be inducted into the French Hall of
play
Fame.
them fundamentally well, understand what they want to achieve. The double peaks that you mentioned, like I was.
Narrate isn't
like,
French?
literally
Really?
smiling when I saw the triple
Sacre
kick in the
bleu!
lane with Martin just dashing out on one.
I thought he
Satchel, but
was.
then good spacing between them. All of that is really nice to watch and exciting for me, and not the boring, perfect Valorant, you know, that you typically see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of positives.
That's fantastic. Dude, it's so fun to watch a team pick up an unusual composition and do well with it. The meta game at the moment is so open. It's so open.
Yeah,
What round
so
have they got
I
to break
saw
down
a
here? Which
few
one is
really
this?
Cool things here. So as we pointed out earlier with this
Let's have a
wall
look.
that we see happening.
Oh, this yeah, the flash cascade so good for putting pressure onto Vitality, and then this cascade can turn into the deep B exec cascade as well.
Allowed them to take middle
Let's listen to
control, it
Steel.
allowed them to do cat splits, and it also denied a little bit of information. So here at the start of the round, we're seeing this push towards B, and they've shown a few different things happening here. They've shown the skies there with the bird, with the dog. They've shown Harbor there with the cascade and his squiggly wall thing. And then with
Squiggly
all this pressure
wall
that's
thing.
happening, they're also making their way up with the Viper wall extended on middle here. We see that the wall's up. It's denying the information from anyone that's playing down by mid. Those players are probably rotating into market to help B. So we're watching these players walking up catwalk basically.
Yeah, this
for
was a
B.
lovely
Yes,
game
they're
plan
against an
by
eco.
KC. They did this a
No, it
couple of
doesn't really
times
matter that it's
where
an eco,
they put
because
a
what
lot
it's
of pressure
doing
with the Harbor
is
utility over
they're
towards
getting all
B,
the way into B
and
side
that
here. So to
distracts
slow
for them
this
to be able to
down,
pick up
we're able
kills.
to
They
see
killed Destrian,
inside
who
B
just
side
ran
here,
out A main in
they've
one of these
shown
rounds
that
as
they're
well
all
by
way
doing
up
the same
close.
strategy.
The Chaos suppress the sky. The Reyna and the Sky are taking a lot of space and making it say like, hey, we're over here. This is forcing a reaction from Vitality. And one of these reactions that's going to happen actually is going to happen over at middle by Catwalk. And then what actually happens is the
Yeah, it does
slow
give
down.
them
They're like, wait,
tons
we
of
have all
space by
at
doing
B
this
for
kind of
free.
thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe we actually go back to B with the spike. So
I
that's what they
really
do, but
don't
they're
like
also
the
holding
rest of this
position
round
in middle
though,
this
because
entire
Magnum
time.
overheated
So
like
it was a very
crazy,
open-ended strat where
and
it's- they're
Martin
going towards
beefed.
B as a
So
distraction, then they actually
like
make
this
their way over back
this play
into,
from Martin,
they're holding the mid
Magnum
space,
flashing
waiting
into
for a
market.
reaction. No reaction
Please don't
comes.
throw
B
Carmen Core.
players have free sight.
But
They go back
the
into
opening of
B,
the round was really good.
and then they hold the mid
And
space. But it was
generally,
open-ended in the
KC
sense that
weren't weren't tossing too much. Like, most of the time when they were post-plant fighting, they were doing it together, it was coordinated, it looked really good. There were some of the, like, kind of moments, but they got rid of the melanin. The melanin was not happening, generally speaking. Koi, we coming for you?
No, it's more like this.
Chat, how did Koi make it to play-ins? I didn't see them play against Liquid. How are these guys in play-ins? Because I watched Koi play against BBL, and I would have put good money on the fact that Koi were not a team that was going to make play-ins. How badly did Team Liquid play?
Fluently transition.
Team Liquid choked the split defense. I mean, because I'm casting Americas, it's so difficult for me to watch every game in every region, and that was just one of them that I missed. But I also missed it the first time they played against each other as well. So I didn't see Kiko drop like fucking 72 kills on their head this time when they first played. But what, the first time they played it was Icebox Bind, Kiko goes plus 21 and just annihilates them. And then the next time they played, it's a 2-1. They play Sunset Icebox Split. And what's happened here? Okay, just a close loss. What are they playing? They're playing such a heavy attack side comp, and they only put together 4 attack side rounds? That's bizarre. This composition should farm on attack side. There's so many good ways of being able to prep the Breach and Fade utility to stop aggression. Like the Paranoia, the Stun, the Prowlers, the Haunt, Flash combos. It should be mowing people down on attack side. It's really strange to see that both sides of this were defense, but okay. Then on Icebox, they're running the old Fnatic composition against a Yoru on Icebox. That would have been an interesting one to look at. And then they... Oh, that's weird. Did they force here? Is this some situation where Team Liquid likes to buy the Outlaw or something and their economy got a bit weird? Anyway, they won 5 rounds in a row on defense, but then... What are we looking at here? Oh, so this is the Breach Fade kind of comp. This is what like Na'Vi were running, right? So, usually on defense, I mean, it's a pretty powerful comp on the attack side, though. I mean, just looking at the VLR page, it doesn't look like anything too insane happened, but I mean, obviously, you can't tell much just from the stats. Can you explain the play-in stage for us Karmine Corp fans? I don't understand if we qualify or not. Okay, let me explain. You have started out incredibly. A 2-0 win over Vitality is like almost guaranteed that you're making it through. Almost. Because you've beaten one of the favorites. The only way that you don't make it through is that you lose to Koi and Koi also beat Vitality, or you lose to Koi and then a weird 3-team tie occurs. But because you 2-0'd, you should be doing really well.
We put, but we had to reset somehow, and we're just gonna do our best today.
Thing is, you as a player, what do you think about Destrian's Sunset map? What is it? Karmine Corp _Ares, just trying to stir the fucking pot. Hey, this guy that got 0 kills, what's your opinion on that? Oh, I think he actually played a really fucking good game, chat. I think he actually played a really fucking great game. He's getting removed from the team anyway. You don't need to rub the salt in the wound at the end of the game.
But I'm enjoying that, obviously. I want to be there and, you know,
come on.
Every game and just go sleep
come
and,
on.
You know, be sad. So I was playing for this every day, practicing, so I love it.
Yeah, you have a really good chance this time around, at least to make it to playoffs. You just need 2 wins, 2 and you go there. So what do you think will be kind of your advantages, your win conditions?
God, I hope Karmine Corp win the play-ins, though. I do like Vitality as well, don't get me wrong, but I think Karmine Corp winning the play-ins will be the best case scenario because it sets up like Fnatic versus Karmine Corp, Na'Vi versus Heretics, or Fnatic versus Heretics, Na'Vi versus Karmine Corp. I think it's just like I think it's a prettier bracket.
You were gonna bring it yesterday.
I think you've got KC. You've actually got a really difficult run though to Madrid. In order to make Madrid, not only do you have to win against Koi, which you should be fine, but you also need to win against one of Fnatic or Na'Vi. What was that, sorry? Tarek, Finesse, and Son were saying there's a high chance C9 just fully remake their roster. Thoughts on that?
Is that a concern at all? Or do you also feel like there are problems with your defense?
Why do they think that?
That's overall problems for the
I mean, they could remake the roster, but if you remake the roster, you only have like a month before you start playing again in stage 1, and you're probably just going to lose all of the games because it's a brand new roster. There's no way that that's...
For now, we're just focusing on our defense. We don't have much time, but every day...
I don't think that makes any sense. If you're C9, maybe you make like one adjustment to the roster. To be honest with you, I don't know what that would be. But generally, I think teams that are going to retool heavily are just going to be at such a disadvantage against everybody else. C9 Finesse Som incoming. Now, if they did that, though, they are such experienced players that they could actually hit the ground running.
I want to hear it all from you guys.
That's a bit of an exception because Finesse and Som are such extraordinary players who are not playing at the moment. But I would assume they wouldn't want to play. So Finesse and Som both didn't want to be part of a team that wasn't a super team at the beginning of this year. And what, now they're going to join Cloud9? That would be a twist in the narrative. That would be a twist.
Individuals to be able to make good decisions, and they need to be act on those decisions, but they don't have the luxury.
38% win rate on defense for Vitality is extremely low.
On defense, you might be
I didn't realize they were so lopsided.
Teammates might be dealing with something, and you need to make your executive decision. How am I going to react to this? What am I going to do? And then am I going to ask for help on the way? And
question: if I understood correctly, even if Vitality wins against Koi, if we lose next game but win map 1, we still win over the other 2 teams, right? I'm not 100% on that because I think map differential matters, but some people in my chat were saying map differential isn't counted, it's only round differential. So I'm not 100% about that. Not 100%.
A few examples with Josh here, then we can talk about that. My first thing that I would like to bring to the audience is a concept of a gambit, opening gambit. That is when the barrier drops down and potentially
it should be map differential and round differential, but I'm not 100% about it.
To gain map control.
It's map 100%. Kamito check the rules. Okay. I trust Kamito. Then yes, Karmine Corp should be in a fantastic position. Oh, so they're actually showcasing Team Liquid Koi here.
Go a little bit back. There's the opening looks like this. You're gonna have a recon from the Fade being used in the backside of Elbow. Then you're gonna see the stun from the Breach opening the space.
I mean, Lothar's breaking down right now why the util is so attack-sided. I mean, let's see. Maybe the defenders won this round. I didn't see it, but like, look at the utility here. It's so nice.
With his life or get traded later on. In this case, this is a very nicely done opening from
Kama then just needs to wait.
But the second one, and
then they decided to turn it into a fake.
Something very similar happening right now from
I don't know.
B main.
I don't know what the hell's going on in that round.
And the idea is to
No Man's Wharf, thank you for the 17 months. That looked like they could have just sent that into an A exec. Karmine Corp's almost certainly in Madrid. No. Karmine Corp's almost certainly in the playoffs for Madrid. But in order to get to Madrid, they would have to beat Na'Vi or Fnatic. Now, I love Karmine Corp as much as anybody. Blue Wall, am I right? Allez le Bleu. But also, the Blue Wall might just get sledgehammered by Fnatic or Na'Vi because both of those teams are looking real good. It's going to be an extremely tough game against either of those teams.
Sound bait from Team Liquid here, where
it's going to be tough.
To hold the position,
but frankly, Karmine Corp getting to this position where they're favorites to be in the playoffs with Heretics is extremely good for KC's beginning to the season. And if they're able to make it to Madrid by having some kind of big result against Fnatic or Na'Vi, that would just be like world-shattering in EMEA. Actual paradigm-shattering.
that be you take map control in a different area first and then go into an ending, but you need to have
EG is going to make it top 3 NA, mark my words. EG looked like they were kind of cooking, and I do think that their team play was fairly good as well. But it depends who they play against. I think it depends very heavily who EG play against. I think there is a chance, though, for EG to make it. Run 30 adverts if you want. We'll watch everything. KC fans are wild. I'm not going to run crazy adverts for you guys. I'll just run my normal amount of adverts. Mr. Vic, thank you for the 2 months. Wait, Zombo actually did redeem run an ad, but an ad was already running, so I can't even do it.
Last night, but things are going to get even harder. Fighting for a spot in playoffs. Here's Movie Star Koi.
Movie Star Koi? There's no way. Dude, all of these corporations who are having to make mergers in esports just to stay alive are just coming up with the worst names ever. Movistar Koi, fucking Giant X, London OG United. Just change the branding. When you combine together, just pick a direction with the branding. These conglomerate names, you sound like a fucking bank. Johnson & Johnson, Wells Fargo, Movistar Koi. I mean, fucking hell. The Movistar Mad Lions Koi Rogue. It's like, Barbar's looking clean, not with his jersey, looking professional even though he's wearing sneakers and jeans.
And there it is, the teams are in their huddle getting ready for this match.
That looked like they were calling over one of the players from Koi.
They're probably going on talking about like, hey, like we still got another chance at this. Let's shake this off. Let's, you know, we have another.
Vitality are now put in a really awkward position. I think Karmine Corp had an advantage anyway in these play-ins that they play the first and the third game. I think being able to play the third game and watching this match. Like, Karmine Corp at the moment are vibing in the back. They're feeling so good about beating Vitality. They're fucking pumping the music. And now they get to sit there, watch this game, think of how to beat them, and then come out when they're, you know, prepped. I think it is an advantage to play the first and third game. The first and third game in Americas is Sentinels. I think it's actually really possible that the team that plays the first and third games wins in all 3 regions. But I don't think that's why they won. I think that's a bit of a coincidence. But I think it's actually super possible that that happens.
Interesting because we saw Vitality play this actually in their.
How do you manage to always announce Sentinels games? Yeah, I've got it in my contract. I've got it in my contract that I have to always cast the Sentinels games for maximum amounts of clout and also any opportunities to
can work really well in their favor
to farm tens.
Is that Runner might be able to pick up the op, and we know how.
I think it just randomly worked like that this year.
So that's going to be an interesting thing to look forward to in the second map.
Why do you think they are actually struggling so much against the operator?
I think that they just don't.
In Pacific, Zeta had no incentive to even play the third match. Yeah, this is why I hate round robin as a format, though. Because, you know, Koi might have also no incentive to play this match. The third match, sorry. If Koi lose here, right, then Vitality need Koi to beat Karmine Corp. But Koi are already... Oh no, Koi would have incentive to play still.
They would see the offer, but instead of just using breach flashes or satchel...
I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to watch the games. I actually brain disengage, powering down. I'm just going to watch. I'm simply going to watch. I think Movistar Koi's... Movistar Koi, fuck me. I think Koi's comp here is really good. I like it. I think it has tons of different ways that you can play it. There are good avenues for stuns, paranoias, haunts, prowlers, all across the map. I think it's a mostly attack-sided composition. I think as long as you get 4 on the defense here for Koi, you're doing okay. And I think generally, This is my favorite approach to the map, actually, the Breach Fade.
With a Paranoia and a stun, and then raise Satchels on top of that.
If all 3 teams win 1 game, what is the decider? I think it's which org is the most French. I think that's the decider. So they do like genetic testing on everybody in the fan base and in the players, and they try to figure out, you know, going back in the most recent 1,000 years, who's got the most French ancestry. And that team wins, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and they have a lot of, with a double initiator, they're really
They just rotate it every year. Like next year it's going to be the Spanish teams who win the tiebreakers. The year after that it's going to be the British teams. It's just this year happens to be French.
So, where it's like 2 people over towards B and 3 people over towards A. They need to kind of be a little bit more active than that. And as you talked about, they were being able to be active, especially on the pistol round towards A main. They have the cross-match stuns and everything.
Yeah, British year,
we
British
also
year.
Need to look at how they're going to leverage their
God forbid they test for the most British.
For example,
My wife is American, and she did a like 23andMe kind of thing. She was 99.6% British.
We know from Koi is that their attacks aren't really their problem.
I'm scared to look up my ancestry because our family tree might just be a tangled web.
Like, to moving around, when they're going to start with their retakes, how they're going to use their abilities or save them. Like, you can't hold the site.
I'm worried.
You need to save all your abilities.
Beth's literally more British than me. I don't know where the fuck my family's from. I mean, recent generations are from England, but Lord knows. Cousin maybe? Could be, could be. Nothing wrong with a bit of cousin loving though, is there? Hell yeah, Alabama. Represent. Spooder, thank you for the 34 months.
Now the maps are vetoed, agents are locked, and we are sending it over to Tom and Mitch for map number 2, match 2.
Yeah, in Iceland they have a dating app where you can check to see if you're related to people. Because the population is so small and so clustered that you just run into people related to you constantly. Ragamuffins, thank you for the prime. Alright, let's watch Vitality against Koi. So, if you are a Karmine Corp fan right now, you are rooting for Koi to win. I think, right? Because that eliminates any possibility of a 3-way tie. I don't know, maybe you're rooting for Vitality to win, actually. I'm not sure which is better for Karmine Corp fans.
You already had your say in it, now it's time to leave it up to the other teams. So it starts here.
You want Vitality to win 2-1?
Could be contributing to their ultimate downfall for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Lovely. Using the dog to be able to burst through the trip there. Very nice coordination. Safe dies though, and they instantly pick up the trade onto Shados. That's lovely. So now we're looking at Initiator utility from Starzo and Shadow. He's only got 1 flash to work with. They already used the Haunt to clear market. Bit of a silly play there from Starzo, but really nice from Grabino and Starzo to set up a play off each other's contact over towards Boba, putting the pinch onto Vitality. Paranoia here? Could go crazy. Sender's a bit worried. Oh, Flash is quite good. Where's the Paranoia, Sender? Surely. Oh, big Paranoia. Big Paranoia. Oh no, the whiffage. Camo's weak though. Oh, he got a headshot. Nice. Well played in the player disadvantage situation from Vitality. Great flashes from Kicks and Sender there. I thought they might want to use the Paranoia just to keep them back in Boba for a while, but they actually managed to work picks off the back of both of the flashes.
The best case scenario for Vitality really is forcing out that 3-way tie.
Safe got screwed in that position. They used a Paranoia at the back and they were pushing him from mid. He was forced to take the fight. I actually kind of like the way that Koi were approaching a lot of that. The clearance of market was heavy. But I also think, to be honest, the way that Vitality were playing their post-plans on B, they've had no chance to look at the VOD review and like react, right? Vitality's post-plans on B were horrendous against Koi. But, sorry, against Karmine Corp. But I think they do become a little easier against this composition because you're not playing against double smokes. But yeah, Grabino, if he just stays alive in these rounds, should still be providing them a lot of value on the retake. We'll see. Vitality have only had a small, 20 minutes to talk to their coach about what went wrong on Sunset. I think one of them is that the post-plan positioning was dreadful. So now you're seeing them pick more aggressive post-plan spots. Not super aggressive though. They're not trying to draw utility out of them in market and then back up. They're not trying to draw utility out of them in Boba and then back up. They're all playing around front pillar.
as we can see, looking at that hood, there's
something to keep an eye on in the rifle rounds.
They're doing the standard.
What is the best bundle? I don't know which one to buy. Okay.
Even if they lose a handful,
if
it's not going to be the end of the
if you want a bundle from Pacific, I think Paper X is incredible, and then Talon is the second best from Pacific, in my opinion. If you want a bundle from EMEA, I think Carmine Corps is probably the best.
The veto is actually quite interesting because you've seen a lot of Sunset when it comes to
I think if you want one from Americas, Cloud9's is actually really nice in my opinion. And then Leviathan's is also really, really good. And Loud's looks pretty nice too.
They got battered. They got destroyed by Gentlemates on. So clearly, feel like
who else is good from EMEA? I must be forgetting somebody.
Be an interesting series.
It's not just the KC one.
On the first map, that they
what were the other ones that I liked?
Feeling very comfortable, and I'm intrigued to see what they've got.
Koi was okay. The player card from Koi was really good. And I like the purple color. I didn't think it was quite as good as some of the other classics, but it was pretty nice.
Trap going to be easily destroyed. The information
Vitality's classic I liked, but the rest of my chat didn't. I thought Vitality's was pretty good. The only problem is I don't want to... Oh, fucking hell, wait a second. What is going on here? These players are just getting crunched in B main. Grabino and Shados have got no chance of surviving here, surely. Grabino's trying. He's got another teleport. He's out. He's vamoosed.
These angles getting away from these players who are hunting him down so quickly.
I do like the utility that Koi are using to look for people over towards mid and market. Safe has been squeezed. That's good. That's really good. Thankfully, the round was already over at that point. Yeah, so Koi tried to change it up there and fight aggro over B main, and they just got completely wrapped through market. Koi's composition, I don't think is very good on defense, but one of the things that it's good for is running trap plays. One of the other things it's good for is doing heavy retakes with the Breach and Fade util. Why in the world would they schedule play-ins for a Monday? What? All of the fans are like Garfield or something? New Donna, thank you for the 50 months. What's the issue with Mondays? They can't only do things on weekends. There's too many matches to be played. Some of us have jobs, yeah, but they can't. I mean, they have to pick one day of the week. Friday instead? I mean, they have to pick a weekday to run games on. You can't only do things on weekends. Saturday had one match in NA. Yeah, but the reason that it had one match in NA was to avoid people playing back-to-back. Because otherwise, people would have had to play... whoever won that Crew G2 game, they would have had to play back-to-back, I think.
The weaker weapons are fully stacked up here. There's a stun to play off of. The first fight luckily slows them down. It's not going to prompt the squad to go charging forward. The flash is perfect from kicks.
Nice. Very well done. Again, I think Koi only need 4 to be able to make a comeback happen. We'll see. Yeah, Vitality just played. The play-ins you have to play back-to-back. But the group stage you didn't have to.
Is what sort of reaction we're going to get. Grabino, he was picking up the operator yesterday.
Yeah, there really isn't a way unless you add another week to the schedule to not play on a weekday. And also, dude, the viewership is still really good.
This composition, obviously, you have the breach. You're able to go for those.
It's kind of frustrating that having long off seasons does increase viewership once the season begins again, because a long off season is just tedium. Yeah, all right, so they've changed the setup slightly. There's a trip there that is slowing runner down. But so far, Vitality have basically just been going for this every time. That's a bit of a difference. Going for the operator. The trip still hasn't been dealt with over towards B. Send the TPs in to get the plant down. They haven't fought for backside at all. Big ult there from Grabino. Grabino is now like on the giga flank with an operator. They have Aftershock, 2 flashes. They've used all of the Fade utility already before they get to site. What's the cooldown on the Haunt looking like here? Show me Starzo's POV. Show me Starzo. Okay, they're just getting out into sight with the flash. Much better play here from Vitality. Grabino still throwing that flash though. Oh my god. They did such a good job at clearing safe out of mid and market in the previous rounds, and then this round they just forgot. Also, Grabino has been... Oh no. Grabino, once he got cleared out of B and decided to ult behind them, could do nothing. I mean, he just wasn't applying any pressure from behind. He is getting run down. Again, Koi only need 4 rounds, but they are not really looking close to getting any right now. Vitality on rifle rounds are just doing B splits through market, and there is no answer. Yeah, but like I was saying, it's so fucking annoying that people are actually so starved of content. Like, the viewership records are getting smashed in Americas at the start of this season because people are frothing at the mouth. Actual rabid fan bases that have been starved for months at a time, desperate for a crumb of Valorant.
I'm going to challenge them on the one that they have. It seems like an interesting choice, and the thing is with that choice is you allow them to start on the attack, and that's where we have seen a lot of value from Vitality.
The roles for Vitality are weird, and my theory for why is because Destrian at the moment is just playing what Trex is going to play when he comes into the team. That's my theory anyway. It is weird though, they swap the Omen and Viper around sometimes in ways that I don't really understand. But I would assume that when Trex comes into the team, Trex is going to be playing like the Cypher here, which is why Destrian is currently playing it. I think they're putting in the work right now to make the transition as seamless as possible once Trex joins.
But it's not out of control just yet. This half can still be recovered with rifles in play for the side of Koi.
There's a fall off in general Valorant player numbers. Both SA and EU do not have 500 radiance even since the map pool fatigue, etc. are dropping players. Isn't that just because the ranks got reset recently? It's like beginning of an episode?
Not even anybody to be found, and again, it's just a ruse. They've gone back up top mid. Now there is a trip available. Sender could, in theory, TP past this. Instead, are they going to use the Viper's Pit? I saw Save tempted. He really wants to lock this down, and they forgot about Runner! He went into the side at the beginning of the round, they forgot about him!
Yeah, that is a pretty big blindside for Koi.
Koi could still win this one. If Starzo can get one as they try to fight him, or Vitality are incentivized to play aggressive somewhere else and fumble it. Oh, Koi though. Are you just saving? Yeah, with the pit going down, it looks like a save round. Tragedy. Tragedy. So the most recent thing that Riot released with regards to player numbers was that they were extremely high. But that was after the game released in China. So it is still possible that the game itself could be enormously popular globally whilst shrinking a little bit in some of the other regions because it's now just got such a phenomenal boost in player numbers from China. But without official data, you're just having to scramble and speculate and look at random, you know, how many radiance are there in each region? What does some social blade ass looking website think the player numbers are when they're always terribly unreliable? Tracker GG, again, unreliable in terms of proper player numbers. So until you get official data, it's just... And normally the official data ends up getting leaked at some point. So. Could also be possible that the game's at its peak, but less people are playing comp. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the timing there for Starzo is absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. And Koi are now just going for a contact reclear of mid. And they're just walking into Vitality. I mean, I don't think they're getting out of here. God, this looks like a fucking huge tier gap between these two teams. again, I don't want to throw shade on Koi necessarily, but how the fuck are they here? Because again, Koi I think only really need like 4 on this defense side, but they're not even close to getting 1. God, they're getting rolled. I do want to throw shade on Team Liquid. How are Team Liquid losing to this? I don't know. Maybe the Koi players just turned up for that game or something. I didn't watch it. I don't know.
Okay, maybe this setup's gone wrong, and this, but I genuinely can't think of anything they've really attempted. A lot of it has just been run a blast back into the round. 3 seconds in, he's on the.
Koi are just bad, or just having a bad game? From what I've watched of Koi, I've only watched a game and a half of Koi. Right? I watched Koi play against BBL. I thought it looked terrible, and then I've watched this half of Sunset. So I haven't really watched. Well, I haven't watched the worst showings from Koi because they got slapped by Liquid. Maybe that was even worse. But I certainly haven't watched the best from Koi.
It's insanity, the amount of early advantages that Vitality are getting.
Am I going to cast Sentinels MIBR? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do you think MIBR has a chance, chat? What percentage would you put on MIBR versus Sentinels? Shados just getting caught at the very beginning of the round on this eco. They've taken the side. They're not going to need to use ultimates. They're going to have a huge ult bank available for the next round. 30%? 20%? It looks like most people are somewhere between 20, 30.
Shados was doing the So Marcus twerk to try and get them to stop shooting at him.
Something like that. Barlow's rule of 30%. I think that's fairly reasonable, to be honest. Yeah, Artazine would need to have a pop-off game, like RGL Meister having a pop-off as well. I don't think MIBR can win based on better ideas and team play, because I think that's where Sentinels have done a huge amount of effort to improve their game. And by the way, yes, I am... Oh my fucking god. You know you're getting clowned on when Sendud pulls that shit out on you. Oh my god. That's not okay. That's not okay.
That's absolutely ridiculous. The man has jumped into the corner.
Yeah, if Koi just get obliterated right now, then they're probably just going to get farmed as well by Karmine Core. That's so silly.
You have to be kidding me. And he wins it too.
At least the Vitality players are having fun, man. At least they're having fun.
A lot of money to be a fly on the wall for these last 8 rounds. You notice we got a lot of cams from Salah. Well, his rival Barbar on the other side.
No, we don't know the playoffs yet for Americas. It is still random like the other regions. I think people just don't realize that the other regions. What does it say? 1 breathe in and out? Wretch. What did it say on the board behind him there?
I think he's probably just had his eyes up to that. Gotta breathe. This must be tough.
Oh, stretch. That makes more sense. Breathe in and out, stretch. I was thinking, breathe in and out, gag, throw up, shit, piss yourself, cry. It's just ways of coping with failure, I thought was on their whiteboard.
So far from what you've prepared for what you're ready for what your protocols play against.
Is he really that cold that Sender's wearing a scarf on the stage? Quite bizarre.
Koi have to believe in their game plan and probably have to change it up from what we've seen so far.
That would probably help, yeah. Having your eyes open when you're shooting at people, very useful. If you watch my VODs of me playing ranked, you would believe I was playing with my eyes closed sometimes. Trying to echolocate the fucking people on my... on the map like a bat. Okay, so Koi are going for a util re-clear of mid this round. Not going for the contact re-clear, but actually stunning using Fade utility. Starzo's using all of his Fade util in like the first 30 seconds of every one of these rounds. He never has any utility available for the retake. He's gonna get the Haunt back in time for the retake, but like... They're just missing so much util in that situation, I think. And they're not catching anybody with the... Well, not much anyway. All right, the Nightfall actually causes Runner to die. 3v3, pushing over towards A. They actually could flood this. No, they're not going to. They go all the way around to CT. Where's Grabino going? The cam is going to be really useful for retake here. They know that there's nobody in sight at all. I mean, this cam is giving Shados outrageously good information. Grabino doesn't smoke the spike. He smokes off elbow. Or the reflash onto Grabino. Pretty nice. They've got to be worried about the defuse coming through here. Spray? Spam? Nah, they got it. Oh, what a lovely opportunity for Destrian to recover his statistics. Oh, chat, should we play fucking tic-tac-toe or something instead? That's going to be more interesting than the rest of this map. Should we play trivia? Jesus Christ. I mean, this isn't a game. GeoGuessr? Yeah. Breathe in and out, stretch, activate. I just saw the third one was activate. Activate something. 13-0's historic, though. I'm afraid to say it, chat, but I think there might be a fake comeback happening at some point during this game. I think this half is going to end 11-1. Koya going to win pistol. Koya going to run it back just like a little bit. And we're going to have... The final score is going to be like 12-4, 12-5. Sorry, 13-4, 13-5. And they're going to force us to watch more of this. Oh, Camo kills 2. Here it comes. Here's the round, chat. Here it is. Camo has his ult. Ult, you motherfucker. Nice, nice. Grabino gets a smoke on the spike. They push in front of it. Unwinnable for safe. Didn't even need to use Camo's ult. Nice. So, 11-1 half. And a fake comeback. Here it comes. Here it comes.
This up. And again, that was Camo catching 2 quick kills as these players try to fight back out towards middle. If that doesn't go their way, well, the round comes into question.
Yeah, Loud beat EG 13-0 last year after losing the first map 13-3. If you go back and look at that VOD as well, it was not the best team play from Loud. They just started, just ran around the map forcing duels, playing super aggressively on Viper. I think he was on. Although he might have been on Killjoy. I can't remember. I just remember him running around fragging. So Safe goes 1-for-1 with Camo over towards A. They've run through here. What a Vitality up to. They don't think there's anyone in Boba. What is... I mean, Vitality are getting a little too silly with it now.
Different look from them.
Yeah, Les does just click heads sometimes.
The others going through to be much more scattered, much more scruffy, like you said. It's left them in a tough spot. No Rolling Thunder to break through. Kicks can play a little bit closer.
Ooh, Kicks is not anticipating the swing from Market. He gets away from it. He actually might still be able to do some damage here. Shadow didn't get hit by the flash because of the cage. Okay, it's not going to be 11-1 then. If it's 9-3... If it's 9-3, and then Koi win pistol... It's actually still doable as well, as stupid as that sounds. This composition is genuinely very powerful on the attack side.
And that is the thing, it's like... coming back from 9-0 on a mentality that...
But they need 9-3 with the pistol here, Koi.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt myself. That is a very curious...
Koi is going for the breach op.
No, we're going breach operator. Okay. An interesting take, a quick blitz out. Looks like Camo wants to do his best impression of Runner. He's gone blitzing down, but he's left tiles. He's fallen back while Grabinho is the one to lose his life on A main. They're down a smoker. No controller to play around, and on the side of Koi, it does mean that some gaps won't be plugged up for them. But the rotations, I know exactly with the Cypher utility sitting on the B site. They've opted for A.
All right, so now what do? B is completely open. I think you just pause in the round here. If Vitality freeze, okay, Sender's just gonna ult B. Oh my God, they ult over to B, Viper's Pit mid, and then try to walk in A. I do like the idea of faking like you're going B and then going into A. I think that's definitely the correct call from Vitality, as long as Sender and Safe don't die. And I think they've actually played this perfectly, because when the Cypher ult goes off there and the defenders see that B is open, they're like, okay, Vitality are gonna go B. But actually, it's better in that situation because you're all grouped up in A main to allow the defenders to spread back out and then just hit A. And they've added another layer to it with the double kind of lurk setup with Sender and Safe. Really nicely done. If Sender and Safe had committed too heavily to that, it could have still been dangerous, but they played it pretty perfectly.
And dealing with Safe is something they need to do. Just letting him come in from the back lines in the last few seconds
Paranoia.
is something you're going to be able to deal with.
Big runner, one tap, Shados, 1v2, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second, not planted for Safe, Safe had to swing. There's no way! Safe's got his face pressed up against the box like a pug, and he still somehow manages to get the wallbang kill on the guy. What the fuck? Safe has done this pit a lot on Sunset. What's your opinion on it? I think it is very difficult to understand what to do as a defender against it. What is that? Look at that replay. Objection? Okay, yeah, so the pit, like if you're a defender, you're worried because you need two people to hold both sides of it in case Safe decides to lurk through mid into spawn. And it's also pretty difficult to clear. If you push it from mid and from market, then you can clear it, but it just pulls a lot of people towards you. So in a situation like that, it's really useful because it's basically pulling people towards the middle of the map and opening up space for your teammates on A. It's not an amazing ult to like win a round on an attack side. There has to be something else going on, but it pulls gaps in the defending setup. This is Koi's map pick. Dude, if Koi win pistol here, there is going to be a fake comeback. I'm telling you. This Breach Fade composition is so good once they have full utility and some guns online on the attack side.
Opening fights when he has a chance to take those duels.
I like that setup from Safe. I think that's a really good one. Putting the orb there with the snakebite, because most of the time Koi are going to use heavy utility for elbow control, and if you can, you know, you're not going to really be able to fight them in elbow. So fighting them at the exit is good. Camo. Safe has the spike. Now Koi, if you just group up together, you should be able to trade him out. Right, nicely done. What do you reckon? Fake comeback?
Yeah, no, exactly what they
If Vitality wins 2-0 and Kamiko only wins one map against Koi, is KC qualified anyway?
Good round from Camo as well. I think he's someone especially, even if it's just a little bit of a fake comeback in this map where he builds up some stats.
I think so.
Heads into Breeze, which is a glorified
Holy
angel.
fuck, Baba not happy about that.
I'm guessing that must have been from like a round before, because that one was pretty clean.
Yeah, that must have been from round 12.
I don't know why he could have been frustrated at that.
No, not even round 12. I don't know what the fuck that is.
What was that nade, Camo? It got 3 kills, but the utility was off. Now, I do imagine that was an earlier one, but...
Yeah, I have noticed that the EMEA replay team sometimes uses, and actually they've done this at global events as well, they sometimes use coach reactions from a previous round. Which I think is like, I think that's actually really bad, because it just creates a false narrative that the coach was angry about what was happening or excited about what was happening. Like, Do you know what I mean? It's almost like editing the clips to make somebody say something different. It's disingenuous when the viewer is going to assume it's tied to the round that's happening. I meant to talk to them about that for the next global event.
In the corner, Kicks dodges the flash. That's already another drop. Shouldn't be getting anything more than that.
So Koi trading things out, making it clean, getting into a bonus with a Vandal, Bulldog, Spectre, looking pretty good. As long as Starzo doesn't die here to Destrian, looking pretty good. Now Destrian.
He's no longer locked in on.
He's got
and he's locked back in, but it's too late.
got a lot of kills today. He's on fire.
He's locked in.
Yeah, can't give it to him. No. That is such a good moment to turn on the sightline things in the observer feed. You just see those two laser beams pointing exactly at the Spectre. Like, go on, take it. I dare you. Take it. Okay, so they managed to keep a Bulldog and a rifle in that round. It's not amazing for Koi, but they've got full utility. They can still win a round like this.
I'm curious to see what their solution to this round will be.
How did I feel about the Karmine Corp game? They played amazingly. They played so well. I was extremely satisfied.
Blast packs up. Oh, they're ready for it though.
Look at this. Haunt, stun. Fantastic entry in from Camo. Fantastic. You can see there that Runner is aware of how the util works because he's trying to put himself in a position where he's safe from the Haunt and the stun. But he just couldn't hold on.
Afterplant now, you almost have to sit there for Vitality and go.
Same kind. That's almost exactly the same round that Lothar broke down from the Koi Liquid game. The utility is really good, and it allows Camo to only focus on one position, but he's still not supposed to be favored in that fight. When Runner positions himself so nicely there. This is what I'm telling you. It's going to be a fake comeback, chat. The fake comeback is happening. They're winning the bonus. They're getting up to big ultimates. Camo's almost going to have his showstopper online. This composition is crazy good on attack side.
The fact that Camo finds this much value is insane because the stun doesn't hit. If I'm not mistaken, the flash did not catch Runner.
No,
but he just wins the fights, plain and simple.
Yeah, I mean, Runner is forced to dodge a flash there, so it does help Camo.
And the second player he fights, he only has 45
what is my call time today?
So if he gets hit by 2 bullets anywhere, he's dead. So
3.5 hours. No, in 2.5 hours.
From the young duelist, and if they're going to have any chance in this map, he needs to be on. A little bit worrying for Vitality.
Do I think every team is going 1-on-1? No,
you were in the right place at the right time, just didn't win those initial fights and weren't ready for maybe such a aggressive. I say weren't ready.
I know next to nothing about Valorant players how far from their final form of Vitality without Trex. Trex is a huge upgrade over Destrian in my opinion, if they're not playing Initiator. I think Destrian's Initiator is pretty good, but on this team, he doesn't really have that role. If they were going to play double Initiator, they would go with Kicks and Safe anyway, I think. So, yeah, Trex is gonna be a fantastic addition. His skill is way higher than Destrian's, and his decision making is also super good. So it's gonna be a very large individual upgrade, I think. But Vitality are already pretty good, even with Destrian on the team. So don't know. Vitality are probably gonna go from being like. I mean, what are they right now? Like a top 4 team? Top 5 team, maybe?
They're much more patient in the way they play that, so you'll see
I don't know, like I guess top 5, right?
Having to defend that while the B control was still being sought after. Safe has made it out though. He's nice and safe.
But yeah, they should go to being a top 3 team, I think, with Trex.
Starting to rotate in towards middle. It's leaving with
why isn't Trex playing? I think it's because.
I thought Safe for a second was going to go pushing through his own Viper.
You know, I'm not 100%, but I think it's because he doesn't have a visa.
And nobody actually deals with him. Timing for Kick's not good though. Grubinho, a little bit of a cheeky playthrough, but they still got a couple of players to deal with.
Good trading there from Koi. Good trading. Vitality just getting picked apart. Not even a big exec play there. Just slowly taking piece by piece areas of the map and losing players one by one.
This isn't a team that you can show a bit of presence on.
Hello.
Remember the round Vitality on attack
This comeback might not be fake.
Teleports to B, breaks a trap, and there were 5 players there.
A Heretics player doesn't have a visa and he's allowed to play? Yeah, but the difference there, from what I understand, is that Turkey in general is having huge problems with getting visas for other countries.
After your fake, there were 3B. Maybe there were 2 if it really
so even though the organizations were doing everything perfectly as they should to try to get visas for the Turkish players, I think there was a decent chance that the whole of BBL might not have been able to turn up, and Riens wasn't able to turn up. And I think the EMEA people, if I'm reading between the lines here, this is me speculating, but I think the EMEA leadership was probably like, listen, we've got 2 options. We either punish the Turkish players for something that's completely out of their control, or we try to be reasonable and allow some level of leniency because it's a completely geopolitical issue that the players can't avoid, and it has a high chance of fucking up the competitive integrity of our season entirely because there's so many Turkish players. So, you know, I think it was a reasonable decision, but I don't think that means that you should just scrap all requirements for people to play at LAN.
I think also it's mainly just going to be about catching that pace, because Koi have done some very fast rounds, and then in that last one it was about a slow mid lurk, and the rest
that goes for Russians as well, though, no? Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could extend the same kind of logic to the Russian players. I think the difference, though, is that Trex presumably did have a visa. It was just being held by Koi. And so when he swaps his team, he probably needs to swap who's holding the visa. And so that isn't a... I mean, the duration of time it might take him to get a visa, or the difficulty might be a political thing that's out of his control. But I think what's probably happened is that because when a player swaps teams, the employer that's holding your visa has to swap as well. I think that's probably the reason why Trex is currently in the visa processing phase. So that does make some difference, really.
Yeah, I think that is it. There's a lot of...
All of these decisions are pretty complicated too, because... God damn, Destrian's just getting farmed there at B, just completely unaware that that could be a play that they go for.
You play those fast blitz round in the blast packs, you catch him off guard. Shadows got shot in the back a few times trying to run away. It's good to see Destrian blindsided by the same kind of play.
Nice from Camo as well. The utility and the aggression from Camo, it's looking good here from Koi.
This, and a lot of these rounds have been...
This breach fake composition, you just need to put work into how the defense works. The attack side is so good.
Seems like we're in a similar spot again. Surely, Runner and Center, because they're sticking around. Center's going towards Market. Are they going to go for this? 10-6 in the lead. I guess they're feeling it, but individually, Koi have been ahead in so many of these fights. It doesn't feel likely, and with Runner falling, even less so. Center may now...
So now Koi are all on absolute max money.
Camo coming to challenge, but luckily he's down.
Starting to build up to, I think Shadow's got to be really close to his ult now. I wasn't really paying attention, but Shadow's got to have an ult online by this point, right?
Disjointed in how they were even trying to play that 2v4.
Was it defense or attack side that Vitality would trash? I mean, when Vitality played against Karmine Corp, Vitality's attack side post plants looked really bad. But this isn't Vitality necessarily being terrible on defense. I think that's part of it. I think Destrian's positioning in that round. They just look really unaware of what this breach fade comp is going to do, which is weird because there's so many teams that are playing it. Like, look, they know exactly where he is. They get the stun on him, and they just fuck him. And he's not even trying to run away. He's inside his cam.
He'd just been stunned by a breach.
Yeah.
So they knew he was there. He was stunned. And he popped the cap.
Because I'll have a look if they're pushing. I wonder if they're pushing me after they've stunned me. Oh,
yeah, I mean, Mitch and Tom are roasting Destrian right now, but I think it's fair. Destrian just misplayed that situation horrendously.
It is starting to get a little bit worrying. He said 8 was where the line in the sand was for you, Tom, and Well, I don't know if I'll give you a little bit of a breather because Vitality do have pistols here. So if Koi hit 8,
is Sunset super attack sided, or is it just not figured out yet? This is like the fourth Sunset game that started out with the attacking TV and by a huge margin. I think it is a little attack sided, but I also think the composition that Koi are using is very attack sided. So that means that Vitality are going to do better on attack because Koi are worse on defense, and then Koi are going to do better on attack because their comp is better on attack.
Yes. They were 9-0 up, and since then it's been, what, 6-1? Great math.
Well done. Well done. I'm proud of you, Tom.
Well, it wouldn't be, because it'd be 7. Because it was 9-0. So.
9-0. Oh, there you go.
Okay, Paranoia is big.
I'm less proud of you now, Tom.
They should have been able to get a pick off the back of that. That should have been a kill and a rifle potentially that they could have picked up. They've just offered Koi a very easy pivot over towards A. Who's the one getting out when Trex is back? Destrian.
That might be the last time. Vitality have given up the A site. They lost Sander, rotate over, and, you know, one of the things we complimented them on was the fact
Souffle, thank you for the 19 months.
This is a round where you've got mostly pistols. So these are the rounds where you're much quicker to gamble up, to run the numbers, and it didn't work out. Oh, unfortunately for
what do you think? Is this still a fake comeback or is this a real comeback?
That's a rifle, and
it's looking a bit too real now. Shadow is still 3 away from the ult. Starzo's actually going to get it first.
Stacked towards the side of Koi. Almost no way for Vitality, especially with 5 players left.
Split 50-50 between real and fake in the chat so far.
It's not happening. The question is how many can they take.
What was the half? 9-3. No, 10-2, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the only thing that matters really is saving the rifle and getting some orbs for yourself.
Yeah, it was 10-2.
On the other side of things, it's the same scenario as the last time.
It's the same as the Sentinels G2 game. Do you remember the Sen G2 game from the off-season? Where Sentinels was running this same composition? It's just so attack-sided.
Shados is pretty close. Yeah, he did up until the point where he bought. So they've not really lost anything.
We time out here now?
I would say more so Starzo ran in to get orbs because
that would be useful, I think.
And it's not great, so I don't think he would have been risking his rifle for that. But
I think Safe having a setup on B is really important. I think Destrian not getting caught on... Sorry, Safe setting up on A I think is really good. Destrian not getting caught on B, really useful. Nice, okay, this time counter Paranoia. Really well played by Sender. You see that? So they knew what play was coming. They knew that Camo was going to try and follow up on the stun and the haunt and the flash. And they blind him and then kill him. It doesn't really matter whether the runner has a rifle or an operator there. It's the Paranoia that makes the difference from Sender. So now Koi are immediately going for this pivot through mid. Destrian gets some info that Shados is there, but that does not make it seem like everybody's there. And Sender gets completely caught up.
Sender's lost his life because of it, and now
they're not going to expect Shadow either. Oh my god, they do. And that's the spike. Shadow went on his own with the spike towards CT, and the other 2 went through A-Link. Alright, Shadows kills Safe. They can recover the spike with Omen ult. What the hell is going on here?
And it's all a fake. But they're going to hear him drop.
Alright, they just heard those players drop towards A main. They've heard them all run. Shados is going to have a faster timing than Destrian here. This is going to end up being just a retake anyway. Starzo wants to... Now Starzo is the one that hears them. Starzo closed the door, so now he has to wrap around to B main. Rubino plants in the open for market.
It's a ludicrous recovery so far. It's not the round win just yet. But
I don't think... I mean, Shados fighting against kicks. This is huge. Oh, and Shados just looks away. And now there's no market pressure coming through, so now they can flood forwards, but they don't have a smoke for the spike. No cages for the spike either. You have to fight this. You have to push forwards, Vitality. That's a big kill from Kicks again. Kicks with 2 huge ones. Really well done. Really well done by Vitality there.
Too many angles to worry about. It is another round found.
Plenty of moments though where that could have gone wrong. If Shados kills Kicks in market, the round is wraps. I think that is the biggest duel of the round.
It's called into question more. We want to see them close this one out convincingly if they're still going to be in with a shot.
What constitutes a comeback? Is the mere action of catching up in score not worth the title and prestige that comes with coming back? Must we win the match to come back? What's next? The tournament? if you start winning rounds and then you lose anyway, you've wasted my time. You've faked the comeback.
6 rounds in a row, not quite as many as what we saw from Vitality.
I don't care. I only care about the map. But dude, if Koi lose this, they've wasted my time.
And Runner again, huge opener for him.
A big kill, safe, put under pressure, but he's gone pushing. Moving into the angle instead. Yeah, it might not be the right call.
Safe dodged it.
Safe.
Oh my fucking god. The lurk through market to try to follow up on the breach ult, and they beefed. Camo beefed. Safe dodged the breach ult, and then Camo beefed a potential 2k in Boba.
Oh no. With 4 chances to lose this map. They need 4 in a row on the attack. And that was a handle of Thea Flawless to add insult to injury.
This is just unlucky.
Oh, really well played by Safe. Really well played by Safe.
And then it doesn't connect onto the one guy that it needed to most. And you can see from Safe.
Your ideal match is a 13-0 every match, so no waste of time. No, that's not what I'm saying. If it's a close game, that's fine. I love that shit. But if you go down 10-2 at a half, give up, fall over, or pull off the insane comeback. Don't do the middle thing. Don't threaten the comeback and then lose anyway. I like close games. I like blowout games. I don't like streaky games where one team just dominates one half and the other team dominates the other half.
Yeah, there we go. We swap him back. I wasn't sure.
Did you hear Safe's voice come against Karmine Corp? No, I didn't. What did Safe say?
Is still up for grabs.
At the moment, it does seem like a fake comeback. As said, I feel like any sort of warm-up for Koi.
Sideshow when he sees a 9-3 half, give up on your dreams and die. Yeah, basically. Dude, I'm very fatalistic with my approach. I'm like, it should be over. Save your energy. Don't bother fighting for it. I think it reflects on my approach to life. If things are too difficult, try something else.
Yeah, make that 3. Not anymore. He's gone back
okay,
to the other side
that's quite nice.
He's got the information, the quick
trigger the trap and allow Camo to get through. Is Camo going to fight this without any util? They're not going to use the breach flash. Oh my god, they actually found a weird timing there as Safe was using Pit. It's an interesting Pit as well. They've actually tripped in front of it too. They break the trip. This is really odd. Safe's been healed back up. Sender spams. Whoa. Love that play from Sender. Love that play from Sender. Safe said, I don't know what to do in the Karmine Corp voice comms. When was that? Was that on Sunset? I don't know a lot about the Valorant scene these days. What's the team to be beaten right now? Fnatic from EMEA. They are the team to beat. I mean, in Americas it would be Loud, and in Pacific it would be PaperX as well. Although those are not like, that doesn't mean that they're the best teams right now, but those are like last year's team to beat kind of big rosters. The Na'Vi disrespect? Well, it's not disrespect, it's just Fnatic, they won 2 tournaments last year. They're the team to beat.
That one's going to hurt. At least Grabinho put his smokes down, but puts a bit of a timer on the round for Koi because
Americas is NRG now. I don't think they're the team to beat. Like, NRG are like a super team that are coming in trying to win, but you can't measure yourself against NRG because we don't know how good they are yet.
With another advantage stacked up towards the side of Vitality. Sure, that C's might buy a few
I think the phrase team to beat implies like the status quo, right? NRG are trying to disrupt the status quo with a super team. I would consider that to be a bit different. Here we go. The comeback was fake all along. And Vitality take the map.
They started it out with a flawless streak of rounds. It became a little bit labored in the end, but they got there. The first map, Koi's pick, goes to Vitality.
Oh.
Yeah, seems like starting on that defensive side.
Yeah, Fnatic is the status quo. I mean, if the old EG team had survived, they would also be the team to beat. But yeah, Fnatic is the team to beat.
They need to keep this one as clean as possible.
Say I told you so? I did. I did literally tell you all exactly how this map would go. I said it would be an 11-1 half. It wasn't. It was 10-2. But apart from that, apart from being one round off, it was an attack-sided comp from Koi with a fake comeback that Vitality eventually adjusted to, and they wasted all of our time. This essentially guarantees Karmine Corp in playoffs, right? It makes it very likely.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces.
13-9 is better than 13-4, which you predicted. Yeah, it was closer than I thought it would be. Yeah.
Ask about Lola.
Hot take. NRG haven't looked that great in my opinion, considering they played like two of the weakest teams in Americas and still struggled on some maps.
In spite of everything,
well,
it occurs to you to visit
I would say that the game against Furia, I agreed with that take, that they had some moments where they looked really good and some moments where things got really close. But
hey guys,
the follow-up match that they played,
watch out for the stairs, clear this angle.
I thought NRG looked pretty clean, and again, like they didn't really have to do anything too crazy. Yeah, it's not super difficult competition. Being able to take down Furia and then being able to take down Cloud9, neither of which made it out of the group even, is comfortable for NRG. I don't know whether they're going to make it to Madrid, but I think it's too early to judge whether or not they look good or bad yet. We haven't seen them play against another top-level team. If NRG play against anybody in the play-ins, actually, you know, if they play against Loud, if they play, well, maybe not EG. If NRG ends up playing against EG and NRG wins, we might still not know where to put NRG overall. I think EG are good, but again, we've only seen one game from EG. We would only then have seen 2 total. Like, it would be very confusing. NRG can't play against EG if Sentinels win the playoffs, the play-ins. Because if Sen win, they can't be put up against Loud. Yeah, okay. So, in all likelihood then, NRG will not play EG. Gotcha. Alright, let me run another little commercial break so that we don't have one in the next map. But frankly, I am on snooze mode right now. Because this game, I just don't see how Koi win it. I think this play-in is essentially a coronation for Karmine Corp. Is there going to be a plat shot tomorrow? Yeah, there is. I can't be on it, though, because I'm flying, unfortunately. Fraud calling plat shot out. What, for underrating MIBR? I think that's pretty reasonable. MIBR and Heretics, definitely we underrated them massively. The coaching staff being able to instill some actual team play into that roster, and Artazine coming in, yeah, it looks like a different squad. What did you think of EG? I thought they were cooking with the Deadlock comp. I thought that looked really cool. I think they had some really good game plans there. I think though that no, I also think that their attack side on Sunset was really nicely set up too. They had a very good awareness for what their opponents could be doing. They were set up to punish any defensive aggression at the beginning of the rounds and then turn it into a site exec. I think they looked really nice there. I think, though, that there were definitely some moments where, G2 were going for like a market retake or something, and Jorgamo would just try to solo push into Boba and die. I think that happened twice. And I think in general the team is quite tight together, but if things do break apart a little bit, that's where I would be slightly worried about them. Like, the more they have to improvise on the fly, the more gaps I think are probably going to open themselves up in what EG are going for. Because I think the overall game plan is really nice. Like, you can see the protocols, you can see the way that Nature's setting people up.
She unfortunately lost.
But they were also the team that was setting the tempo a lot in that game, and I think that against some other squads, like if they play against Loud, Loud are not going to let EG set the tempo, and that'll make a very different game, very different.
Yeah, round 15, right? Those are the gambits that we have talked about.
Yeah, today is my last day of casting kickoff. Yeah. Who's the caller for EG? Is it Nature? Yeah. But a lot of the players on that team are very vocal.
The reveal on the players in elbow, then the stun, Camo goes in, and that's the opening gambit for the team that is being repeated.
Sen or MIBR. Personally, I've got Sentinels, but I think it is possible that MIBR are able to win that. I don't want to underrate MIBR because I have been impressed with what I've seen from them. Their approach is solid. Artazine looks poppin'. Yeah.
Your Vitality, and you're like, huh, I've been studying this.
They look pretty good.
Bit. This is like one of their opening.
Will you cast the playoffs? Not for kickoff, no.
And just having those layers.
Egg, can you explain what's going on in this clip from the Sen Lev game? What is this?
This round is not a give me for just Lev. You know, they're not going to be able to just get this one for
Which
free.
one was this?
Up against a couple of rifles, the Bulldogs.
Oh, this is the round where Lev were looking to
and Tens is holding.
Go for the flash. Wait, what are you? What are you looking at here, though?
Give me for just Lev. You know, they're not going to be able to just get this one for free. Up against.
Why have you clipped this particular thing? The Aspas face cam at the start. What about it?
This round is not a give me for just.
What the fuck? What are you talking about?
Lev, you know, they're not going to be able to just get this one for free.
Aspas almost fallen asleep. What the fuck are you talking about? He's falling asleep. What are you talking about, chat?
This round is not a give me.
What, the jerk? You think that's him falling asleep? Are you off the goop? There's no way.
Round is not a give me for just Lev, you know, they're not going to be able to just get this one for free.
There's no way he's falling asleep during the middle of the game. There's...
Round is not a give me for just Lev, you know, they're not going to be able to just get this one for free. Up against.
Dude, I mean, not that I have any idea, but I think you might be reading into things just a little too hard there.
Into the subscribers.
Lanimt, thank you for the prime. Like, you're looking at a webcam that's this big on your screen with fucking 10 pixels inside of it, and you're trying to psychoanalyze the guy based on one moment of body motion that was caught on camera. I might be reading into it a little too much there. Alright, so they're going to run the Yoru KO comp here. Alright, okay. Well, we get to see whether Vitality is set up to try to punish the Yoru. The Yoru's going to have, you know, teleports into some very standard locations around the map. Vitality should be aware of the areas that Camo wants to fight for. You've got to be worried about flash recon combos, that kind of thing. But Vitality on their attack side should be able to cover, or threaten rather, a lot of the map. When you're playing Astra Viper, like, halls should be a nightmare for Koi to keep control of. If you condition halls at the beginning of the half, you're going to be able to get picks down halls later on when they re-clear it with bodies, I think.
Thank you so much to our lovely analyst desk. Yes, we're back with the rest of this series. 1, maybe 2 maps left to go. It was a closer map than I think.
Did you see Gentlemate's comp on Breeze yesterday?
Considering how it closed down, both teams struggling on the defense.
I looked at it, but I can't remember what it was.
It should be easy Breeze.
I didn't watch the game, unfortunately.
And it's 4 ghosts in play for them with 5 players. Actually, not 5 players towards A. There's going to be a bit of a play.
They destroyed Vitality with Yoru Phoenix.
And a lot of push and pull on
I need to watch that. I need to watch that. Gentlemates, very fun team to look at. Both of the French teams, actually, because Karmine Corp are now running unusual compositions as well. They copied the Paper Rex comp on Ascent. They're both cooking. Wow, that's a big shot from Shadow.
Different avenue of doing it. Kicks the Pistol King under pressure. He's gonna deal with another.
Okay, that's pretty good from Kicks in that situation. Now, does Destrian pick up Shados here?
Is being looked for. Shados waiting for him.
Destrian wants to stay alive because he has a pull on the spike.
The winner of it might just decide the round, and Destrian holding onto that position is going to cause so many issues.
That's brutal.
As well. They're basically surrounded.
Now you've got to worry about Destrian pulling. You've got to worry about Destrian backstabbing. There's the pull. Everybody from Vitality is coming around from a different side. Grabinio's off the spike. It's not possible. It's not possible. And there you go, Vitality right from the pistol round, using the fact that their comp is good for threatening halls.
And Vitality picking up the first.
Yeah, they've always been good at their pistols, and I like the idea.
Yeah, Vitality is French as well, but yeah, when I was talking about the 2 French teams, I mean Karmine Corp and Gentlemates, but yeah, Vitality are also a French role.
And also when you're playing up against a Yoru Phoenix comp, I don't know how much value an Astra can have when they're just going straight through all of your utility anyway. Like, how do you time your stars when they're already in the site within 15 seconds? So I think it's going to be a very
Vitality
different ball game on
Indian?
the attack.
What is this?
Destrian is almost
is this a meme in the French esports community?
That's a double dink. That's a lot of damage done by Camo.
Well, I don't understand. I'm lacking so much information here. Oh, they have an Indian investment like behind the team.
Doing so much damage in this round. Rifle going to be retrieved, but Kicks is low, and he can't heal himself.
Gotcha.
Starzo's crept into the site, and it doesn't look like he'll really be needed. Pedestrian last alive. Okay, Starzo spotted. I was hoping he wasn't going to just take this fight. Instead, biding time for teammates to rotate in. Running that clock down for Destrian. That 1v1 timer ticking away, as there's going to be support pretty soon. Grabinio's the main man with the weapon.
You know,
but down to 20.
I really should have paid more attention to this round.
We thought Vitality were off to a good start after the pistol, but well, a pretty immediate response from the side of Koi.
Fucking hell, man. How have they lost round 2 immediately afterwards?
Done well in this round as well, but I felt like Camo just managing to instant
it was the double push down elbow as well.
Yeah. Also just being able to trade them out. Great shots as well. You can see the amount of assists that Camo's already getting without actually getting a kill. A couple up there.
Did you underestimate Koi?
If you're Vitality, you're just going to be kicking yourself.
I don't know.
You basically just lost the classics.
I don't think so yet, but maybe.
Yeah, this isn't a super impressive force buy round with an outlaw and all this sort of stuff that pulled it through. It was well,
nice to check whether anyone's around pillar.
Vitality tripping over themselves up against those lighter weapons. For Koi, a huge lifeline.
Koi played pretty aggressive in the previous rounds, so Vitality are just kind of waiting for that.
Same thing won't happen to them. Getting very aggressive considering the round that's in it, but there's still, even when you're pushed halfway down middle, there's still nothing but long-range angles for you to take. It's the beautiful part about this. The real danger, I suppose.
I didn't watch Koi beat Liquid, so I don't really know whether that was like something that should have changed my opinion about Koi.
Rotating to A now on that
but I think
luckily he's going to be in
the game against BBL, they looked bad.
We can see Vitality
Sunset there, they didn't look great, although Vitality also really struggled to hold on against what Koi was doing. But I still don't think Koi were playing that amazing. So, not sure. Difficult to tell whether I'm underrating them or not.
Good flash. Not so good
the
flash,
KO
but, you know, it's okay. Koi are cleaning up.
Is this still possible for Safe to win?
Sort of. It's still a couple of weapons now for Vitality, which wasn't really
I think this could still be possible. Oh, it is. Sender got the rifle and swung around yellow.
Almost looked like he
oh, he knows where Shados is. Shados is running around so much. Shados is completely giving away his position and allowing Sender to reposition into a nasty crossfire.
And now it has to be this retake.
When you make that much noise running around, Oh my god, he missed it. He missed it on Grabino. He's fucked it.
Got the better of him. A quick shot fired off and some information to play with.
He knows where both players are now, though. Safe just needs to... Oh.
Jados is more than willing to take that save. Oh, no! Hey, look, it's a Guardian.
Gonna be honest with you, I feel like Vitality should have been able to win that in the 2v2. I think Sender completely missed the timing that he wanted to play around there on the crossfire after nicely repositioning. And then Safe probably should have at least had this go down into a 1v1. Bo Noodle, thanks for the 2 months. I have no idea, didn't watch the game.
He seems pretty... What he said. He's done. He's just, okay, yeah, he's singing again, isn't he? All right. I feel that. For Koi, 2-1. That defensive side. Look, there's certainly some...
So Camo now has the op and is walking down elbow alone. No initiator utility used apart from the knife.
To push up towards middle. They haven't seen anyone after popping the flash. It didn't blind anyone either.
So Camo is either going to get stuck here. Oh no, he's got one and got out.
Quickly on a kill with that operator, and Shadow follows through.
Shadow swings off Camo's contact. Nice setup from Koi.
Well, a strength is when they have it. Evidently, 5 versus 3. The Vitality have no space to work off of.
Sender's, oh not Sender, sorry, Destrian has worked his way all the way up halls. That's nice.
At least 1 kill going in their favor.
When you do this kind of thing, I mean, I feel like Destrian should just be trying to threaten the deeper lurk and then reposition back with the rest of his team, but I guess he's going to stay here and go for the A split.
Goes through that mid spot. You got Camo homed in the
okay, throws down the 2 smokes for full A control. Now he can open switch. They're going to try and walk into A here. I think pretty nicely done. They have the molly as well, just in case someone's holding over towards yellow. And then Safe and Destrian can fight that with Sender's molly. I like it. Good from Vitality. Now, Destrian walking into spawn is cheeky, very cheeky. And then he goes for another swing instead of backing off with the rest of his team. Yeah, a little too mischievous for me, a little too mischievous. Safe's been spotted. Very individual on this post plant. All 3 of the Vitality players playing for themselves. And they... Listen, if you have 3 chances at the 1v3, one of them is going to do it. Hate the way the Vitality played that post plant, to be honest with you. I think Destrian going for a cheeky pick at the very beginning was alright, but then they need to back off and reposition. But
I was happy to see them sort of
play
the rest of the map and keep their advantages. And then everything just fell apart with this man, just a little bit disjointed on the spacing.
It makes sense from Shados to try to trade the kill out, but what the bloody hell is Grabino up to?
It's happening again. We're witnessing this man relive PTSD live.
This is what he dreams about. No. Why am I not wearing trousers?
Can you answer my previous question? What was it, Plant?
Fall off the chair again. Let
me have a look.
That'll be just fine. 2-2. We're tied up, and if you know what's going to happen in this round, that makes one of us.
If 2 teams are 1-on-1, who will reach playoffs? Depends on map differential.
Single out one. Both teams have been playing crazy. Double play. Well, we didn't see that one. No, we were observing Grabino. It's fine. Shadow died somehow, probably unfortunate. Nothing he could have done about it.
Tripped and fell.
Yeah, not the greatest. Not the greatest, but all good.
3 versus 5, lots of ultis for Vitality, and not really any weapons for Koi. Name of the game is just drop those rifles, make it as costly as possible for Vitality on the way back out, because you're not winning this round.
Destrian again lurking through the halls.
Head-to-head can't... Well, if head-to-head can't apply in a 3-team round robin, because the only way that you have a tie is if it's 1-to-1-to-1.
Had a plethora of ults to play with. They didn't need a single one. Very clean. Shados, of course, just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't want to hold on to that Marshall for the next round. And Vitality.
So then head-to-head won't matter. It won't do anything.
To take things home in this one.
Yeah, the map differential is just from the planes.
I'm not sure what about how
it would be really bizarre to use map differential from kickoff overall.
Well, I don't know what led to you thinking we needed that in slow motion, but we didn't, to be clear.
What's a map you want to see come back? Haven. What's a map you want to go out in the coming act? Icebox.
Brave when he shot a turret and didn't kill it, you know, we didn't laugh at him.
I would like them to restructure Breeze a little bit as well,
Let's be fair
but
let's not lie.
I would never.
Please fix Icebox, please.
3-2.
I beg of you.
It's really
The meta is actually fairly interesting on all of the maps at the moment, in terms of comps that are being run. But dude, Icebox is still such a snooze fest of a map. It's actually gotten worse because you can't contest B as easily as the defenders, so you just end up with more plants on B with passive post plants.
Make a fast push play in towards the site, but waiting for them is Camo once again. His operator devastating, and just look at where
Pullback. I'd like to see pullback, but with a slightly redesigned B site. I think the changes they made on B were not enough.
He used his ult there. If I'm honest, I don't think it was particularly necessary, but I guess Camo just confident that he's going to be able to earn it back and locking them into the site. Starzo will drop the spike in the spot. Pedestrian, well, they might have to put him back on Vitality if he wins this one. It's not going to be happening.
Very solid, easy round from Koi. They just had their players in a good spot to be able to hard anchor the side and roll them.
Back, but not for the same teams.
No.
That's the.
Do you think the new controller could bring something from CS2, like opening smokes with a grenade and denying utility with smoke after the utility is used?
I think the idea I can get behind is that
I think the idea of using a grenade to blast holes in smokes is actually going to be really difficult to program in a game like this. I think you have to kind of build that into the game from the ground up. I think that would be nuts. I have no anticipation that that would ever get added to the game, to be honest.
Guys, 1v5, we could lose this. I'm going to have to.
Orbital strike.
Using a smoke to neutralize other utility is weird because it's so simple in Counter-Strike. In Valorant, like, which abilities would the smoke stop?
At this stage, everything's off the table and everything's on the table.
Would it stop all of the mollies? Would it stop a fragment grenade? Because that's basically just a molly, but that would be really odd. Would it stop a snake bite? I mean, like, it's just... It would be odd. It's already the best case scenario to smoke the spike when you're trying to defuse anyway in this game. So if it was doubly useful because it also stopped all the post plant utility, I think it would just be a bad mechanic. Alright, so Vitality are trying to make their way in here. Both teams were using an operator, and Vitality have managed to get their way into like bricks and then use this pit. Destrian could be really important in the late round, but also just spamming into the pit if it gets any kills. Destrian's making his way down. He's not going to get caught here. He still has pull for the spike as well. I think. No, actually he doesn't. Has Destrian used all of his smokes in this round? All of his stars? Yeah, I think he has. Oh, there he is. There's that important piece of spam. And instantly, Grubino goes for his own pit. Oh my god, but they're not watching for safe. Oh yeah, okay. They just spam it. Well, they got some spam in onto Sender and then used their own pit. Those rounds are so silly. That is a Valorant round. If you're a Counter-Strike fan and you're looking to try and find the stupidest rounds in Valorant, those are the kind.
Camo was running around in the Viper's pit. I do like the Viper screen they were using to basically just.
Oh wait, it wasn't a spam kill onto Sender. Sender walked outside of his ult.
Somewhat ridiculous that they get out of that, especially as cleanly as they did.
No way, Sender just wanders out of his own ultimate there and dies.
It's not going to be too bad a scenario of Vitality because of the Blade Storm. It's going to help them pad the gap a little bit. And by the looks of it, they might just look to pick up the pace.
So this is looking like a heavy A exec. Flash pushes back any potential Opera on the angle, though Camo is posted over towards Cannon instead. Sender's very far away right now. And they're never using the orb for post plants, so the best that Sender could do in a post plant lineup is just send some. He's making a jump noise to threaten as if he jumped over the trip.
An element of fun to it. The A site defended mostly towards middle with those trap walls.
Am I casting a series today? Yeah, send MIBR.
They know there's not much of a fight they can really put up on that angle. I think maybe the adaptation in the future will be Camo playing there to try and gate crash out of it, pick up one with the operator.
Okay, Runner avoids getting suppressed by the knife, but then gets suppressed by the ult instead from Starzo. Attempt at some plant denial. Stops the plant at the beginning. Kicks and Destrian are finding some picks. Still super possible that Vitality could win this, but it's not easy. And these post plants were really individualistic before. Good timing on the swing from Grabino, right as Destrian tried to reposition. I just don't think you read this from Camo. I think there's too much pressure from the front for them to think about Camo behind. Wow, Kicks actually just was looking at it. Yeah. Wow, Koi are actually looking pretty good here. They're not getting caught by the Hall's lurks. They're not giving away early round picks, and Vitality are getting squeezed in the post plants because they don't really know where to fight and how to set these things up.
To take down Sender, that lurk was completely denied, and I love that idea from him because he had control over Elbow.
The post plants are not as passive as they were on Sunset against Karmine Corp, but they're still missing something. They're missing, like, Kick saves a flash for Runner to swing with backside, or they're missing, you know, like, two players are over towards Halls and they open stuff up at the same time as you fight backside and you crunch the people at yellow going for the retake, or, like, you know, something like that. They need an additional layer to what's going on in the post.
A lot of the time you're going to have more success on the attack. So
I know why Sentinels is doing good. I saw a leaked video of Sideshow typing to them in chat while casting. He telling them the enemy positions. Yeah, I've just been texting John Cutie. I'm like, bro, it'd be a good idea to hit B right now. I've got the minimap open.
Having some fantastic lurks, and you're still not able to win the rounds, mainly because the post
you caught me. Hands up.
Is not something I really expected to be saying with Vitality. Most of the time, if they get into those post plants, they've been fantastic.
I'll be right back. I need to pee.
Done a great job of shutting down their looks through.
Whoops. Let me keep this playing for you.
Trying to come in for those late rotations, it just hasn't worked.
That goes there.
I'm definitely much more of a fan of Safe being the one lurking, now that you say it as well, versus Sander. Just the utility you're losing when he does get caught by aggressive pushes, which will come in a lot for Koi, because Camo can afford to be in ridiculous positions where he's untradeable, where if he gets seen, he's stuck, because he just gate crashes out of there every single time. This guy doesn't have those abilities, but he's doing it because he's just better. So Starzo's gotten way up. He's hearing so much noise. He's getting all this information, and most importantly, guess who's going to get caught yet again? Completely unaware. It's Sender. It's the Viper down. Look at the A site. Look at this Viper wall that's now not going to be in play for this squad of Vitality. That's a lot more space for Koi to fight back into, and with pistols like this, that means that ranged angles can now be taken by Koi much easier to fight back through, and then obviously post-planning utility is naturally going to be a massive loss for this squad. Shados, one of the nastiest lurking positions I think I've ever seen, one where you don't find a lot of value, but he has, and it leaves it all onto Kicks. A good kill from Runner to pull it to a 1v4, but well, great shot. Couple more of those are still needed. Good flash, but there we go.
Yeah. Not really much else he could do. Time getting a little bit low on the clock, but yeah, it would have needed to be a miracle, and you could see again the response from Koi. Okay, you're going to try and put a lot of pressure in towards Halls. We're just going to have someone basically fight you on it throughout the entirety of the round. They know they want to play this position in their post plant, so just almost completely denying it. Of course, in this round, there's a lot less in terms of the weaponry to really deal with that player. Seems like having a great time. 6-3 up as well. Obviously, the first map went awry, but we've already said if Koi managed to turn the tide, they can get the victory just by winning their next match. It wouldn't be down to round difference or map difference or anything else. They just have to win their games.
Vitality op is back out. Big talking point on the desk for Lothar and Steel was about this operator. And how much damage Koi have been sustaining in a lot of these rounds. We saw it in the last map. Runner was able to pick up a lot of openings.
They did specify defense though, right?
Maybe not every time, but that could. I think that was the general gist of the conversation. See if he can have that impact on the attack side.
That would be, because if he does, then fantastic. But I almost feel like this might be more of a last-ditch effort. Like, okay, we're 6-3 down. We need something. We're not getting anything on the entries, and Camo has been farming us. So let's see what we can do.
Yeah, I think it is very central. Like on that attack side, there's a lot of long-range angles, but it's not as easy to catch them pushing into you. Certainly not till the post plants. For Runner, his entering ability on that raise was massive.
Yeah, you have to feel like as well, it must swap over to somebody else, because otherwise you don't have anyone who can take space for you anymore.
Don't think he'll dash in with the op?
If he's insane, maybe. But at this point, 30 seconds left. The rest of the team are doubling back in the other direction. He's still holding it up, and Starzo just goes walkabouts, though. He's given them the kill that they needed. Still Camo is here, but there you go. With the rifle in hand, Runner has found that entry, and there's no escape for Camo this time. Managing to isolate the Jules, the entirety of this defense has just fallen apart.
Yeah, and the op has nothing to do with it. It is very much down to individual duels taken. Patience by Vitality as Starzo got a little bit overeager. It opens up the gap. Good night, sweet dreams. Oh no! He's pulled out the knife. That's just disrespectful. The mind game's in play. Hit the morale. Hit him where it hurts. Only Shaydos left. And he's quickly dispatched. Destrian having a nice game, and Andalucia flawless for Vitality, and a 4th round acquired.
That has been the weird thing with Vitality so far, is the rounds they have been really clean, other than, I think, Destrian's 1v3. Like, they've had a couple of Andalucia flawlesses, and then just got boomed in the rest of the rounds. It's been peculiar.
At least 50% of the rounds have been flawless. But
Oh, fuck. What's happened? No, there's no way Destrian got a knife kill.
Like him going
no.
into the double doors, which just happened to be the place where the rest of the players were, completely changed the round. He waits a second. I think they take that round.
You missed the Andalucia flawless round, what, with a knife involved as well. Alright, punish on Camo. Oh, the flash catch is safe as well, though. Starzo should get cleared here. They're trying to react, and they don't realize that Shadow is deep. Runner, sorry, Kix just flashed himself.
In a 3 versus 4, recon through.
Kix just flashed himself. Shaydos came to help Shadow and died. This is the stupidest round.
Spamming back for damage and catching Shadow.
Starzo's the only player left alive. They last saw him in A main, but Destrian's cleared that. And he exposes a bit of his body to Sender. Oh my god.
Round 3 players surviving, and well, a little bit of shenanigans in the middle, but it almost seemed like Kix was just warming up, blinded himself to give them a chance.
What has Devoyne been saying in the chat?
Everybody on the fights through mid. A break back for Vitality, mostly based off some individual brilliance. I will say,
dude, for the first time in my life, I tried eating food while taking a poop. It's so crazy. It's like a self-sustaining ecosystem. Cry laughing emoji.
Yeah, I suppose.
He did it like 6 or 7 times on map 1.
Especially,
is that what you're referencing?
Crazy with doing the same with the cages and the same thing again, exactly the same thing. This time, unsurprisingly, no result. But Shaydos has fallen. The operator coming through on middle caught a quick angle, a quick kill, and they've even seen the push-up attempted by Starzo. Camo tagged to 31 HP.
This is the lowest level of Valorant I've seen in pro play.
Yeah, it's rough.
I mean, that last round was particularly dreadful, but
luckily for Camo,
I don't think it hasn't all been that bad.
No heals available.
I think that's a bit unfair.
Just a slow down.
In fact, I think that's very unfair.
Surprised they get away with that.
We've definitely seen worse, even this year.
This just allows for a wrap back around. They've completely left the site open, a chance for Shadow, but shots won't be connected, and they're probably going to realize very quickly that this is going to be an A-side take, but they may not realize how far both Destrian and Safe have already
What's been worse this year? I think the BBL cutter game was worse than this. I think Bleed playing against Global was worse than this.
I don't think the expectation was there.
I know you can't even be comfortable in just fighting through those doors, knowing a player can be coming from behind. You see Starzo trained in on the angle, waiting for a chance to take a pick and make this a workable retake.
C9 MIBR?
Don't think they'll be calling for a save.
C9 in general are a very sloppy team. A lot of weird shit whenever you watch them, but Yeah, I don't think that specifically the C9 MIBR game was that terrible. Because I thought MIBR were doing alright.
Already a map down, and now Vitality are moving on to presumably the side they would prefer.
But like if C9 played about Furious. I have insider info about the cause of the bug tech pause if you haven't already heard. No, I haven't heard actually, Retro. Yeah, what was happening there? I assume it's because they couldn't res safe. It looked like that.
Koi decided to start on the defense, so it might genuinely just be getting their worst half out of the way.
Maybe.
For Vitality, it didn't go great. Like, that's the thing, a 6-6 half when last time you got boomed, maybe they have more to show. It is possible that Gentlemates, they are a team that can just steamroll you, especially...
They were complaining that the KO was unresable, but after review, the refs determined they were just never in range to res.
Down to just being blindsided by insane plays.
Takas and Natant just running away with it.
I don't think that's going to be the same this time
Sender
around.
just wasn't close enough
no flash to be used, and
to res.
Already out. Used his gate crash to quickly close the distance, and a flash through the cage to fight on the back of it. At least seizes them the control to get a nice safe play. Very quickly there'll be a duel here.
I'm speechless.
By Shados as well. Keep that in the back
Okay.
of your mind.
Oh, flash through the back. Lovely flash positioning. Oh, that looked like a collat as well. Grabino though. With three. With three to make the round winnable for Shados. Not really winnable. It's not planted for him. Not possible. But oh my god, Grabino tried. Grabino tried.
Also, when he doesn't flank, because he ended
What's the TLDR on these teams? I haven't really watched. Koi made it out of groups by being able to get a big upset win over Team Liquid. They weren't expected to make it out of groups, and I don't think they've been playing super well. Koi only had 3 players until very close towards the end of the season, the end of the off-season that is, and picked up 2 Polish rookie players, Camo and Grabino. Both of them have been playing pretty well actually, especially Camo I would say, although Grabino's played better in this map. And then yeah, they're expected to be towards the bottom, so they're already overperforming expectations. And Vitality, they have a couple of up-and-coming players as well, Runner and Kicks, who look like really good pickups in the off-season. And then they've combined that with a core that makes sense, and Safe, who was amazing on Liquid last year. They're expected to be a top 3 team, I would say, in EMEA. Or maybe a top 4, depending on how high you were on foot coming into the season. They're struggling a little bit. They're planning to make a roster move where Destrium comes out and Trex comes in. Trex, former really talented flex player that was playing for Koi, but was always on, you know, not a particularly amazing team, even though he was a great player. So yeah, Vitality should be really good. They're playing without their full roster at the moment because Trex is going to be added to this team after Madrid. And yeah, the expectations for them are way higher. So if they don't win this, if Koi win, it's looking pretty rough for Vitality, but a huge win for Koi to get.
Mostly just keep control of halls and have that re-aggression elsewhere. Push down mid for Runner, a lot of information.
What's the top 5 then? I mean, I would have said coming into the season, the top 5 was Vitality, Na'Vi, sorry, Fnatic, Na'Vi, Vitality, Foot, KC. I think that would have probably been my top 5. But I mean, obviously, with how well Team Heretics have been playing, with
seems to be bringing back some old memories for this Vitality squad. With a quick look in.
Nice, the double body shot onto Camo as he was reloading. Putting a lot of pressure on Shados and Shadow to win this.
It's a bit of deja vu for this.
It's over. Oh, no, it's not. Just kidding.
It's a little too much towards
he's too healthy.
The spike was planted slightly left of there. The pings must not have been on.
Yeah, I was not particularly high on Liquid. I thought that they were going to be like 6th or something. But
yeah, I think that's definitely the most impact as well. I might have seen.
Yeah, it's tough to exactly know. I had Team Heretics towards the bottom as well, and that's just clearly not true based on how they performed at the beginning of the year. Top 5 at the moment in EMEA looks like
but that's the thing. If you don't spot a Cypher at that point,
Fnatic, Na'Vi,
especially with the plant spot, you're gonna make the realization that's the only place he can really be. 9-3. Movistar Koi
I mean, to be honest, Heretics, right? Fnatic, Na'Vi,
as we've already mentioned,
Heretics.
Right now, their life is in their hands, and it will be the case even going into that last match. But if they get 2-0'd here,
I want to say Vitality, but really it might be
KC will need to just win one map, not even the series, to take this over the line.
I think it probably is Karmine Corp after they've just beaten Vitality.
I believe that's true. It's a dangerous thing to do, Tom, considering our math earlier on, but here we are. We're gonna commit to it.
And then fifth is probably Vitality.
For the side of Koi, man, you saw earlier on that, first of all, Shados' lurking position. I like it. Look, it's a normal enough spot to be in.
Gentlemates are better than Liquid. Yeah, I mean, I don't have Liquid in the current top 5 or the previous top 5 preseason.
On this side of the map, when we actually take the control out of their hands, they don't clear that. They do just half check up close to the box. Something that I don't expect Vitality to leave that gap.
I think Foot aren't a bad team either necessarily, but I don't think they played up to their own performances. And as it turns out, it was a pretty difficult group for reasons that we couldn't have expected because Heretics just looked on fire. Alright, so now Runner's going to take this early peek. He gets suppressed, so this is pretty unexpected. Breaks drone, needs a teammate probably there to try and relieve some pressure. Koi don't try to capitalize. The flash comes really late from Kicks.
Instead, he's focused in to make sure that
Yo, Sarko, thank you for the 24 months. Thank you.
The side of Vitality to bolster up this defense.
Not something we see from them a lot, but so far Koi have been pretty.
That's a very slapdash entry from Camo, and it still works.
He's looking for a target to take down.
Wasn't particularly coordinated with other utility.
Moving towards the left side. I thought he'd wait for Destrian.
A double face?
For him more so, but no.
Destrian and Runner were not perfectly coordinated there, but I like the idea of going for that updraft play with knives at the same time as Destrian swings through. Slow on the trade attempt from Safe, just playing the 2v2. They can wait for Plant to go down here.
At least attempting it.
Easier said than done. Snakebite's going to leave him stuck in the mud. Just trying to bait these players in, but they're already looking for the fight. It's going to be the trade out.
So now Safe has dropped the planter. He knows that Shadow needs to get Spike and come back over. And he found the peak timing right as Shadow went for utility and hit a beautiful shot anyway.
A real chance in this round for Koi, but it will be them to hit double digits first.
Again, all this for Vitality, a 2-0 here, and what does that mean?
I'm casting Sen MIBR today.
We don't know yet. This is a squad fighting for the possibility to move through, and look at what they're able to do.
If Sentinels lose the MIBR match, are they out? No, but it becomes much more difficult for them to make it.
It does just take that game to warm up, and that's another aspect of it. Koi will be coming into the next game having at least played this one. The first one was kind of close streak of rounds.
The thing is, they will have to 2-0 KC. We'd have to have a really weird...
KC aren't warmed up, though.
I didn't see Frod's tweet. So I mean, people just told me that he was calling out Platchat, but I think it's pretty reasonable as well. I mean, I haven't seen the wording, but like, it seems pretty reasonable for Frod to call us out because we have like crazy underestimated MIBR, I think. Not as much as Heretics, but like
wait and see if that is the case.
Pretty significant underestimating.
As I said, if they can turn the tide,
oh, it's just a screenshot, no words? Yeah, then I mean, good banter and extremely fair. I don't think MIBR are going to win today, and maybe this will be another clip that Frod can use to clown on me again. but I think this is where the run ends for MIBR, because Sen look a cut above, I think. Alright. So Kicks picks one off, but does end up getting traded. Safe needs to be worried about, oh my god, really nice re-peek onto Switch. I was going to say, Safe needs to be worried about Shadow and Switch. But he's played this situation wonderfully.
He could push Safe and try to take him down now.
Oh, he's spotted Shadows. I think he knows roughly where both people are here.
Pull it into play.
Artazine clears the second kid. This is Brazil time. Artazine was looking really good.
It was a foregone conclusion.
Really good.
Rounds for the side of Vitality. The defense is looking good. The rounds cannot.
Did you underestimate MIBR or did you overestimate C9 of Furia? Well, I mean, both can also be true, but I can just tell you from the perspective of MIBR, I definitely thought they would play worse than they're currently playing. I didn't expect Artazine to be as solid as he is on Duelist. And I also didn't expect the team play to look as nice as it does. Like, MIBR are playing some pretty solid Valorant.
Slightly different song to earlier. The other one sounded a little bit.
Cloud9 do look a bit worse than anticipated, and Furia. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to tell where Furia will end up because
I think the one thing that has been bugging me a little bit is
they look like a roster that has potential, but my God, they don't. I don't know. They tried to combo up some little plays, but
the pace needs to be picked up. Or he might as well just be with the rest
they
of the
didn't
squad.
really. They didn't have it going. I don't like the game plan. I don't like the way the roster's been constructed for Furia.
And he's there about 15 minutes later, turning up to try and clutch.
What are my thoughts on G2 so far in VCT? I think they've played a bit too scared. That's my big takeaway from G2, is that they played a bit too scared in their opening matches, and the rematch against Crew, they played a lot more confident in their own reads, and they ended up shutting them down.
They're already planting A, or
but I think they need to. There's quite a bit of conversation about like Leaf is an aggressive player, and they're having a bit of difficulty integrating him, but I think the rest of the team actually just needs to chat up in some of these moments. And they're trying to play a bit too reactively, unexploitably, you could say. I think sometimes you just have to send it. Sometimes when you see an opening, you just got to send it.
On the side, maybe thinking Breeze sounds like a nice pick after this one.
Yeah, that's the other thing as well, is we've...
It's crazy G2's in play-ins and not Lev. Terrible format.
Their opponent picked probably one of their best maps, and then picking what seemed like one of their worst.
You can say that though, but if if G2 end up winning,
he's been playing in the halls pretty much every single round.
Yeah, you never know.
Grabinho just caught sleeping. They get both players, and now reveal.
That's a very unexpected push there from Safe Pedestrian, and it's completely fucked Pro's ideas of what they want to do.
Which isn't a bad idea.
They've just caught that fake completely. They were supposed to fake with camo, and now the fake has to turn into a real hit. I mean, the format is bad anyway, yes. Even if the best teams get to the event, the format has some
I still think the plan is
serious problems with it.
For the play. Here it is, flash around, swing in, but Kicks was there. It's just too much time.
That's what I said when I did my format video for this year. I think the general regular season format and the general calendar is pretty fine, but the kickoff format in particular is riddled with problems.
He's good for the first, and he'll follow up with more. 12-6, Vitality, one away from pushing this 2-0, from keeping their dream alive, albeit out of their control.
I mean, they look.
Funnily enough, it'll be in the control of Koi. The team.
They look pretty solid on
destroying that they need to win 2-0.
Breeze as well.
It's a very weird one when you're in a scenario where your opponent can go, I could take you with me. I won't, but
Be a shame if I played like this in the next map, wouldn't it?
I would like this round for free, thank you.
So Runner's going to peek over towards double doors while Kicks flashes A main. So that's going to make it seem like he's setting up the op at A main. No? They're not going to go for that? I like that idea. I think that sometimes disguising where your op is playing is really powerful.
To take them through into the playoffs, have a chance to battle.
But no, Kicks is just going to kind of play on his own in A. Oh, he goes for the dog there as well. If they had pushed up, that could be a risky dog.
Could go either way.
So yeah, instead of disguising where Runner is playing, they do actually just post up the operator behind the dog. I think Koi are going to read this. The question is, do they actually have utility to clear it?
At least one map out of a series, especially if Koi are playing like this.
If Koi loses here, then lose the first map to Karmine Corp, do they play the whole series still? Yes. Yes, there will be some lovely, silly Valorant potentially happening.
They haven't been able to deal with this operator. They haven't been able to deal with a lot of things.
The flash doesn't even push Runner away.
40 seconds left for them to now try and
was he crouching there so that that would happen?
Seekers even going to give them up as well. 3 of the players trying to push up the top of mid. And while the fact is the Seekers
an attempt at a B split into a Cypher and a Viper. Don't think this is working, especially when Destrian is also at Arches. It's Jova. There is a tier gap between Vitality and Koi. And that's very worrying for Team Liquid. very worrying for Team Liquid.
Themselves a lifeline. The fact is, Mitch, though, their life is now in the hands of their opponents.
That's the thing. You've just bested Koi.
So now Koi needs to win 2-0 in order for there to be a 1-to-1-to-1 tie, right? Hey, Rev, how's it going?
Yeah, it's a very, very weird scenario
so
that's been created.
If
But as said, I feel like if you're KC, you're probably feeling.
all right, so let's look in terms of the map differential, right?
They now have to pick themselves back up, brush off.
Vitality are now the measuring stick. They're +4 round differential.
Then things get really interesting. That's where
So it would have to be, in order to get the funniest outcome ever, where the maps were tied and the round differential was tied, Koi would have to win 2-0. Oh, it's not even possible though, is it? It's not even possible for the round differential to be tied.
In the MEA, Salah's record increases up against Barbar on the other side. That rivalry can live.
The funniest outcome can't even happen because these would have to be symmetrical.
Signs out and start cheering. I wonder if he's got a Koi jersey backstage he can borrow.
Because Koi would need to win. Koi would need to go positive 15 rounds, and that would knock Karmine Corp too far down.
Victory for them. Something I'm sure they're going to learn from. I think that's something that's always there.
Yeah, so we will guaranteed have a tiebreaker based on round differential at the very least. So that means even if Karmine Corp get 2-0.
I'm now joined by Save. Everybody give it up for Save.
No, because the problem is if Karmine Corp get 2-0, then they have to have a -4 map differential. At least. So if Karmine Corp get 2-0'd, Vitality go through.
How did you guys get your mindset back in and make sure that you do win this next one?
Right? That's like all Koi go through. But Koi would have to absolutely stomp the 2-0. The most likely outcome is if Koi win.
So we just remind ourselves what we need to do, and I think we did good.
Everybody's talking about
the most likely outcome if Koi wins 2-0 is that Vitality go through. Because their +4 round differential would be good enough. Koi would have to win by +15, so like +7 on either map. So like 13-6, 13-5. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I mean, Karmine Corp are going to win anyway. So what does it matter?
Why have you been playing things we don't normally expect you to play?
I mean, it's just for the experience and for the long term, I think, because we're trying to think of like a longer season, basically. There's still, you know, a lot of tournaments ahead, and kickoff is just kickoff, basically. So I think in terms of experience and how we're going to play eventually in the future, it makes sense that I'm on these roles right now.
Are you happy?
Agreed.
I'm very happy.
Really?
It's fun not to go in first and just take my timing somewhere and just not worry about anything.
You're like baiting. Is that what
baiting.
it is? You're so real for that. You played with a couple of pretty great IGLs already so far in your career. So talk me through what's it like to play with Sender.
I think Sender is a great IGL. I think some people are just made for the role, so to speak. Some people just have like either photographic memory or some, I don't know, some condition that just makes them superior in remembering things and all these stuff and the micromanagement. And he's that guy. He's my guy. So.
And you vibe with that as well?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's a good endorsement of Sender. I think Sender's been calling pretty well.
And the last question, your fate is not in your hands. This is a weird situation to be in, right? So how does that feel, knowing that the next game could decide whether you go to playoffs or not?
I think it's okay, because for me personally, I feel like we need these games. Just getting to here and playing these games is super important for us, because there are things we can look back on and actually get experience from and learn. So I don't mind that my fate in someone else's hand. I think Starkzo is going to smurf.
Oh, Starzo's going to smurf. That would be funny. Starzo just decides to turn it on for this game and they batter Karmine Corp. That would be very funny. I don't think it's happening though. I don't think it's happening. Kamito said he wanted the team to play the most games possible because since they are young, they need experience. Oh, so that's why Karmine Corp threw their game against Heretics. That's bold. That's bold. Very. So Team Heretics aren't actually good. Ah, we were right all along.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces.
Dude, if I turned up to Andalusia and I got broken into 1,000 pieces, I wouldn't be happy about it. I would assume it was a metaphor. If I turned up and I was body and soul smashed. Who's looking the most promising in EMEA right now? What do you mean by the word promising? Because if you're saying who are the best teams, I think it just looks like Fnatic is the best team. Na'Vi also look really clean in their game that they played against Liquid, but that's also, I mean, to be honest, with the benefit of hindsight, that was against Liquid, wasn't it? So, who knows? Karmine Corp probably looked like the most promising team, where... Oh, no, actually, sorry. Scratch that. Heretics look like the most promising team in terms of, like, holy fuck, these guys are looking way better than I thought. Hot take. Karmine Corp threw their game against Heretics because they knew Heretics wouldn't win play-ins, and they didn't want Fnatic versus Na'Vi in semis. That's so kind of Karmine Corp. That's so kind.
Wings.
Heretics got lucky, bro. It's not luck when you are fragging like they were. Miniboo... one of the rounds is just living rent-free in my brain from Heretics, where they're playing on Lotus with the Neon comp, right? And they do the they're pushing out B main on defense. They do the paranoia to push people back, and they try to slide Miniboo out to capitalize on it. Miniboo just bangs 2 people out before he dies. That play, usually, you're not getting anything out of that play. As soon as a paranoia comes through, people hide around the corner, people are playing anti-flash in spawn, they're going to swing you, they're going to kill you, you're lucky to go 1 for 1. And somehow Miniboo was able to just bang 2 people out instantly. It was crazy. Boo was also playing insanely well in the game against Foot. Benji was tapping people, like getting some of the cleanest shots off on Lotus and Split. And overall, the team is making good decisions at good times in the round. If Heretics can keep up the rifling, they look terrifying. Do you think any teams are realistically unsportsmanlike enough to intentionally lose games? Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say it's, you know, I'm not going to call out any team specifically because I don't know, whatever. But there has been match fixing in basically every traditional sport, and there has been match fixing in esports as well. If you have a large betting scene, it will inevitably happen at some scale. Maybe not the tier 1, maybe not the top level, but it'll happen at some point for sure. It's difficult to counter. But in terms of the frequency that it happens, in a game like... Listen, I don't think you need to be worried about it at all in a game like Valorant. The pros want to win. The incentives are to win. The gambling scene is small. There's a lot of eyeballs on them. I don't think you need to be worried about match fixing at a tier 1 level in Valorant. I think it's just the kind of thing that people get afraid about because it's so rampant in like tier 2, tier 3, Counter-Strike in particular. But yeah, their gambling scene is way larger. I accept bribes to throw games against Platshot Premier. Yeah, in ranked, the crypto throwers in ranked. Are you aware of the Gentle Mates drama? Intentionally picked their worst map to lose a game versus Vitality. Why would they do that, though? Do you mean because they needed to play a rematch against Vitality anyway? Because they just thought they would lose to Fnatic? Their owner said that so they don't fight Fnatic. So, wait. So the idea was that they don't show anything in the opening game, knowing that they're just going to have to rematch against Vitality anyway. Yeah. No, I could certainly believe that. I could certainly believe that. I think there is a fine line there between fixing a match and deciding not to show anything in a game that isn't that important. Because I also thought that Vitality might have been doing the same thing. I actually said it during the first time that Vitality played against Gentlemates. I was thinking about that concept, but from the opposite point of view. Because I was looking at Vitality's compositions, and I was like, these look very old meta. They're running a lot of solo Sky Initiator. I wonder if they're just taking this first match very chill, and then deciding to bring out their proper comps against Fnatic and Gentlemates in the rematch. But they weren't. But it wouldn't surprise me very much if Gentlemates were doing it. That to me is different from match fixing, because listen, I would be surprised if he said to his team, don't win this game. But if you're deliberately picking maps not to show things, because the thought process is very different. Like if you're match fixing, you are, the way that I think about it as being unethical is that you are trying to deliberately go against the spirit of the competition, which is to win the entire thing. You're deliberately throwing games in order to have some kind of like monetary gain or something outside of the match. But in this situation, if Gentlemates were just taking their foot off the gas for one of these games, it's because they want to win the rematch. They're not trying to throw and lose the whole group. They're just trying to set up the rematch to be as good as possible against Vitality. And that happens towards like, if you get games at the end of the regular season that don't matter that much, yeah, some teams are not going to show all of their strategies for playoffs. If you have a game that you think you're going to win really easily, yeah, you're not going to show all of your strats as well. Vanity's teams in the past have run different compositions when they think that they're just going to run over a team so that they can save their proper strats for the matches that matter. Like, it's something that a lot of teams do, but this scenario in particular was really weird because in every other region, people are not scared of the number one team. In Pacific, people are not scared of PaperX. In Americas, people are not scared of EG. But in EMEA, people are actually shitting and pissing their pants thinking about playing against Fnatic, and they just consider it a lost game anyway. So it actually made that rematch in Group C extremely likely that Vitality and Gentlemates were going to play against each other again. So that's a format problem to me. I don't think it's like, I don't think you should be mad at Gentlemates for doing that. I don't think that's unethical to do that. I think saving your strats and saving your best maps for the rematch is, I think it makes a lot of sense. And could they have been punished by that? Yeah, of course they could, because there was a chance as well that Vitality could have pulled out some ridiculous upset against Fnatic. I mean, there's always a chance. It's a low chance, but there's a chance.
Heading into this season, looking at most people's power.
Was the EMEA LCQ finals match fixing? No, that was just a match that neither team gave a fuck about.
Yeah, it has split up quite
They
a bit.
didn't want the lower seed, though, I don't
think.
think.
I think a lot of people
They just didn't give a fuck about the game.
Thinking like, okay,
again, that's a format problem. That match should never have been played last year's EMEA LCQ final. Both teams had already qualified anyway. They didn't want to show more of what their strategies were for champs because it's about to come out. It's a useless match.
But hear me out.
They were just running around the server doing whatever the fuck they wanted.
Exactly the same as it happened on the
Hello, what's going on here?
Jumping into partnerships. They were like, no, because, you know, for example,
Now,
Chloe, everybody was like, they have Starcell, they have Shaders, they have Trex. Like, how is this not going to work? I'm so happy. Thank you so much, Lauren, and whomever else rolled it in.
So you're supposed to go into a tight shot there so that you disguise the fact that the people are bringing the whiteboard in. Bit of giving away the movie magic there a little.
Exactly.
You know, I predicted this overtime. When it was like 5-5 with this on Ascent, I'm like, we're going to see overtime. You think I'm going to be wrong about this stuff? All right.
What are they breaking down?
So he threw like 3,000 balls. He hit one. And he's like, so
what are they breaking down here?
But that one time I was right, though.
Oh, they're doing a tier list.
Remember. All right, S tier.
Have they got a tech balls or something?
Tier, Heretics.
Navi. And Herit. Yeah. Sorry. How do you say it?
I said wrong, and I stick with it because I have an accent and I can get away with it.
Okay.
Okay, Navi Heretics.
So this is the tier that now, after seeing the first part of the tournament, you're getting, right? So you're just putting the 3 teams that have already qualified for places. So that's your tier list?
Well, this is how their current form is, but this is how we're probably going to expect them going into like split one. The teams are going to qualify for Madrid and do well there. Probably going to be in this order too.
Na'Vi defo S. Na'Vi look like S, but they've not played against extremely good teams yet, so I would be cautious about putting them S. Personally, I would put Na'Vi A tier as well, because the teams that Na'Vi have played against, it's not enough to rate them at the tippity top yet. By the eye test, Na'Vi look fantastic, but they were just winning so many game duels as well.
Based on their performance, I feel like they've been underperforming. As an outsider coming in with the expectations and the youthful ignorance I have as someone who's not familiar with it, I'm a little disappointed.
I want to see who. Yeah, because we're talking
B tier Karmine Corp. I would put Karmine Corp in the A tier personally. I think.
KC there. Okay, then who's in C? You have Koi.
Maybe not. Their performance against Heretics was really poor.
Where are Gentlemates at?
I thought he was going to give us 2 KCs.
You know what? Liquid might actually be down here. They might be. Yeah, they have to go down. They have to get the D, right?
They have to get the D.
We had one. Okay.
We have the technology.
I'm putting them down here for now until they can show to me that they can't just walk around and just peek things like idiots all the time, and they can start doing stuff as a team, especially on their defense. Like, they have the individual skill. It's just a matter of they're not deploying any level of teamwork whatsoever.
He said like idiots, chat. He's not calling them idiots. He's saying they play similarly.
It just doesn't make sense. It's like there's zero cohesion. So I'm putting them down here for a little bit. But they these guys are the most likely to move up.
Give me some more Frenchies. Give me Vitality and give us
Vitality's got to be B tier as well, I think.
Mates have to go
it's so unfair that they were in such a difficult group.
They only play Vitality as well.
I think General Mates and Vitality should both be in B tier. Just because they lost doesn't mean that they're not in the same tier, right? You can still be in the same tier as somebody even though you lose to them.
Beating Vitality, they were 12-9 up, I think, on map.
But there is 100% a tier gap between Koi and Vitality. 100%.
Never heard that, but yeah, they dropped the spaghetti.
I think General Mates are in the B tier with Vitality. Those games are like close, competitive. Koi are not in that tier.
I feel like they could have done a lot better if they didn't drop the ball in that one instance.
Very interested in this one. Foot. Where does it go?
A Foot's probably down somewhere around here.
Okay, write it down then. We need to take a picture at the end of this so we can hold you accountable for every single one of your words.
Wait, I meant what? 2, 3, 4, 5.
He's missed Vitality.
11. It's just Vitality. I'm gonna put the.
Oh, don't you dare!
What do you mean, don't you dare?
I'm just trying to throw you off, honestly.
Let me think about this for a second, because you really threw me on the spot here. I did not know there was going to be a surprise whiteboard or anything like this. You guys are really putting me on the spot. Yeah, where is Vitality going to go? Because I could kind of put Vitality and Mates on the same level, but at the same time, there's...
Can we put them? Can we do a B.5?
Like one, it's called a C, and then this would be D, and then this would be like F. We could do that if you want.
No, but you have to put them somewhere. Okay.
I think this tier list is good, except I would move Mates and maybe even Foot up into the B tier.
Split one, or not just split one, but the entire year.
And probably Giants into C.
I think Liquid
or maybe Liquid, I don't fucking know.
If they get their, stuff together,
they can be the dark horse of the competition.
They could.
Karmine Corp in A? Yeah, Karmine Corp could be in A. The problem is that when they played against Heretics, they just got absolutely blown out. But I think that's a particularly bad game from Karmine Corp. Yeah, I think you could put Karmine Corp in the A tier. But again, I think Mates and Vitality are so similarly... I think Mates and Vitality are super similar.
I can't see them moving up more than one tier. Karmine Corp, I feel like they could move up a tier.
I thought Koi looked dreadful.
But most of these teams, I feel like outside of Liquid, are only going to move up like maybe a tier. I don't see anyone jumping 2 or 3 tiers.
Well, we'll get back to that at the end of the season.
We'll see.
Where we stand
the whole EMEA broadcast design gives a CS vibe, to be honest. Like if Riot looked at a CS broadcast and just said, just like this, but just Valorant.
You are welcome. Now let's talk about this very last match. Everything on the line.
I think it has been inspired more by CS than the rest. Like they do a lot of talking segments with not very much B-roll, that kind of thing. It's more. It's more like chill, relaxed conversation.
Before they played their first match, it was
rather
course, there are an
than
abundance of duelists which were
heavily
brought in.
produced.
Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far from those duelists, hero pool, agent pool wise.
Segments
exactly.
so
if you
much.
take a look at Narrate, I think that he is.
And they also tend to go
both
longer,
a little
I think,
bit in the
than
duelist, but not going to be the
Americas,
main duelist,
but
more
less
like the
long than
secondary
Pacific.
duelist,
I mean, Pacific is just
but
kind of
also
left out the
playing
dry in the
support
English
role.
broadcast
I think
because
that
the
he
main
is
production
actually
is
the second
happening in Korean
the
too.
second to the main duelist that we see in Martin. I think that he's been having a brilliant performance, and I think that Eng is even evolving within his own method of, even, grabbing the duelist and not only making
Yeah,
them
the
play
interviews
differently, but
Americas
actually
was doing
adapting
after
to
the
what
games
they
are very
want to do
good.
and the ideas
EMEA
that
was
they
doing
have
that
on the
last
map,
year
and
as
probably is
well.
one of the reasons why it works so well, especially today on Ascent. The
Yeah,
way
I
that
am
they were
casting
coming,
today.
everything,
I've got time
switching
to
the meta
actually. Let me have a look.
completely, and
Do I have
actually
time to
making
even?
Shane,
I might need to
with
leave,
the
guys.
playing with the
Actually,
Harbor, making
now that
the
I think
map
about it, my
fresh
call
and
time's at
new
11.
here in EMEA. I think that composition was played by
So,
Paperex,
if my
long
call
time
time's
ago,
at
but it's
11, I need to
Paperex,
leave
right?
in like
We're
an
supposed to be
hour.
the tamed ones.
Yeah, I actually really like what they were
Boring
doing
ones.
with this, and like obviously we've seen Viper coming into the middle a little bit, and then last year we also saw.
I was hoping that they would just get into the match more
Sky
quickly.
Jet, Killjoy.
But it's taking them a while.
We saw Loud running it on like a.
Fuck, I really want to watch this Karmine Corp Koi game.
Change up to Ascent where they do have kind of this explosiveness on attack, a lot of opportunity to rock the boat.
What do you think about that comp on Ascent, Karmine Corp? I think it's very cool. They copied it from Paperex and changed one thing around, the Brim for the Viper. The way that they played it was lovely.
How you're gonna approach the retakes.
Very proactive in post plants. Really good harbor utility on the execs.
So I think teams that have really good teamwork,
good
and teams that don't have good teamwork
awareness
are gonna look
that
so lost if
Vitality wanted to fight over Cat, and so they repushed Cat in a lot of those rounds as well. Yeah, they played well. Played well.
Replying to why do you think you're so strong on the attack, they're so weak on the defense, and he was saying, well, most of the teams
the individual regions have quite a lot of say in terms of how they present the broadcast. Not 100%,
and have that
quite a
working
lot.
to actually have
That's why
a
they're so
solid
different.
defense. But
I think the defense was shit.
you know,
I mean, the
their
defense with that
desperation
composition,
was
I think, is
supposed to
generally
be,
going to
and
be
actually, you know, can
a
think of what
little
Eng was
weaker
doing in
unless
Gambit was
Narrate
the
finds
strongest
crazy good
defense
timings with the
probably in the
Reyna.
world. Like there were maps like Breeze where it was
They were trying to do
impossible
some
get around out
like
of
contact
that.
pushing
You
around the
would
map
see
and that kind of stuff,
go
but
down
yeah,
starting on the
it's
attack
not
on Breeze,
as
getting 2
solid
rounds and
for
then
sure.
shifting the map around. They wouldn't shake
Paperex
even,
played the
they were
exact same
completely
comp on
fine. They
Ascent
knew
as
that there
Karmine
was
Corp.
no
I thought they
way
were playing a Brim.
someone could have
I thought they
that
played
macro
Brim Harbor
understanding of
instead
the
of
map and how to
Viper
move
Harbor.
around it and how to
I might be
regain spaces,
misremembering though.
because that is what it gives you, that edge that you need on the defense.
Now I want to shift gears here and talk a little bit about Koi
All right,
side.
I think I've got to leave because I could watch the first map of. The thing is though, if I watch the first map and Karmine Corp win, then we know that Karmine Corp are in playoffs, and I can pop off an Alley Les Bleus. Maybe I should just watch one map. Just one, bro. Just one map, bro. Just
I think
one.
that he was doing, you know, a good job. Maybe, you know, it wasn't the map for Koi. I think that they were very repetitive on the attack, not only on what they were doing, but also on the mistakes that they were making, Josh.
Yeah, I think here Camo had way too much space and luxury. Just walk around with the Yoru up, just be able to post up on angles in general. And I was really surprised to see, like, you're running this double controller Astra on the side of
Yeah, my call time's 11 a.m.
Yeah, it's like,
If they
why
start
are
the
you guys
game
not
soon,
doing
I'll be able to
more,
watch the
like,
first map.
info denial with the smokes? Why are you not setting up
Going to
lurkers,
Americas
like, more,
today?
like, inserting them
Alarm,
deeper,
alarm. What is
and
this?
just doing something.
Anyone
with the double
attending today's
controller
Valorant
to
match,
bypass it up and
drop
not
by the
give
Sentinels booth and grab your free t-shirt celebrating the launch of our
pretty
Fire as
upset
Fuck
when they ran
Sentinels
an
team
Astra without
capsule.
utilising the
I
Astra.
think they were doing this
Probably
yesterday
said
as well.
some words to out
Yeah,
there,
there was
I saw a bunch of
strongly worded
fans wearing them.
sentiments,
Can't be
backstage.
repeated on live broadcast.
Absolutely
probably.
not. Yeah, I mean,
Shower
you're
now and
disappointed
leave the
it
stream
shows,
on.
But it's because you care.
I
Right?
am very
Well, you might be
passionate about
cooking.
this game.
You
I
actually
love
might be
this game
cooking.
so much,
Maybe I
and
should just
when
go and
see
shower
people
like right
playing
now.
it suboptimally, I just get really upset and I shake.
Frustrated, yeah. You shake.
Well, you're a
Physical
genius actually,
response,
chat.
yes,
You're
yeah.
fucking geniuses.
Now, one thing, of course,
All right, I'm going to
there was
shower.
great gameplay,
It-
but we also love great stories coming
I'm
in
going to
together.
shower,
there's
and
another cool one.
I'm
This,
going to forget
upcoming
the stream
match,
is on, and I'm going to walk into the room with my cock out. I fucking know it. I've got to turn the webcam off. I've got to turn the webcam off.
One more to go.
He's on a rampage
I
here.
know.
And of course, this has to be not only a 2-0 win for Koi to stand the chance to make it into playoffs.
Okay, you
it
ain't
has to
seeing
be a very
shit
strong
now.
one, because
You ain't
if this,
seeing
if we
shit.
end up having a 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, we will go straight onto the round difference. able to take up some rounds on the first map when the difference was so big against Vitality, because otherwise it would have been almost impossible.
I'm making doubly sure. I'm making doubly, triply sure. I'm turning the webcam off as well, just in case there's a reflection of my cock and balls that someone enhances using AI, sharpens the image.
On Apex. So now
I'm turning it all off.
Coming from what most people would say was the top tier or the top team in Ascension, and only one of them is going to make it through, or possibly make it through.
You know, being someone that's been on kind of a similar place as Magnum, where you have like a core break off and it's 3 people going one way and you're going the other way, and everyone thinks you're the one that's going to do the worst and the other 3 are going to be successful, and then the opposite happens. I'm giving him my support. But yeah, looking at this, just like going into the day, I was thinking Vitality was probably going to go and win the first series and the second series, and it was going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, it would be so boring for the last one.
It would have been boring, but but I mean, there's always a big but. When looking at Karmine Corp, it's like we went from, I was so optimistic going from like day to day. It's just like, oh, they look really good. Oh, but they have really low lows. Oh, but they look really good again. So I just, coming into this, I'm like, oh, Vitality is probably going to beat Karmine Corp. But now I look at them again, I'm like, they're looking really solid. Like, it's just so hard to put my finger exactly like where they are.
It's been an emotional roller coaster watching those teams, because I feel like with almost every team here, expectations have been shattered in good and bad ways, all at the same time. So it's been difficult to predict, but that's what makes it more exciting, right? Do you feel like between Koi and Karmine Corp, is there a clear favorite? And why is it Karmine Corp?
Okay, I think that Karmine Corp, especially like what we've seen, I think that people get very excited when they see new agents. As we say that also Eng is back, but also we have some very, very long days. We can understand if the anti-strategy cannot be on its finest point, and you have to pick your battles. Probably KC is the strongest.
I would say KC as well, because they have the whole package right now. They have good individual players. They play really well attack side gameplay. They have a really good defense side as well. They move around together. And Koi only really look good on their attack, not defense.
Yeah, Koi versus KC, make or break match 3. It all comes down to this very last match for both of those teams. So let's see what they got.
In EMEA, we love a redemption story. It's going to be a tough challenge ahead of Koi, but it is not impossible. It's time to see if they can pull off the miracle run to end all miracle runs. And on the other side, they already have a huge win under their belt, and a 2-0 will secure them a spot at playoffs. It's Karmine Corp. Last but not least, 2 veterans of EMEA going head-to-head in this battle, but unfortunately, only one of them will have a chance to make it to playoffs.
KC, they have to win one map, and then they are through. How likely is it for Koi to stop that?
So here we have to talk about 2 different things. Like, Keiko, first of all, has played that first match, has gotten the victory that they got, even bringing things that were a bit unorthodox onto the server, and now they also got a break, got to see how Koi was looking like, and also speaking up from Koi just losing in the manner that they did against Vitality. I mean, if I'm KC, I'm hoping that I win the coin toss and I just pick Team A. Just go on my map.
Yeah, I'm looking at KC here, and I'm just looking at like what I was talking about earlier, just like the whole package from them right now. It's just like we didn't even get to see them play Ascent until today, and they whip out this, you know, Harbor Viper.
Come on,
Scott. You think it's gonna be in there again?
Sunset.
Disappointment, Kikuko.
I wanted to see the Ascent again. But maybe, you know, maybe little by little. Oh, and they ban it. They got rid of it. So the first map is going to be Sunset. Now, alongside today and yesterday, we saw Koi play it twice. Both of the times that, you know, they did play today. I'm not. Was it the first one? I might be losing it.
You might be losing it.
That was the first map that we had today, but it might not have been Koi. I remember what we saw yesterday. Yeah, it was the first one.
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, we see a lot of Sunset. Sunset's the most picked event Mathis men.
Yeah, they love it, you know?
Yeah.
Not a lot of Icebox, but a lot of Sunset, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, what I wanted to say is that the plan for Koi has been easy to unravel for the rest of the team. I think that you guys also did a brilliant job on the desk talking about how repetitive some of these rounds can get, how easy it is to counter what they do, how sometimes they're not very aware of that operator or how to deal with it. It can get very frustrating. Now, looking at the side of Koi that of course have a tremendous task ahead, I really hope that they can disconnect from what happened and completely forget what happened against Vitality and just focus on this one.
The crazy thing is, I would even go almost to say, if they can get to Icebox, you know, Koi could even close out the series. But then in the same breath, it's like if they go to the Icebox, it doesn't matter. It's all over.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a
do or die. This is what we're here for, Josh.
Let's chat about the agents though. Any surprises here for you guys, or is this all just as expected?
This is
expected.
Yeah, it's as expected. We saw this earlier, and we were even highlighting how Karmine Corp were doing their retakes on defense, utilizing that wingman to get on the spike while they put up the one-way smoke, and started using some of their abilities like nades and mollies to flush out areas and just win this just straight up like 1800 style rifle battle.
Oh, I'm so fresh
standing
and
in a line,
clean.
just taking a shot with their muskets and then going for the reload. Sorry.
You're good.
I'm a boomer.
No, it's okay. You're good. I think also KC is starting on the defense, having that double controller, having the Cypher on Magnum. I think that the composition is brilliant. I hope that they put a lot of pressure onto Koi and make them feel, you know, a little bit unshattered. I think that they will crumble under the pressure that they're on. If they manage to get 4 rounds in a row, I'm telling you, this is over in one map.
Right on. Well, Koi and Vitality fan.
Okay. Whoops.
Map, and
right, off we go.
Moving on to the playoffs and joining Team Heretics.
No cock and balls, I'm sorry.
I call them heretics.
Heretics is fine.
No cock and balls.
Navi and Fnatic, and for all the action on this very first map are once more, of course, Tom.
We saw the cocker. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk as we are ready to dive on into another
right,
series.
so how are Karmine Corp going to navigate
We've heard a lot from the analyst desk about the stakes of this
the
matchup,
attack side of Koi? That's the important thing to be worried about.
If KC wins at least one map here,
I think
it's done. The series will be played out.
One map.
But it will not have any
Let's
effect.
go.
Koi needs a 2-0
You didn't shower, your hair isn't even wet? No, you're right. I just went and took a fat shit. No, I did. I'm clean. I'm clean now. I showered, I used soap, I used shampoo. You're still supposed to use shampoo even when you're bald, right?
Attack side.
It's better for your scalp or something?
Maybe some hope.
Maybe. I would say that I'm not
Gummision, thank you for the prime.
Them not losing a map is already going to be relatively difficult.
Shampoo on what? Fuck you. Barthez still needs his shampoo, okay? Otherwise my scalp's gonna dry out and flake off. I'm gonna look like the abominable snowman every time I walk into a room, just shaking down dandruff left, right, and center. I use face wash on my scalp. I don't think that's what you're supposed to do. I'm not 100%, but I don't think you are. Anyway, let's focus in. Karmine Corp holding on here. And Koi going for a mid to B to start things off. Now, they did try to lurk people through the smoke multiple times. So we'll see whether Karmine Corp are aware of that. Grabinho looked like he wanted to go for something. Ooh, the nade is nice there as well, actually, from Camo. So they're going to re-clear through market. Dizzy gives away Grabinho's position. Wasn't ready for that. Now, Koi going to try to reactive push back side, and Shin is kind of watching for it. The Paranoia should be huge here onto Camo. Paranoia on Camo. There it is, blinded. It's a nice idea to try to use the blast pack, actually. And his teammates are trying to help. Oh, those are big kills by Narrate. Those are huge kills by Narrate. Those are fucking enormous kills by Narrate. Oh my god.
Really nice stuff for Narrate. Confidence build around is what that is.
What's their round difference now, Mitch?
One higher.
One higher. What about for Koi?
One lower. There you go. You're welcome, Tom.
Thank you.
I pulled it up. So
yeah, that Paranoia play from Shin, really nice. And then Shadow tried to stun. Shadow probably should have been holding the stun, ready to fight that like as soon as any retake utility came through, because he was really late there.
I think it's not make. I read that somewhere. I didn't work it out. So if it's wrong, it's not my fault.
So they need to do.
Did I miss cock and balls? Yeah, you did.
And it is a 15 because Vitality would be +4. Obviously, if they win by a long.
I came out of the shower and just did a little helicopter for the stream. What? There's no way Martin's just gone for the drive-by, like stutter step, tapped to their head and just danced away again.
As well acquired. Nice defense to start this off. And with pistols,
doing the Czech Republic shuffle.
That was a worst case scenario.
What was that?
Corner, you see 4 pistols staring at you. Often that's not going to go quite as well.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we've already seen a few of those rounds in our earlier matchup.
Yeah, he was just
nonetheless
aiming up at the sky, flicked down, tapped somebody, jiggles away, doesn't take any damage. Okay, all good. Now, ideally you want to be putting kills into Narrate here. I mean, Martin's ult is also really good, but if you could get bonus round Gecko ultimate, that'd be pretty big.
Now, if you're on the side of KC in this round, you don't want to see too many losses. It has been clean to kick it off. But this is where the pistols do get dangerous. And
Spammy.
So the reason I was worried, he gets real close to that angle. And you know Grabinho, we've seen him before. He likes to get that little bit aggressive.
Well, there's one more for Narrate. If he takes the defuse, he's got it. Huge. Obviously, Tomashi is not going to steal the defuse here, right?
Yeah, and Andaluthia flawless coming through for them. It's also been interesting because obviously you've got everybody sort of hanging around at the moment. I got to chat with both of the coaching staff of KC, and both of them I was like, really good chance to get to playoffs, and they went, we just want to play. Like, we want to play as many games as we can. Obviously, the league minimum matches is something that a lot of teams are worried about, and they're like, yeah, we're probably going to get to play like 5-6 matches in this tournament. When we make it to playoffs, we get to play another. And I was like, yeah, it'd be cool to get to Madrid, though. He's like, not really thinking about it. And there's a part of me that goes, yeah, right. Like, come on, you're thinking about it a bit, but at the same time, it does seem like for a lot of the teams, like, okay, maybe beating a Na'Vi or Fnatic would be wonderful, but they want to improve.
2 people spotted at the start of the round, Martin and Narrate. Both very good fraggers, and with the ultimate to try to play retake. So this is immediately causing a pivot. Koi go for the mid to B push through market. Last time they left Grabinho late, lurking in market, and Kamiko cleared him out. Here, the Gecko ult is chasing Grabinho into Shin. That is an awesome use of that. Reaction, though, happening from Starzo there. Martin only takes one with him. Starzo's doing a lot, but he's weak. Narrate still has his ult, so they can go for a second version of this Thrash. I like that Koi was decisive enough to go for that repush into Boba, because otherwise they were just slowly accepting they'd lost the round. They've cleared the entirety of Boba for Tomashi, and this is now just going to come down to, like, what can they do with the Paranoia and how well can they fight each other. Oh, Shin gets another kill on Shadow. Shadow, unfortunately, has beefed 2 really important post-plant fights, and it's over. I mean, Shin can get both of those smokes down. One is the, like, one way. If they needed it, they could put one on the spike. I like that Koi are trying to play more aggressive post plants, but Shadows messed up both of those, to be honest with you.
The 3-0 start, that's a devastating blow to Koi. Again, a team we're talking about, and they know this.
He was too late on the stun in the pistol, and then he just whiffed on Shin.
For them to start out 3-0 down on Koi,
I do like this reaction, though, from Koi. I think Starzo made a good call there.
That we can draw from it, as we'll see once we get out of
That's
these
so rough.
replays.
I mean, also a B main player that isn't ready to swing. So Shado's not in a position to help his team either.
Just one away. They could recover this round and attempt to play hyper.
That didn't look anywhere near as good as usual from Koi. They usually have a much cleaner blast pack engaged than that.
They just watch them play this.
They stun, haunt, etc. I mean, Shin used his Paranoia, but I don't think that's... Is that why Camo beefed the movement? Because he was trying to dodge the flash?
You can have the utility set up. I almost feel like, as well, the utility support for Camo...
Yeah, Koi was better on the attack side, yeah.
He was winning a lot of the fights anyway. Like,
but Kamiko's retakes look really clean on this map, which is an amazing way of playing against Koi.
Nothing hits Martin. He wrecks him.
I think if you go back
and yeah,
well,
Camo's entry there should have been a lot cleaner, I think.
Where players were hyper aggressive around A main and B main with basically being caught in what I'd call the danger zone. Somewhere that once those barriers go up, when you've got blast packs to play through,
Devoyne, I tend to use a butter knife. I make my sandwich in the morning, spread marmalade on the toast, and then just get the knife and just kind of scrape any hair off my chin that is willing to come.
For the retake at least, but Rolling Thunder is online for Koi. They'll have to get so much value out of it if
it's randomized, your neighbor.
Around like this, Tom, you'll be tempted to. The economy is on the line.
Yeah.
So Koi now just trying to fight a 3v5. They have ultimates, but unless they get some picks, the ults are just going to be wasted here. That's important. Getting the pick onto Shadow, but there goes the Nightfall. Shadow's going to use his ult in a 2v4.
Absolutely nothing. Magnum finds the kill. The stun's still there.
And they can't even kill Narrate. Oh no.
At least expect them to get one.
Oh
I mean, the Rolling
no.
Thunder's used though, it catches one player close. Nobody can swing on them. There's only 2 players.
I should be
alive.
excited that Karmine Corp are dominating, but it's just so sad watching what Koi are doing.
Pushed up into the air.
What the fuck was that engage from Camo as well?
Magnum is there. He's further back, and that ult, the Rolling Thunder, as you can see, it just doesn't reach him. It doesn't even come close. So he's able to cover them, take that kill. It could have snowballed. If that first frag is found onto Magnum, things fall apart. But the thing is, when you hear that player, close left corner,
Koi is the new Karmine Corp. Koi beat Liquid.
I know where my crosshair's going. You're not ready for Magnum to be in no man's land taking the fight. 4 in a row, 4 defuses as well. Koi have had no trouble in getting onto sites. They've had a lot of trouble.
And BBL, yeah. Although the game against BBL was like 2 really rough teams.
Pick up the pace a little bit here. Starzo's actually been spammed a little bit.
I don't know what. Apparently that was the same with the Liquid game.
Have gone through. I believe it. No, it actually hasn't destroyed a trip. They placed it in a different position this time, so it's actually done nothing. I think the chances of this being a clean game have quickly diminished.
Are they going to go for the break it and immediately blast pack onto somebody?
Let's get a round.
Break, Prowler, blast pack?
We've already witnessed this once, but this time they're on the attack. This is the side they were better at last time. Right
looking
now
to break the trip and then insert Camo.
Of Karmine Corp.
I mean, the stun there in the mid round is fairly decent in case somebody got posted up on an aggressive angle, but Camo's... I mean, he's trying to find a timing before the Dizzy just clears him. He's on an eco, he's doing what he can. Now, I don't want to see Starzo use the ult here, even if he gets a kill inside this. Oh.
Good damage done. Well, it's not quite gone according to plan. The numbers are thin.
Martin just making sure Starzo can't get another kill there. But the rest of Karmine Corp should be able to trade this out. 2v1, Shados only has a Sheriff. It's a bit silly, but it shouldn't really get too dangerous. All good. All good.
It looked like it was going to be a much cleaner round. But with 5-0 on the board, they won't be breaking any sweat just yet.
All right, so this is where Koi actually have a route back into this. Martin doesn't have his ult anymore. That is so weird that Martin kills himself there, though, as well. He could have shot that without killing himself.
Zipan do it earlier. We've seen a few other players do it since, and it is very funny. I also feel like that kill in particular was completely unnecessary. Like, he could have just kept going and try and get someone on the site, but he was like...
Martin was sending a message. I don't care if I die, I'm taking you with me.
First of all, the fact that he got himself, because I thought he was far enough away. Second of all, the fact that he even fired it. There must have been some clear communication to his teammates, like, get back! Because if he fires that in and takes down like 2 guys rushing the smoke, that could be very awkward.
From the look of it as well, Shin is very ready to use his flash to stop Camo getting those early engages over towards A. I think if Koi ran the same round they just did there, but with rifles, they'd be doing pretty well. Like, go and apply mid-pressure early on in the round, go back into A with that horizontal stun, because that's going to catch anybody that's playing the aggressive angle on A. And then go into site with Nightfall or something like that. And I think you've got a high chance of winning that round.
10-2 versus Foot as well. And okay, they struggled a bit more against Giant X, but Every other team I've been sat there going,
First
okay,
Garth,
you're
Sentinel's waiting room says MIBR is overrated.
Well, this map is
MIBR's overrated. That's pretty difficult to find anyone who was rating MIBR.
Yeah. Well, that's not looking very likely, so it probably means they're going to need to go for a 13-0 on the next map.
Ooh, an attempt there at trying to get some crunch play happening into mid.
13 in a row. Same thing.
They throw the mosh pit as well. Karmine Corp have used a lot of utility there, and Koi have managed to avoid it. So this is a nice position to be in for Koi. You're feeling pretty happy about this. You've still got 2 flashes, Prowler, Seize, Nightfall, all of your Raze utility. The first 40 seconds, and Koi are holding really passive here. This is going to come down to a retake, and I think I'd rather go A in this position. Koi might be overcooking. They're sneaking 2 people market, one's B main, and the spike was going A. They trade out better, Koi that is, over towards market. It does look a bit unusual. I feel like there is a chance Thomasy could win this round. He's worried someone's pushed up market, but now he's got Martin there to hold his back.
They're not following up on the utility.
No paranoia, already been used. Nightfall invested. Oh my god, Shin. Oh, that's so close.
From the side of Koi.
That is so close. I think Koi just got into a really good position and almost fumbled it.
Yeah, still break it down for us.
But yeah, 5-1, they're onto the board. Definitely
good attempt from Karmine Corp on the flood back in to turn that one around.
Definitely problematic, and to be honest, Shin may have actually been able to win off time. Of course, I think he's hit by the Nightfall, so I don't.
When Shin kills 2 there and almost wins the 1v1, I mean that would have been dramatic.
Doesn't quite go his way, but yeah, as scrappy as it can get. Financially, it's putting.
So this is another round where Camo's got a big ult to work with. They're taking mid control at the beginning. Like I said, I think this is a really big win con for Koi. If they can take mid and go back into sites late on in the round,
3 players on this side of the map. Showstopper.
Then it's going to come down to how well their post plants
look.
look.
There's also a Viper's Pit available for Thomasy.
Good safety net at least. Koi adopting a slower approach.
Shin's just holding paranoia because he knows that when they come into these areas, when Camo does these fast engages,
but he's just going to pop a smoke.
You know, they're not going to contact. They're going to use a ton of utility and blast back onto you.
I feel like a setup that's
Alright, Starzo's using his Fade Util to make this feel like it's going to end A. They are disguising this fairly well. Good info. Great info from Shin. He knows that the Cypher's there. He knows that the Raze is there. This is going to make Starzo's role in this round somewhat useless unless he can calm that everyone's leaving. They're turning this into a fake. It was supposed to be a disguised B pop, and now it's turned into a B fake. End A. KC clearing mid, looking for the lurkers. They know that Camo is on B. This is weird. This is so weird. Thomasy doesn't think that Camo's gone for that? They must have still thought it was a full B hit at that point. This is very awkward, but at this point Karmine Corp must realize that it was an A hit. Starzo's overpushed. That's really bad play from Starzo. He's already got his team so much room. The trap is broken, Shadow doesn't react to it. These are the kind of things that Koi are just doing really badly. The overpush from Starzo throws away a round that they could have had a chance to win, and then they're so late to react to that trip being broken.
Pushing them out of the corner anytime soon. Now I can throw in the little guy to go for the defuse, buy some time.
Great utility and pushing forwards off the back of it. Very nice from Karmine Corp. The more relaxed and tight the Karmine Corp play, the more they'll win just by Koi making mistakes.
Again, almost just frustratingly messy at times from this squad.
Yeah, even if they lose 2-1, they still go through to play-ins.
The idea is not a bad one. Like they go for the initial setup of throwing Camo in onto the site with the Showstopper. It pulls the rotations. They have an A site for free. And then I feel like they get caught more trying to catch them on the rotate back.
Yeah, Gecko's fantastic in late round situations, especially if you still have the wingman up.
I feel you, Barbar. Yes, that was actually the appropriate response to what you just witnessed.
Is Karmine Corp the second best team in the world? Who's the first best team?
On the attack,
Heretics?
success. They've got rifles again, but still, the problem is KC are building up valuable ultimates. They've not only got Thrash, but a Viper's Pit, as you said,
Karmine Corp want to be a bit cautious there. That's very
but
easy to
Koi,
get punished.
It's not even about winning the round with them. You need to start burning these ultimates up. Getting that weapon, or the economy, sorry, of KC under control has been done pretty well. Despite a 6-1 lead, they haven't really got credits if they lose this round. So it's not like it's out of their hands yet. They can very quickly close that gap on the side of Koi, but they need Need to find some opening duels. Starzo at least.
You look at what's happening in the mid round here. Koi are expecting Karmine Corp to have somebody posted on this angle, right? To gain info over towards A. But actually, Karmine Corp are holding really passive on A. If Koi ever get that info, Koi can start doing some contact plays. But otherwise, they're just getting funneled into going for these same B splits. Or like a B fake that turned into an A. Did they get that? No, it didn't catch onto Grobinho. They might think that smoke has been cleared.
Not even know that he's within this angle. He's going to TP away. That will give them the sound cue. Camo also just hiding within the smoke.
Ooh, no way. Narrate cancels the pickup on the Thrash. And here we go. Another one of these exact same B retake situations. Except this time... the crosshair placement and the tapping is immaculate from Grobinho. Karmine Corp was still in a really good position to win that. But, holy shit. I wouldn't be worried though, Karmine Corp bros. I really wouldn't be worried.
Little bro is diffusing and everything.
Karmine Corp have already won so many rounds on this defense side. And Koi looked pretty crap on their defense. I wouldn't be worried.
But he seems less frustrated
for a second, but other than that, no smile.
Oh, we're getting there, bit by bit. If Camo can keep up these entries, no doubt. We're close to seeing Barbar break that smile out. Now it's pistols.
Oh, Shadow goes down to the trip.
This is a little unfortunate.
They know that there's a shit ton of people A-Link.
Now they've got to try to do it when there's not any utility to help them out. Unless Tamazi gets close enough to Viper's Pit, but I doubt it.
Actually going to aggress instead. Not looking to just sit back. Nobody there. They're all wrapping around from behind. Little bro sent through first. Nade to try and force the
good overwhelm. Really nicely played. No, someone needs to swing with Shin.
A possible scenario, bringing it into the 1v1
with a rifle. Taps. Oh, Starzo knows he's not on it. Really nicely played by Starzo. Martin peeked the wrong way.
Still has his horn on.
You can't tuck like this, really.
Sitting back, but it's an aggressive push. Horn will be broken, but at this stage needs to go for the fight. Needs to try and take him out.
Oh, has he got time? Wait, I'm not sure. No, he was so close. Oh, that was so close to Martin winning that round. I think he just misplayed the very first tap. Because he taps and tucks, Starzo can peek, realize that the spike isn't red and knows that he's off it. I do like the way that they played this, except I think when Shin swung there, Martin and Narrate weren't quite ready to play with him. Other than that, looked good. That was like a quarter of a second off, maybe half a second off.
That's kind of a smile. It's kind of a smile.
That's a Mannix.
That's a man losing his mind.
No, he didn't have time there. He didn't have time. As soon as you see that circle coming in, you've run out of time.
That was you watching Liquid yesterday.
Yeah, it was a tough day. It was a very tough day, but we get through them.
But yeah, 6 rounds on the defense side should be good for Karmine Corp, even if they lose all the rest of these. And they actually might. I mean, you look at Koi's ults, they're huge. And they've just contacted fully into B this round.
From a cardiac perspective. Koi doing pretty well. They've got control of the site.
They're going to re-clear through mid, trying to break this market setup. So look at how they approach market here. They've got 2 people coming around behind.
But here's where things are going to look a little bit worse.
And the Boba players can try to fight. Grobinho is already dead because they opened the door and hit them.
Comboing at the same time, using this
the double ultimates in the post plan are just holding Karmine Corp back. They might have bought enough time to win the round. This is all down to timing now. Karmine Corp are forced to play pretty aggressively. Shin is barreling his way through market. Oh my god. It's not just based on the timing, it's also based on the fragging. Shin should not be allowed to get 2 there, and everybody else just fell too. absolute outclassing. I mean, KC's rifling.
The thing is, I don't mind the initial
Narrate and Shin in particular are winning so many duels where you would expect them not to. Rough from Shados at the end as well. Two huge ultimates in the post plant, both of which really well navigated by Karmine Corp. The retake protocols on B are lovely from Karmine Corp. They wait, they clear out the whole of mid first, then they get ready to pinch market. The Boba players don't commit super heavy into Boba. They got caught by the breach ult, the Boba players back up, the market players come in to pinch a little bit. They don't get caught by the Raze ult. I mean, it's just lovely. They're playing around what Koi were throwing at them there perfectly. Very good awareness of their threats and great pathing as well. I think the pathing is fantastic on these retakes.
No way that you're getting close enough to deal with him. Now they can solo play the A site, an angle that normally needs 2 sets of util or 2 sets of eyes.
Prowler to break. Oh my god, terrible timing from Magnum. But what the fuck is that shot? I think, oh my god, I think the cages there were really good from Magnum, or at least the second cage was, to try to escape. But what the hell is that shot? Fully stunned up onto Camo as he's blast packing towards it.
That was the player he was aiming at.
Narrate and Thomasley clean up as well.
The worst thing is as well is I feel like in that moment
I'd be so tilted. I would be so tilted if Magnum hit that.
I swear he's aiming at his fastest reactions you've ever
Yeah,
seen.
Narrate being played in there as well though is super nice, and then Thomasley cleans up 2 in the pit. It's over, guys. It's over. Why don't casters cast for their own regions, but instead, like you, who is British, are made to cast for North America? It's because Americans don't really know how to speak English, so I'm training some of the other casters in North America to pronounce the language more reasonably. If you listen to casters like, you know, like Vansili or like Doug, they speak with this really weird accent. I don't know where they got it from, and we're trying to solve that problem. So Britain sent over a delegation of me and Bren, and every morning we say, bottle of water, bottle of water. And then Vansili and Doug say, bottle of water, bottle of water. And we're like, no, God, what are you talking about? It's bottle of water. We've been going back and forth on it for a while. I'm not making much progress, but I'm fucking trying. Isn't Vansili Canadian? Yeah. So he's like, bottle of water. What are you talking about? Accents, not my strong suit, actually. Don't know whether you can tell.
But he's actually being blinded. He can't even peek the corner just to grab the information. He might have seen them both. That flank from Starzo is perfect.
Is Narrate going to win this anyway and just put the absolute dick flattening onto Koi?
Just about dodged him. Up in the corner. Here goes the little guy.
Oh, good timing from Dibino.
Perfect on the side of Koi.
Now, what did I say? I said Koi only needed 4 rounds on their defense side because their comp was very attack-sided. Now, as it turns out, when you get to watch how your opponent plays and come up with counter-strikes for them, and your strength relies in retaking, you're gonna fucking boom Koi. Karmine Corp look wonderful again on this map. It's Jova. It's Bon Jova.
I think that's genuinely where we're at. So if they lose 3 more rounds in this
it's
map,
Napola
I think
done.
already, well, they're basically, if they win 13-11, they have to 13-0. Yes. That's where we're at. So you can do your own maths from then onwards, but if for Koi to qualify,
that would tie.
Yes. For Koi to qualify, it's bleak, and we're talking about if KC don't win a match.
Has there ever been a round in VCT where Lil Bro gets the defuse while everyone else is dead? It's not possible. When the Gecko dies, he doesn't keep defusing.
From doing just that. They now go on to the attack side. Koi's defense. Well, let's put it this way.
It's board over. That's quite good as well.
They were 9-0 down before they got a round on the board. So hopefully they've learned from their prior mistakes. Or for their sake, hopefully KC.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's the last defender alive. It's not just the Gecko. Yeah, sorry, my bad. But it's when your whole team dies, the wingman dies as well.
But it's okay. No one was there. And Koi,
Because yes, the wingman can survive even when the Gecko is dead, but not when the whole team is
The
dead.
full retake setup going to be attempted, stun in already. They attempt to slow down the players backing from sight, and they can catch them by peeking into market so quickly. So
is there a reason you elected for VCT NA over EMEA? Yeah, I used to live in America, so that was a pretty big deal. Like when we started getting into Valorant, I lived in LA, and then I lived in Texas. So that would have been a long... I mean, it just wouldn't have made any sense to start doing EMEA. And then also some other behind-the-scenes
has been superb. Like we talked about the sort
business
of
reasons as well.
Import. We spoke to Magnum in our interview, and he basically said
this is over.
played
How did Narrate get those two there?
basically his
This is completely over. This is completely and utterly over. Karmine Corp are going to playoffs. Karmine Corp are going to playoffs.
Playing on Mad Lions, and before that, not a lot.
They're going.
He has looked like a standout for this team.
It's unjinxable.
Well, you expect nothing less from someone like Eng, from Zaysh, both at the helm.
Unjinxable. Karmine Corp have just qualified. I'm not trying to jinx the blue wall. It's not possible. Oh, Shados just got slapped there. What a read.
KC fans had to go through. And they might be making top 4 first.
Yeah, Karmine Corp are going to be playing against Na'Vi or Fnatic by the look of things. And
Koi, if they can close this one out. But also fighting
I think
tooth and nail throughout.
I'm hoping they play against Na'Vi. I think Heretics versus Fnatic and Karmine Corp versus Na'Vi would be the most fun way for that to work, in my opinion. I think either of the teams that plays against Na'Vi might have a chance. Heretics or Karmine Corp against Na'Vi, serious big game. Fnatic though, you'd have to be playing so incredibly well to beat Fnatic, I think. I'm not saying it's impossible. But I am saying I'm not going to bet on it.
Playing the numbers game, the percentage game.
Did you see Sadak got a warning from Riot for shooting bodies?
The board for KC.
What?
Like you said, Tom.
What?
Tying it up with Vitality for Koi means winning both. 13-10 here.
Why would
scenario.
First of all, plenty of people are doing that. And secondly, why would that be a warning?
15-round win difference, plus 15 in this series. That's what they're looking for. Some damage, one weapon dropped.
That's worth it though, because
they had to win 13-5 on both maps to have a chance to qualify, so I guess it's over now for Koi. Nah, that's not true. That's not true. If they won 13-5 on both maps, they would have guaranteed.
Yeah, I was about to say he might as well buy up a rifle.
No, wait, sorry, you're right. No, you are right. You are right. My bad. Sorry. That's exactly what I said at the beginning of this game, is that they had to win with a positive 15-round differential. Because otherwise, if they 2-0'd, but they didn't dominate, then Vitality will go through. Yeah, sorry, I called you a liar, when in fact, it is me who was stupid. You're correct. They need a positive 15... they needed to 2-0 with a positive 15 round differential.
Picking this, it just makes sense.
Which they're not going to do that.
To sit in the crowd, watch that game, take
all right, watch the bonus round. They're going to bonus round with the Gecko ult through market, and then they're going to walk through. Oh my god! They ran the same thing on like the pistol round against Vitality, where they faked the B split and then tried to walk through their lurk wall. Oh, this is still close though. 3v3 with Narrate very weak.
As KC get the plant down.
Can Narrate pick up any of his utility here?
He's got a big rifle, but very low.
Do they even know he's there?
Just have the timing on the way through. It's going to be checked.
Oh my god, he gets one. And he doesn't get punished? He's got to get cleaned up here. Yeah, but the reflank is coming through. Alright, Starzo's never going to expect Magnum to be baiting the shit out of someone here. Wait, he is. Starzo has anticipated it. Starzo could pick up a better weapon here as well.
Before it even touched the halfway mark, another jump peek to confirm.
Well played.
KC, one step closer
to
victory.
Damn.
This map win will put them in the playoffs.
Yeah, a huge story. You were asking if there was
it's over.
Anybody you could think
it's
of
over.
Might have a fix for this. Funnily enough, I think he might be on the
Sideshow, your face is very easy to draw.
We talked about
it's just an egg with a mustache on it. I've got distinctive features.
Went over to Americas and well, he's brought someone back with him. That's for sure.
Just a fucking
right at the top of the board.
pink-colored blob with black here.
Between Eng,
easy.
Just giving a high five because it's requested, a little right down the notes. Yes!
Karmine Corp have done it. How have Karmine Corp and Heretics both done it though? That's the wild part, is that they were both in the same group. They were both probably not favorites to make it out the group. Foot were definitely favored to make it out the group, but it was debatable who you had between Karmine Corp and Giants, I think. But okay, let's, for the narrative's sake, let's say Heretics and Karmine Corp were both not favored to make it out of the group, and then they're both bossing it. Holy shit.
Your opponents in the meantime had a great
Yeah, Karmine Corp versus Heretics can't happen, so Karmine Corp will definitely be playing against Na'Vi or Fnatic.
Now you've got to somehow come up with a way to come back.
Unexpected group of death, yeah. I mean, actually yes, but the people who died were the favorites.
Narrate, wow. Don't need to highlight him again.
Do you reckon we can get a Salah cam during this just to see the hope fade from his eyes round by round?
Yeah, I think Karmine Corp winning, Karmine Corp getting out of the group and winning play-ins, not too crazy. I think unexpected that they beat Vitality and outperformed Foot. But what's truly ludicrous is that Heretics blasted through that group in 2 games. That I still can't quite wrap my head around.
In fact, 5 players are pushing middle. It's bold. They're grouping together. Hey, sometimes their attack side has been a little bit better. So let's go back
This is
to it.
weird. This is weird from Koi.
I like it. But they get spotted by a cam and it's time to fade away. Yeah, the element of
Starzo going for the info peek. Finds one. And now everybody on the defense has just decided to group up where they saw that one player.
Never mind, there goes
Alright, so now, because you saw Thomasy going over to B, you should know that it's a B hit. They're going to have a 5v3 retake. This round, probably not one for Karmine Corp. How could they win it? I mean, they have a Paranoia. They could go for... Or they could go for a Paranoia play here. If Shin gets one and gets out... Or... And then Paranoia? Don't know about that. I think he could have waited a little bit longer and then Paranoia right before Martin was about to take contact. Martin still has a nade here as well, though. He gets 1, 2. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, they're goated. Wait, they're fucking... Oh, the peak was so nice. Actually, Narrate can win this. No, he's just not thinking about Starzo. Oh my god, now he knows. Now he knows. Now he knows. Now he knows. He has the mosh. There's no time. There's no time. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god! Sacre bleu! Unbelievable! C'est impossible!
4, and at this stage, I think the nail is well and truly in the coffin. It could be just a formality for the side of Koi. 8 in a row.
I can't believe it. I can't believe what my eyes are witnessing.
It's a big ask.
Mon ami! How have you done that? Beautiful shooting from Martin. And then fantastic from Narrate playing that 1v2. God damn, they are popping.
You can hear the French casters,
you remember where Masters is?
Yeah,
Zut alors!
Making good life choices, but here we are. Oh, little push. I like it. Starzo, he's not going to lose the confidence despite the fact that...
So last time they used Narrate's ultimate to clear out market at the beginning of the round.
The aggression doesn't see any
8 chances, 8 chances to make playoffs.
But it looks like they're second
You couldn't toss it if you tried. Haven't Koi already lost? Yes. Koi have already lost, but Karmine Corp haven't already won.
Look at mid. Little spot for Magnum. Surely you don't expect Camo to be here. No, he does. Oh, but he still wins the fight! What a devastating blow! And Starzo's gone
They're boomed. They're fucking boomed. I mean, that is just a disaster for Koi. It's already over anyway. It's just even more over now. Bonjour, salut.
Left in this Koi roster. Still some hope to be found.
Oh, and Grabinho just tried to teleport into Narrate, and they've just walked into Martine. Karmine Corp don't just win, they obliterate Koi. I've got to go to work. I've got work in half an hour. I'm glad that I got to witness Karmine Corp making it to playoffs. The game is going to be fantastic. Karmine Corp playing against Na'Vi or Fnatic, it's going to be fun. It's going to be excellent to try and support them. It'll be a difficult game, but they're looking amazing. They're looking amazing. The next map is going to be high-key stupid Valorant. The next map that you're about to watch, I've got to leave you. I'm gonna raid you with somebody else. But the next map you're about to watch is going to be the stupidest Valorant, because both of these teams they've already locked it up. Karmine Corp is guaranteed in playoffs. Koi are guaranteed out. This next map, I want to see 5 duelists both sides. Who is going to who's the best co-streamer for the stupid Valorant? Who's live at the moment? Who have we got? There's always, of course, Sliggy would be fantastic, but we've got TMV. I think TMV would be very funny for some idiotic Valorant. Who else have we got around here? I mean, we can't send you to a Spanish streamer. I was just looking at some of these other Spanish streamers. We can't send you to a Spanish streamer right now. That would just be out of pocket. I think TMV is prepped the best out of everybody here for the absolutely bonkers Valorant you're about to witness. So I think we go to Thinking Man's Valo. Kamito, please. I mean, I could send you all back to Kamito. Should we send you all to... Oh, Kamito's going to quit. Ah, and he has raids disabled anyway. Okay. Yeah, let's stick to TMV. Thinking Man's Valo. Is that what it is? Thinking Man's Valo? Yeah. All right. I want you all to go in there and spam Wolves win. And what color is it? Blue. All right. Peace. If you want to see me casting later today, I'm going to be doing Sentinels MIBR. It's the first game of the day. And then that's my last cast for Americas in kickoff. And then I'll be doing co-streams of the other matches once I go back to the UK. So I might not be able to, I'll be able to do the EMEA games, might not be able to do the Pacific ones because they'll be crazy late at night. But oh, Pacific's already stopped. I might not be able to do China then. We'll figure it out. I'll see you then. Bye.